Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
It's day 2 of the challenge for EU, and we have even more exciting matchups to look forward to today. Will our top teams continue to perform, or will there be some upsets today? Well, it's time to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today is day 2 of our challenge season for COD Mobile EU. And I'm excited to get right back into the action, so that's what we're going to do. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion. We've got the gang still here all summer long. We've got I Hold Shift, Beef Mommy, and Bobby Plays back on the sofas with us. You ready for day 2?
I'm ready. It's a beautiful day in Katowice. We've got clear skies. some thick thighs making their way on. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know why I just said that. I apologize profusely.
I just heard that.
It's going to be a great day, Glitter. Let's get it going.
I hold Shift legs for days, my dude. I mean, I'm copying you right now. I'm cosplaying Shift right now with my legs out and about. But today, like what he already mentioned, day number 2, it's not going to be a trial period anymore for all of these teams. That was day number 1, and I'm hoping that these teams step it up for day number 2.
No leg action for me today. We're rocking the jeans, you know. Maybe in some of the later weeks, if you guys keep tuning in, if we break some viewership record or something, then I'll think about it. But it's gonna take something crazy for me. But I'm back and excited to hop into the EU action.
I like that you're throwing out the incentives already, nice and early in the season. All right, well, before we start talking about all things gaming related, if you want to keep up to date, you're not able to make it here every once in a while, make sure you're following us on social media, okay? Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, make sure you're tuning in, watching us live if you can, but if not, follow us on every single platform. That way you won't miss out on a single thing. And of course, join us, hang out with the brand new community, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You can come, talk all things COD Mobile, hang out with us. Just do it. It's fun. I'm going to keep reminding you guys until you do it. So it's going to be a long summer. All right. We'll talk about how the whole thing works. You guys are going to get very used to this entire structure because Bobby is going to be the expert at explaining the format, how our teams even got here today, and how the challenge season is going to function. Bobby.
Stage 1, ranked play. Stage 2, ranked play with friends. That moved us into Stage 3. The top 128 teams in Stage 2 advanced on to a double elimination bracket that brought us the best of the best in the European region. And what you guys are going to see today is our round robin as we continue to narrow things down for the top 4 teams that'll move into that elimination bracket for a chance at one of those 2 spots for Europe in Stage 5.
Those 2 spots are going to be quite coveted, especially after how some of our top squads already performed on day 1. So it'll be exciting to see how things progress throughout the season. But it is not just those 2 top spots that they're fighting for, Mommy. We're going to keep reminding people there's still a prize pool on the line for just this stage alone.
Stage 3, money. Stage 4, even more money. You can see over here. It's going to be $2,000. Yes, richer spread out into those players, but definitely they would want the first and second spot because that definitely delegates the fact that you're going to be representing Europe into the world stage. And obviously, this is what all the teams want at the end of the day.
Yeah, that global competition is going to be very, very important. Now, we keep talking about the fact that we did this once yesterday. Shift. Let's take a quick walk down memory lane, a little bit of a recap in case anybody, they missed it, they maybe weren't here yesterday and didn't get to see what happened. Let's talk about yesterday, okay? Give me some of the highlights for you out of the gameplay.
Well, you said it yourself, a quick walkthrough. All 4 games were quick 3-0s. So that's very easy to set things up. But we started the day with a really interesting matchup with 31er and 117, both teams who throughout the qualification process were looking really solid, and we weren't sure who was maybe the better of the 2. By the end of it, after a tight opening hardpoint and an even tighter search and destroy, it was pretty clear that 117 had a pretty nice overall kind of reestablishment of what we kind of had seen through the qualification process for them to get to this point. So that's also, I think, really good as far as maybe setting up who our potential top 4 are for the region, because immediately following up with this particular series, it was all the top dogs. Kings looked good throughout the entirety of a very swift 3-0 as the DoorDash challenge. It was 50-point club, 7-0 search, 3-0 control, looking like the dominant team without question here. I would say just generally over the course of EU overall.
Most definitely, and even in the last segment that we had, the last series, we thought that Animus and Panic might be a little bit closer, but that's not going to be the case. Looking like Panic, even though with the addition of Afer being an amazing Slayer, and speaking of Slayer, absolutely slaying out, it seems like they need to focus up when it comes to those objectives. But I am definitely looking at this Panic team to possibly make it from the middle of the pack towards possibly one of the better teams that we have here for this region, Bobby.
Yeah, I'd say Panic is absolutely one of the teams that we expect the most improvement out of, especially with them having more roster changes than really any of the other teams that we might consider contenders for those top 4 spots. That's who you got to keep your eyes on as they continue to build that chemistry and try to improve. Animus is not a first easy matchup to take either. I think they improved significantly, and we saw that yesterday as well. I'm looking to them to continue to improve, and I'm really excited to see how they match up against 117 because I feel like right now those two are fighting for the number 2 spot.
Yeah, that'll be a good matchup when we get to it. And, you know, we'll continue this discussion, but we're going to continue it by taking a look at the schedule because I want to get your guys' opinions on if the gameplay yesterday you think is going to affect any of these matchups here today, Shift. We're starting off the day with a banger, to be fair. We got Kings versus Exclusive, so that's going to be a heck of a way to start it off.
I kind of look at today in the same vein that we looked at yesterday's opening matchup, where we've got a lot of games that we think should be close. It just comes down to will they actually be close. Kings versus Exclusive, I think this one definitely has the potential of being a tight game. Just comes down to will that actually be the case. Because if we end up getting a Kings domination again, now we start to, again, scratch our heads, ask the question, who's going to be the number 2 team, maybe even a team that could compete for the number 1 spot in Europe. I think the same thing could be said about that Zidium and IQ game. That one I think is going to be a big proving point for Zidium to try to get on to the winning track of things, even just getting map wins underneath their belt. And then to finish off the day, like Bobby mentioned, that 31 or an Animus game could be another tight one for us.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be a really, really fun day 2. This is still just the first week, so things are still shaking out for our teams until we kind of really get into the thick of it in week number 2. But you saw the schedule there, so we might as well start talking about it even more in depth if that's even possible. First match of the day, Kings versus Exclusive. Mommy, I think everyone is excited for this one.
Definitely. I mean, this is probably the closest matchup that we have right now because so far with Exclusive, they're really good at those S&Ds, and so far, I feel like the matchup that they had so far is not really that tight and not really hard compared to what they have now. Kings is pegged to be that number 1 team here for EU. Exclusive is fighting for that top 3, top 2, and obviously we're thinking about 117 not found getting that top 2 spot, maybe even Animus to get that top 4. But obviously for Exclusive, you need to be that number 1, and that S&D, you need to tighten up because you know Kings might not be able to get you at that game mode. But speaking of Kings, Marvel will definitely be one that it will be going head-to-head up against Neil, the sniper of Exclusive.
You know, I was hoping that you would bring up some player-specific kind of matchups. I was going to ask the same question of you, Bobby. When it comes to these rosters for Kings, who do you think is going to cause a problem for Exclusive?
I mean, Raid has been one of the players that has just looked better and better as the tournament has gone on. He is the one rookie on this squad, and he has proved himself in a big way so far. Obviously, the numbers he was pulling yesterday were incredible. It was a 3 KD, if I remember correctly, in the hardpoint, but it was against a much easier roster than what they're going to be facing today in Exclusive, and basically everybody on this Exclusive roster has Stage 5 experience in some way, shape, or form. This is definitely going to be one of the better matchups of the day.
So we'll take a look at that Exclusive roster then, Shift, and we'll talk about these players as well. Any of them going to cause a problem for Kings?
I'm looking at Veer still. Yep. I'm going to go 2 days in a row just talking about the Veer Revenge Tour because he was the guy that, again, last year rather, in Season 4, Stage 4, it was looking like that Team Light was going to be a major favorite for Europe. They got cut short, surprisingly. Veer played lights out yesterday. But the caveat is the same thing that Bobby said. Exclusive didn't really play a heavy-hitting team on either side. So this is going to be, I think, really, like Bobby had mentioned and like Bobby had mentioned, this is all about seeing who gets above the bar right now because we're expecting Kings to still be the number 1 team by the end of it. But who are the stars? Who do we need to be really keeping an eye out for as we go through this season? And on the other side, are there wild cards that we haven't talked about yet for Exclusive that may foil that expectation?
Absolutely, and we'll get those picks and bans up on the screen here in just a second. And while we're waiting for those and then while they come up, we'll keep talking about it. But do you think that potentially the performance of Exclusive can be dependent on momentum, Mommy, when it comes to starting hot right out the gate?
Well, definitely when it comes to their S&Ds, I feel like it could be because you are going up against really good snipers in the form of Kings. You have Marvel, you have Inferno that can definitely put you in a really, really difficult pinch. And now for Exclusive, I feel like for Neil, he needs to step it up when it comes to those snipes because so far he's been struggling when it comes to getting those picks. And who is going to be your primary sniper going up against such really talented snipers on the side of Kings?
other interesting thing about these vetoes, we didn't mention this yesterday because it didn't show up, but firing range is not currently eligible for competitive play due to a couple of issues with it. It will be back in later, but standoff is taking its place. So neither of these teams have necessarily had a chance to prep up standoff search since it hasn't been in the pool. So it's a really interesting adjustment to see that firing range now being replaced by standoff was not vetoed, and in fact it was picked. That's a wild card map number 2 right there.
I see you nodding over there too, Bobby. You excited for that one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, even though they haven't had a lot of recent practice, standoff was in the map pool for the past 3 years of champ. So they're going to have basically some leftover experience that they can kind of go back to. But the big question is whether or not it's going to be sharp enough to really play at a top tier level. I think that's going to be one of the more fun maps to watch today.
I'm glad that they left that in there for everybody to just another great way to start off the day, right? Okay, some of our top squads going up against on an untested map. It's going to be a really solid first match, so hopefully you are getting comfortable at home. You've got your snacks and your drinks ready to go because we are almost ready to dive into it. Let's do a quick scoreline prediction for this one because this is the match of the day.
I'm going 3-0 Kings.
Oh, okay.
I think the 3 maps are going to be tight. I think they're going to be close.
Okay.
But I see Kings coming out on top of the Arsenal in the raid, and I have an overtime standoff search.
Okay.
So I'm going 3-0 Kings.
I like the rationale.
I feel like I'm going to follow in the footsteps just a tiny bit. Arsenal, I think, will be more to the favor of Kings. Standoff, obviously, will be kind of a wild card, which I'm excited about. That will be, for me, more of a swing map compared to that raid control that we have, because raid, I think, again, because of the firepower that raid offers as such a good slayer for Kings, we'll possibly have raid. And honestly, I just want to see an Express. I'm thinking a 3-2 here, because if we bring it down to an Express, I think Exclusive might be able to take home the win.
I like it.
I think it's going to be a 3-0, but there's one caveat. Champy in Stage 3 had a monster performance on Arsenal Hardpoint and was by far the best performance I've ever seen out of him. So I've got a feeling he's going to pop off on that map 1. If he does, I think they can make it 3-1. But regardless, I think Kings still take the win.
That's a lot of pressure on one player.
Definitely.
Yes.
All right, I'm here for it. Chat, also, let us know your thoughts on this first matchup of the day. Do you think it's going to be a 3-0? Who do you think is going to win? And if you don't think it's going to be 3-0, do you agree with any of our casters here on their breakdown and analysis of the potential? Will it go the distance? I'm here for that. I hope it does. I hope it goes the distance. I love when we get a good 5 maps on the board for these teams. Maybe you'll be a little bit smarter than our casters. I mean, I doubt it. But you never know. So, chat, you know, we want to hear. No faith in yourself?
I have zero faith in myself. I know we just met for the first time a couple of days ago, but everything is artificial that comes out of my mouth, essentially. It's all fake until you make it.
I mean, 3 different answers. You got 3-0, you got 3-2, and you got a 3-1. So
as long as you sound confident saying what you're saying, that's all that matters. So
say it loud.
And you got the full variety, so someone is bound to be right. There's literally no losing at this point.
Well, unless Kings lose. Yeah.
Oh, that's on your end then. That's the only option left.
So I'll take the underdog then. I'll take the underdog. That'll be my Hail Mary. I'm going to send you two across to the other half of the studio so we can get ready for this first matchup of the day. Chad, I hope you're ready. Mommy, Bobby, take it away.
Here we go. I cannot do that, unfortunately. But wow, you got the moves, man.
I was really worried that I was going to eat it right there. That was dangerously
like
close.
Kick a camera or something. Yeah. I don't know. Just put it on my paycheck, just in case you do that. Please don't.
I'm not going to do that to you.
Here we go.
Oh, I'm glad that I got put on for this match, because this one, we gotta get a map 4. We have not had a map 4 yet, and that is just an absolute travesty. With the new format that we have for Stage 4, like, we've been waiting so long for this. Somebody has got to give us a map 4. I think these guys are going to do it. Like I said, I'm looking at Champy. I think he's going to have a big map 1 here on Arsenal. but there's a lot of solid pieces around him, so it's not all pressure on him. Everybody else has to execute as well.
You're right. Champion needs to step it up. So far yesterday, he absolutely did. Had so much fun over here in SND. He was the top dog, also in control. But the thing is, you mentioned he did get that 46 in Arsenal back in Stage 3, but it was up against a weaker team, which is Zidium. Still here in this competition, but they are no kings. Again, we need to see specific people just step it up. It's going to be Champy. It's going to be someone else, possibly Neil, to really just get those long-range engagements and that rotation from P2 to P3. You got to go there early, man.
Well, the Holger is going to play a big role here, has been kind of the... Obviously, it's an LMG, but competitive Call of Duty, we think of SMG and AR roles. That has definitely been the go-to AR role weapon for these European players, and Champy's rocking that off the start right here. Gets some damage through, and does find a kill right there. Moving pretty cleanly with the LMG in hand, but it is Kings picking up the early time here.
You know, that's really interesting to me because when it comes to Champy, he likes to play those SMGs, and the fact that he's using a Holger right now, he's changing up his gameplay. Let's see what's cooking up so far. If he's going to be able to get a lot more kills than he usually does. So far, though, it's going to be Kings on the map. 16 seconds already in the rotation. Not going to pull through because you have 26 seconds left, and you get to see Exclusive finally touching the point. But at this point, you need to find a way to go and rotate and possibly get those spawns that you favorable. It's a little bit more favorable, and Veer wins an essential rotational gunfight, possibly going into Gorilla Base to set up for P2.
Grizz got his ankles broken right there. A big-time kill by Veer. Obviously, one of the players Shiv talked about needs to go big for them to have a chance. And Exclusive keeping things pretty even right here. Some big gunfights as we hop through the window side. It is going to be Exclusive rotated out early, but the high ground control is there for Kings. They're going to look to get pushed out right here to see if they can lock in some time. Nades over top from Creed. It is all Exclusive players on the inside of the point. Unfortunately for them, Marvel is going to be tearing things apart from the high ground, and just like that, Kings do find the full break, and Exclusive spawning all the way across the map.
Oh man, that was such a good early setup coming in from Exclusive, but unfortunately, the gunfight's being won by Kings right now, and even though they're trying to play that catch-up, it doesn't really matter. But so far, another response coming in from Exclusive as Veer tries to go into that high ground, tries to get rid of Marvel. Unfortunately, Marvel still on the spree, still doing an amazing job when it comes to the defense, but Balance coming from all the way behind here into P4 is able to win that gunfight. And Raid, is he going to be setting up for P3 early on? And that's what you need to do if you're going to be Kings.
Yeah, that's the thing about P3. That is one of the farthest hardpoint rotation, probably the furthest hardpoint rotation in Call of Duty Mobile. And seeing a 20-second early rotation off of Kings is not necessarily a bad game plan. Exclusive do find a way to tie things up, but they have some crucial gunfights up ahead. And as you can see, Marvel already putting it to him as he takes down one, Spy takes down another, and he's going to maintain this high ground position as Inferno finds one on the inside of P1 as well. And this is about as perfect of a map setup as you're going to find for Kings off the start here.
You're absolutely right. That setup going into Special Forces Spy. You already had Marvel right there into Garden. Also, you have Spy right there. And it's just a solid set that kind of just stops the push coming in from Exclusive. You saw that they brought 3 men trying to go in from that subway all the way through Garden and did not get anything. Not just that, Inferno coming in with a claw, but he does get denied. And that is a big kill coming in from Creed.
Still so many angles that you got to clear out. You start to see the smokes come in. Utility usage going to be crucial for Exclusive right here, but you've already lost 40 points, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and chalk this one up, give away the rest of the scrap time. Neil lurking out, but you have got to find that kill. You got to have better trigger discipline, and that is definitely a gunfight that could have been huge for Exclusive to maintain a little more map control right here. They still have control of the window as Balance looking to lock things down here in the mid-map, but you can see Grizz pulling out that Pred. That's going to give all the information they could possibly need. Takes down Veer in that process as well. And Exclusive, they've got the early control, but this is not going to be an easy hold. Champy's got to go big with the War Machine in hand.
Man, Spy just won such an essential gunfight. He gets rid of the Claw of Creed, and that just allows them to just eliminate more firepower into Exclusive's hands. And now for Kings, though, they're trying to go in there for the infiltration, but unfortunately, you get to see that the defense from Exclusive going to be huge for them. So far, Champy switches over to the CBR, and that's what he's more comfortable with. But we need to see, speaking of, Neil needs to step it up when it comes to the gunfight.
Well, that's going to be Veer finding a 4 spree. He's finally shut down, but Exclusive keep players on the point, win the majority of the gunfights, and they stay in position. Like you said, Neil lagging behind big time. Only 4 kills on the board, but despite his struggles and despite some struggles for Champy as well, they have stayed in this one. It is going to be Kings picking up the scrap time, but everybody right there and ready to go on P1. Balance, nice little angle to cut off that window rotation, and a nice setup early on as we do head over to P5.
Now, Balance is a player that we kept on talking about yesterday when they played Takeoff up against Mon. He was just so good as the anchor, and right now, he's winning a lot of the gunfights outside of the point, trying to be that first level of defense coming in from Exclusive. And now for Kings, though, they still need to find a way to go and break, and so far, Inferno has a hold of that 2F, but you get to see Exclusive just trying so hard to go for that defense, and they just left that 2F completely open.
Yep, right now, Kings locking things down, and honestly, looking at the gunfights Neil's taking, it seems like a lack of patience, and it seems like he's not really trusting his team. Pops the Annihilator to get 2 right there, but he does get shut down once again, and the lead's starting to build a little bit right here, so there's just too much consistency across the board for Kings. Nobody really lagging behind in a big way. Exclusive do hop through the point, but Spy is there. And the 1v1 goes the way of Kings as they will pick up the rest of the scrap time as well. We look now back to P1. That is the beauty of the Bison. You can spray down those doorways all day long. And especially when you got players trying to make their way on through, can be crucial. Neil is here. Big gunfight up against Inferno. Has not looked great so far. He gets hit by the stun. Does not have a chance in that one. Champy slides through. He can't win the gunny. And they are getting picked to pieces back here on P1.
It's all about those power positions, and so far Exclusive just losing majority of the fights when it comes to those positions, the anchoring spots. And now for Kings, phenomenal job of trying to keep the players at bay from Exclusive, and Raid gonna be able to win those big gunfights, but Veer is able to bring out the Sparrow, gets that double, and now it's gonna be yellow all across the board, and they might be able to get majority of the points here. They're gonna be heavily utilizing all of their operators here, not just that. Champion brings out the War Machine, but Spy is gonna be winning another big gunfight. This is the second time that Spy has been able to get rid of an operator coming in from Exclusive.
Right now, Raid's going to be the guy hopping into the point, trying to get window control, but there are a lot of Exclusive players up top, hoping the pre-fire connects, trusting his teammates to cover that window position, but Creed shuts him down. It is going to be only a 40-point lead for Kings right here as we do head on over to P2, and it looks like they had that early topside control, but a big couple of kills come through for Spy, and just like that, they've got the high ground. Obviously, Exclusive players set up on the inside of the hard point, but should be easy to clear out, but Neil wins a crucial gunfight, does get traded. Nobody in the hard point right now.
You need to see battery control coming in from Exclusive, because so far that's where Marvel and Raid just absolutely wrecked everyone from Exclusive, trying to funnel in through. So far, Champy, though, unfortunately not winning that big gunfight, because Grizz does have that Purifier in hand, and Inferno with a beautiful double piece coming in from that Holger. And now Veer in a really good spot to flush out and contest this point. Not able to sustain. Marvel still alive, and Raid gets that information down that the Veer is going to be right there in that corner.
That is a huge kill for him and should lock in another 20 seconds of hardpoint time. This was an even earlier rotation out of Kings this time, and I think because they chalked it so early, maybe an opportunity for Exclusive to win some of these early gunfights. Veer's going to be able to take down Inferno. He's going to get pushed down into the bottom side, and right now Champy on this rotation might be able to find one. I think Balance had eyes on Spy. That is not a head glitch you want to chow, but he's got Champion on the opposite side. Should be able to apply some pressure, but he gets shut down too.
Oh, there you go. That's going to be those situational gunfights that you need to win when you're outside, and so far Spy's able to come out with his life, even though he was going up against 2 players. Creed, though, goes in there only for the assist. Spy still wins the gunfight. That's going to be huge. They still have that guard and control. Champy going big. Triple kill for his name, and so far not able to sustain the 4th.
That was a lot of missed bullets out of Creed, but somehow Exclusive still come away with the hard point, and Champy's got his 3rd War Machine of the game.
Ow.
He's going to cut off that doorway as long as he can, and now
goodness.
Kings spawning across the map. They're going to find a way to take the lead right here. Champy slides the corner, and he's starting to pop off right here as he and Veer lead the way for this Exclusive squad.
Champy is just playing the angles right. He's using the operators to his advantage. The timing is going to be perfect for him in all aspects of this game, and we already hyped him up earlier on that he needs to step it up when it comes to this hardpoint arsenal. So far, though, Exclusive, the 2nd lead change of the day, and Kings go down, but it's very uncomfortable to have this small of a lead so far.
Wow, and he doesn't know Neil's coming up that ladder. It does get traded out. I believe that Spy with the Bison in hand, but definitely looking like it's going to be a heavily contested P4 right here. Veer not able to capitalize on those first few shots. I think only 1 kill going through. Should be able to get in position to contest, but no headies to work with from this entry point, and they've got to get a little bit pushed up into this hard point to have a better chance at getting some of these gunfight wins, but they do get shut down once again. Kings doing everything they can, but it looks like it's going to be a heavily contested hard point all the way through. Just such easy access from both sides, and at least for now, King's gonna trend upwards. An exclusive might chalk it right here. One last push, because it looks like the rest of the players gonna start getting set up back on P5.
Man, Raid going in for a 5-3 with a Sparrow just flushes every single one of the exclusive members outside of the hill. Still getting scrap time as well. Champy tries to go and contest, but Spy's gonna be right there to just take majority of the points. And now as we're going in for that redo, and Exclusive in the first half was able to get and rotate this point, but they left 2F here in Lounge wide open, and that allowed Spy to creep on top and get that hill. So far though, Exclusive has control, has the anchoring spots, but here we go again. Grizz able to get that entry, possibility to get that second, but it's a good thing that Creed is right there for the claw.
That is a huge play through the vents, but he does get traded out. Nobody on the inside of the hard point. Claw goes to waste, and now it's starting to get all blue in the feed right now. Grizz, Purifier in hand. Spy shuts one down with a nade, and Kings are looking solid on the hold here on P5. Neil doing the best he can to contest, but he gets shut down on the push on in, and the exclusive players cannot find an entry point. War Machine takes down Spy, and that could be the opening that Exclusive need. They get players in. Marvel doesn't read the corner correctly, and now they've got an opportunity to tie things up as we head back to P1.
Spy had a flawless run up until that point. That's going to be difficult for them. That must hurt a little bit, but with it being contested, they could actually still win this hill. No one's going to be there for the contest. 5 seconds left on the clock. Kings 247, and Exclusive is just not touching the point. What a misplay! And Exclusive just dropped the ball, and even though Spy took himself out and they were able to funnel in, it was enough for them to win this first game.
That one final wipe off the point gave Kings enough time to clutch up. And I think you were right. I think Exclusive thought that they had an opportunity to go ahead and set up early on P1, but made the move a little bit too early, and they end up paying for it. I mean, the fact that they were in that game is huge credit to them, because they were getting outslayed by a massive margin across the board. Balance at -16, their most positive player. Their only positive player was Veer at 32 and 27. But man, oh man, that was much closer than I expected map 1 to be.
Definitely. I mean, you saw Champy just doing an amazing job at timing his angles, right? And also the operators. But speaking of operators, we saw Spy deny 3 operators coming in from Exclusive. Not just that, their rotation from P2 to P3 always worked out for them. That garden control definitely was huge. That was going to be Spy and Marvel always winning their gunfights there. And even though Creed was right there, even though they were able to tight the spot, but Spy is just right there, even though he was stunned out of his mind. And this is what I said about Champy, just knowing when to use those operators. Unfortunately for them, I think their kryptonite was that P5 2F Lounge control, where they always left that space open.
Yeah, the P3 break by Exclusive was about as perfect as can be, and they got so much crucial time off of that, but like you said, couldn't capitalize on the rotation back to P5. Maybe started to rotate out a little bit too early, didn't do the math quite right, and they end up paying for it on map 1. But that got me excited for map number 2, because now we're about to head into standoff search and destroy. It's not something we've got to see a whole lot recently, but taking the place of firing range search and destroy for right now definitely should be an exciting one.
You know, I wish I brought out stats coming in from standoff before getting into day number 2 and day number 1, but we have a clean slate. So far, no one has played it in day number 1, and now this is the question mark that a lot of people are saying. This is the wild card, and I feel like this could be the swing that possibly favors Exclusive a little bit more. And if they win this S&D, and if they take it to that game number 4, that next map definitely going to be huge for them.
Yeah, and you can see the resiliency in this exclusive squad. Even when they got down, even though they were getting outslayed by a pretty heavy margin, they didn't let the deficit get to their heads, and they put themselves in a position to win, and that's all you can really ask to do at the end of the day. I'm excited to see what they're going to do in the search and destroy, because we've seen a lot of these European teams kind of be hit or miss, especially when it comes to the offensive side. Very, very aggressive pushes a lot of times and not a whole lot of different looks. I'm looking to see which of these teams is better at making the adjustments here in the standoff search and destroy, because I think that's going to be the game changer.
And like what we mentioned already pre-game, you need to find a way to stop Inferno and Marvel, because these guys are just so good when it comes to pinching those players down, and usually get to see one or the other being that primary sniper, getting that information, and one on the lurk. And so far, Neil spots one though, not able to sustain. That's going to be Champy also getting that information down really well here in mid.
Like the little mid-map pressure out of balance. He's going to be able to get some crucial information. Peeks out the side right here, and I don't know if Inferno's going to see him. He peeks up, nearly gets flicked on, but finds the kill. Traded out immediately, and the better of the trades do go the way of Kings. Champy's going to find one back alley as well, and it is going to be exclusive. Up a man right now, heading in to the middle of the round.
Now Veer, one of the best players that you can be up against Neil. That duo is going to be good if they find their rhythm right, and so far they have. With one more sniper down for both of these teams, it's definitely doable for Kings to try and pick one more off, especially when they wait for the queue of Marvel. Champy, though, could be playing this right, gets rid of the trophy, and he's going to be playing his angles right.
Nice plant for boxes right here. That puts Marvel in a tough spot. Now you can basically back up and let him play into you. More than likely, he's going to know what direction he needs to look, but the big question is whether or not he can hit the shots. And if you're exclusive, I think your biggest thing is to just not peek, especially from that boxes area, because that's going to be exactly where he's expecting them to be. He looks through right there, can't quite connect. Flick looked like it was going to be clean, but now gives away his location. And exclusive should have all they need to be able to shut this one down. I don't quite know how the nade didn't connect, but he hits the first one. But I'm honestly shocked Veer even peeked right there. He hit the shot, that's all that matters. An exclusive take round one.
You know what's impressive with the post-fan setup of exclusive is that they were playing for Broken, and you know if you're going to be right there. If you see the bomb, okay, for Kings, Marvel thinks they're going to be by Broken for sure. One's going to be up top Bakery, 2F, but no one was there. They were close enough to hear that sound cue, and that is just really good situational awareness coming in from exclusive. And now we're going to be opening things up as we see exclusive just doing the same amount of plays that they did compared to a while ago, but a little bit less presence into that back alley.
Well, right now, we're in a bit of a stalemate. Bomb carrier has pushed up to that tank area, but nobody on either side wants to peek, and it's going to be up to the snipers to find an opening right here. Nade's going to go over top, but I believe a trophy going to shut that down, and once again, some information there for Kings as Marvel does get hit markered. Veer has been phenomenal so far, and Spy's going to be able to take down balance to open things up, and that's going to make the offensive push in that much more difficult.
That was a bad push. You cannot push like that if you are going to be the bomb carrier. You always need to have some sort of teammate with you, any kind of presence, but Marvel possibly to get that kill down, but no, it doesn't engage, backs away. That's going to be huge for them. And now, actually, the play number 2, that's Veer, also gets that kill off the Locust. That's going to be evening things out, and I'm surprised that Kings actually didn't know that the bomb was down in that area, and even though they had the advantage, not able to capitalize.
And there's a huge flank right here for Champy. He may be able to spot out Raid, who's right around that corner, and that's going to be the kill just like that, all down to the 2 remaining players for Kings. Bomb's going to go down here for Creed. Marvel might be in a spot to take him out. He does exactly that. Neil's going to drop, and now a 2v2 with an opportunity for Kings to even things up. Marvel, that is not a shot you see him miss very often, but there are not going to be any additional peaks right there. Champy holding down the backside, and they're going to force the close range engagement. Fortunately for Grizz, that's exactly where he wants to be. Marvel making the wrap through Graveyard right there, and that's the opener all down to Creed right here. But if you're Kings, you've got to commit and make a move soon. Grizz going to push on in. One kill goes through. Opportunity at the 1v2, trying to waste time. Can't connect right there and does not play time well enough. Beautifully played by the Kings to tie things up.
Grizz just played it so well. He waited for Marvel to go and for the wraparound, and fortunately for them, they didn't lose into that 1v2. I like that post-plant setup coming in from Exclusive, but knowing very well that you know that Granny's is going to be wide open. They were both looking into tractors, where you should have had one person look into Granny's, one person into tractors, and you have all of your lanes covered. Again, it's just those little mistakes that definitely will make a difference. And speaking of, Marvel gets that first pick, balances out.
I mean, Marvel and Veer are just having a straight snipe off right now. 6 for Marvel, 5 for Veer. And Creed and Grizz gonna find 2 themselves, but doesn't realize Raid's right behind the bomb right there. And that moves us once again into a 2v2 as Grizz gonna back all the way up. Not wanting to overextend. Exclusive, very, very split right now. You still got Veer alive. I believe double sniper setup, which in the right position could pay off or could be incredibly punishing. Wrapping back and gonna be able to pick up a CBR there as well. It's a little bit more versatility to work with. Not gonna find anybody on Delhi. Kings very content to leave the A bomb alone, give up the plant, and see how they feel on the retake.
Kings now. Exclusive knows where they are because Veer was able to spot Raid crossing off into blue. Now it's time to move. So far, Neil's going to be the flank watch, but unfortunately for him, no one's going to be right there. So it's all going to be Veer all by himself. That nade should give that information, and Veer does get a bit of damage. He needs to step it up. And Grizz in a really good spot to possibly get this 2v1. And Neil needs to be able to stay with Veer because he's all alone. What? Doesn't need him. Doesn't need him. Veer still gets it, plays the headies to perfection. And now Exclusive still up.
I think they pushed him assuming that he only had a sniper and that he just whipped out the CBR and obliterated them. But that was just so uncalculated out of Kings. They just like, oh, if 2 of us run at him, they won't be able to get us. And then it backfired in a big way. Inferno not able to connect right there. He's still looking for his first kill of this game. Uncharacteristic for him for sure. And Veer leading the way with 7 on the board right now for this Exclusive squad. Defensive setup looks solid for Kings once again, but a lot of these first picks have gone Exclusive's way. And right now, Grizz in a dangerous spot with Creed holding down that back alley angle.
Definitely, but Marvel's going to be right there for the trade. Just in case, and speaking of Marvel, spots him. What a cheeky spot. That's going to be huge for him. And so far, he's been a phenomenal sniper for the team of Kings. And like what you mentioned, Inferno having a tough time. We're already at round number 3 and still no kills to his name. And Neil is able to get one sniper off that team. So far, so good. And Veer gets one piece of his own. And it really seems like with Inferno just lagging behind is just putting a bit of a dent into the gameplay of Kings.
Right there, Balance gets the information that there's players back in blue as well. So that allows Veer to just hold that angle and wait, and he shuts down Spy as well. This Exclusive squad has been absolutely clinical here. Such good patience. So many first bloods for them, and Kings have not had a response.
We need to see Inferno step it up. 0 kills to your name, and you can't just rely on Marvel to get those picks down. And so far, being in the back alley, you probably need to find the way to win those gunfights. And now so far, an aggressive push coming in from Kings, trying to go in, infiltrate into Granny. And not just that, bomb's gonna be going down, and that is the pace change that Kings needed.
Well, I would say their aggression has always been one of their strongest attributes. It pays off right there. Completely caught Exclusive off guard, caught me off guard as well, because I can't remember the last time I saw a defensive push through mid on standoff. But if it works, it works. And right now, Creed's going to be in a rough spot as he's in a 1v4. Inferno was able to get that first kill on the board as well, making the switch over to the FFAR. And Creed trying to see if he can make a little magic of his own as he's working on a 1v4.
Getting that information, he still needs to get the bomb, but player number 2 from Kings, that's Raid, will get the sound cue for sure. They have a lot of the lanes covered, and so far, even if Creed actually retrieves the bomb, like where are you going to exit out? Are you going to go back alley? You got player number 3 there, you got Grizz. You're going to be going through Statue, and you're going to be greeted by Marvel. And so far, I'm liking the positioning right now for King. So the only way that Creed can possibly clutch this round is if he can have that presence of mind and pick off that one person near the bomb. And looks like he does want to go in for Grizz. Oh, he gets that information. but it's only going to be tagged up and Grizz goes away with his life.
And right now you still got Raid inside courtyard, so he's waiting on that audio cue. Bomb gets picked up and Creed, he's got no time. He's waited too long. You made this as easy as it can possibly be for those 3 remaining Kings players. You got players on both bomb sites, and even if you get the bomb down, I don't think there's time to get the bomb down. He finds the kill right there, looking to make a push through Graveyard toward B, but they read it like a book, and that's an easy cleanup there for Kings.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He took too long when it comes to pushing, and even though he was able to tag up Grizz, able to get that kill off of Marvel, it's just not enough for him to plant the bomb. Very good way for Kings to be aggressive and then suddenly push back and be passive and just go to us. And now looking like it's going to be the same case here in back alley, though. It's going to be Veer going up against 2 players. What can you do? Especially with Creed going down as well. Marvel gets the kill.
Ooh, Champy gets pushed up. Inferno, here's the audio cue. Does not want to peek that one, so he's going to be forced back. Veer might have an angle peeking through that tiny slice. Not going to be able to spot anybody there. I believe Grizz behind the refrigerator for right now. Balance going to look to peek off the info check from Veer. Champy still pushed up, and Balance going to be able to take down Grizz. Inferno, hit markers right there. And once again, the defense not looking super solid for Kings.
Huge gunfight being won on the back end. And now speaking of, Spy is going to be in a really big pickle as Champy goes in there for the slide, but unfortunately, Raid is going to be right there for them. And even though that Exclusive had the numbers, the fast push of Raid going in there for the backup is huge for them. Balance gets 1, but does get traded out.
For Spy, wait for your teammate. If you peek that together, you don't have to give up a life. But because you do, you go 1 for 1, and now you're in a 2v2 again. That Exclusive had looked so good in so far. Fortunately for Kings, Marvel's going to find the pick onto Veer, and that's been your biggest issue thus far. Neil, push way up into blue and might be able to catch somebody off guard if he makes this right read, but both players on the inside, and they, once again, are waiting for him to pick up the bomb.
He's going to be really careful here. And so far, Kings, God, fortunately, Marvel's going to be right there. And Neil was in a good spot. I feel like that's the best you can do, get that information. You did have a little bit of time, but unfortunately, Kings just played back their angles so well. And obviously, they knew where the bomb was. So far, we're going to be even things out, and we did see Inferno struggle in the beginning, but he did finally get that one. And Exclusive pushing back into not knowing that aggression, not knowing how to play against it is definitely going to be their weak point right now.
I'm expecting a fast A push with an instant plant every single time for Kings. Grizz getting pushed up with that KRM. Used to be known as the Shotgun King. We haven't seen as many shotguns in COD Mobile Competitive recently, and that's part of the reason why. Very punishing if you do miss your shots. Fortunately for him, his teammates are there to find the trades, and right now Veer will be left all alone. And with the bomb down and only 20 seconds to work with, doesn't seem like a super doable one. Kings most definitely starting to build some momentum right here as he does not convert. Kill number 10 on the board, but a few straight rounds going in for Kings.
Kings finally changing their pace, and now we get to see Exclusive playing that pace, and you do not want to have that. Exclusive was being passive into their attacking round, and Kings couldn't find a way to play it. And now, you know what? After that win in that defensive round, it was just Kings over and over again, and now they're going to be playing back just a tiny bit. And Exclusive, that's going to be huge for them as well. They're going to be passive, and this is the first passive round of Kings right now, and the attack obviously a while ago was going to be a little bit more aggressive, but let's see how they play into a slower game.
Definitely not what I expected out of Kings. Neil had a beautiful angle. I don't know how he didn't connect on to Inferno right there, but could have been a big first blood. Both teams searching for their first. Creed just info checking the exit of Granny's right there. Kings gonna sit back as long as they possibly can and hope that their snipes can find an opening kill, and what do you know? Marvel does exactly that on Veer.
I mean, it's always Veer versus Marvel, and so far you get to see that Marvel is getting the best of Veer so far in this attacking round of theirs. Champion a really good spot, and Inferno is gonna be slightly seen, just a tiny bit if he moves, but he's gonna have a lot of patience right there. Is able to get rid of Creed, and Neil gets a pick of his own in the back of the map. So far, still doable. Speaking of, Neil, get one. 4-3 is going to be your scoreline. 45 seconds left on the clock, and so far, Kings need to find a way to push it right now. Has to worry about just one player balance, not able to get that one kill, and everyone else from Exclusive, that's Champion, Neil, need to find a way to pinch this.
They look so good on the offensive side, but Exclusive just losing steam fast. A lot of the shots that it seemed like they were hitting the first time around have not been connecting here. Champion with an opportunity to make some noise. Does he read? He does. Inferno's going to get shut down right there. Grizz on the opposite side of the wall. It's a 1v1, and Grizz going to wrap back. There's time to work with right here. And Champy might be able to get the gun. He beams him off the heady. And that is what feels like a must-win round for Exclusive as they tie things back up.
One thing that you may not notice, and the reason why Exclusive actually helped win this round, is Neil had such a good grenade going into it. Did not get the kill, no, but enough for everyone else in Kings to move away and allow Champy to get those gunfights down. And that is beautiful situational awareness coming in from this man. And even though he's struggling when it comes to the kills, that nade helped them out, especially when it comes to evening things out.
Very surprised that we have not seen another aggressive A push. Obviously, that's what Exclusive are going to be expecting, but it's what worked for Kings the first time around, and they've not looked nearly as dominant. Fortunately for Inferno, he reads that right onto Champion. With that first player down, should make things a little bit more manageable, but Grizz out of the equation. Hasn't really looked like himself, especially for what we come to expect out of him on a standoff map. And right now, team's back into a stalemate as Marvel looking for another pick to open things up here on the A site.
Neil, though, look at that. He's in a really good spot to go in there for that flank. If possible to get Veer and Raid, rather. Speaking of, King Spy goes down. Neil goes big and gets Raid. And that is the flank of the game. Bomb is down. Not just that play number 5, that's Balance. Almost getting it, but Marvel still gets him. Neil, possibility to get that kill. No, not able to go in there for the follow-up. And Veer and Creed gets a piece of their own. And a huge flank coming in from Neil. He is going big the last 2 rounds.
I know he didn't win the round, but I need Marvel's POV of that gunfight because what in the world was that? Exclusive still have the momentum right now as they've gotten multiple consecutive rounds. It has been a game of streaks as both teams... Whoa, Grizz getting full sent up into A, and Balance was not ready for it at all. The utility just a little bit too much for him, and Neil a pre-fire with the L-car, gonna find a couple, but Exclusive still get the better of the trades on that engagement. They will be down a man here heading in to the end of the round, and right now Veer, a big task, scope in hand, trying to pick off Marvel, who has been so lethal so far.
Now you have a flank wash if your Kings. Inferno's gonna be that. And that leaves A a little bit open. If we do get to see Exclusive push as a duo, they might be able to win that gunfight. But obviously, Veer having a sniper in hand needs to be able to pick up that SMG. Veer, though, gets that information. Inferno goes down. That's going to be huge. 2v2 situation. Veer doesn't go big. A Spy gets a double. All right, we're going to be even down. This is going to be a close one, buddy.
Oh, my gosh. I knew it was going to be a competitive series, but man, these guys have been going at it since second one on the hard point. Right now, Spy picking up the bomb is once again, we see a slightly different look out of Kings, a little bit further pushed up toward gas station area. It looks like a lot of real estate given up by Exclusive. No lives given up though, and at the end of the day, that's what's been working for them here on the defensive side. Spy is going to be able to clear out one of the trophies, but gives away information. Grizz, timing doesn't go his way, but can't find Champy. And right now, Exclusive finding 2 of those opening kills. Grizz doesn't read that one right as well, and Kings falling apart at the seams. Now all down to Marvel. He's going to find one, but he's working on a 1v5 here. And with the bomb down in a nasty spot inside courtyard, he's got a monstrous task ahead.
How did Marvel not see Balance? He literally crossed right in front of him. He's probably scoped into that alpha site. Speaking of Balance, takes him out, and oh my goodness, if y'all were able to see that minimap, and Balance was literally going in through Granny's in the back end, he just went in there scot-free, no bouncers whatsoever, and now Exclusive already at match point. Let's see what's gonna happen here, because so far they have adjusted so well in the defense.
Well, right now, Marvel has just got to be yelling, "Help me! 17 kills on the board, but the full send into A. And Kings, it worked so well the first time. Why have we not been doing this every single time until they find a way to counter it? They get the opportunity to push into that bomb site, and it looks like Spy going to be able to get the bomb down quickly. Is into the 3v3, but no type of flank control right here for Exclusive. That means at least one player should be able to get back to that bomb site, but Champy reads that perfectly.
Wow.
Marvel shuts him down, but Neil is there for the trade. Marvel doing everything he can to keep his team in it, but Neil shut down, and now it's all down to Veer. Spy making his way back. Veer trying to identify those last two players. He's got to clear them out quickly, and he had the opportunity, but that information should be all Kings need to win this one and send it to OT.
There you go, OT we go, as Spy is able to bring his team into overtime. And Exclusive, I mean, honestly, that was Exclusive round to win, but Marvel just gets those shots. We saw Champy go into the back end, that flank that you were mentioning that Exclusive was lacking. He tried to be that. But now Kings is slowly adapting into that flank watch, and they've just been so formidable when it comes to that aggressive side. But three players go down as Veer is on a rampage.
And they tried that same mid push on defense. That'll work one time maybe if you've been doing something else the entire game, but trying to throw that look in there a second time is just so risky, and it does not pay off for Kings. They allow the bomb down, and they're now down a man as well. And Grizz has a shotgun in hand, so almost no versatility for him unless he can pick something up. He is going to be able to make his way up to tank, but the big task ahead for Marvel to try to find a pick right here. Grizz able to get a CBR in hand, takes down Veer. Creed in a nasty spot, and the nades might be able to connect, but Grizz pushing in, could be lethal, gets one, trying to find the second right here. He's just running in circles, trying not to be found, but Kings are the ones that find the round, and now one more for them to lock in the win and take the 2-0 lead.
We're going into another lead change here, ladies and gents, and now Kings are going to be into that match point. So far, they played their numbers right. They played that shotgun to perfection, and that just allowed Creed to just dominate into that A side, especially holding your angles close. And even though Neil was just so good at that round and he was heating up, definitely, it's just so hard. Marvel goes down. I mean, Marvel takes out balance, rather. And that is going to be huge for them, but surprising that Kings don't actually go there aggressively. They're still playing that passive play that Exclusive knows how to play well.
That is a 20 bomb on the board for Marvel. Nobody on his squad in double digits is single-handedly carrying them through this map right now. And Kings on the offense, looking to make something happen. Exclusive definitely seem to be the more comfortable team on defense. But Spy getting pushed up a little bit right here. Some of the utility starts to go out. Creed not in a position to be affected by it. And he's trying to hold down that long angle with an AR as long as he can. But Grizz around the corner, shotgun in hand, just can't seem to connect for the one-taps. But the bomb goes down right here, and now only 3 players alive for the retake. It looks like Kings have set themselves up for success with an opportunity to close this one out.
Inferno, big kills for him. Spots another player, and that's going to be chump for him as he feeds it. But unfortunately for him, Champy spots him. 26 seconds left on the clock, and you still have to worry about other players there. And unfortunately, Grizz able to get rid of him. And that's going to be huge kills for them. 1v3, and Grizz able to sustain, and he's been huge the past few rounds here on the attack. Whew, that was a close call coming in from Kings, but we knew it was going to be close. But unfortunately, Exclusive just could not deal with the aggression of Kings.
It's the difference between a good team and a great team. Good teams put themselves in position to win. Great teams execute when it matters most, and that is what Kings did right there. Getting into overtime, they take care of business. But absolutely no question, we are 2 maps in, and that is by far the best match that we have seen so far in Europe. Map 3, hopefully going to be a banger as well.
Wow, look at the score line. Marvel in it. 21 kills for him, speaking of. Veer, on the other hand, tried to go head-to-head, but it was always Marvel winning those gunfights. And not just that, it was those quick scopes that you're not even supposed to win. That guy, unlike what word you like to say, the flow state, he was definitely there. He brought his team to a lot of the wins in these rounds. And I feel like for Grizz, he was the reason why they won a lot of those late rounds.
Yeah, no question about it. Just applying that pressure. He didn't really have his best game, but I think once he started to feel a little bit more confident, we do have different roles in COD Mobile as well, so restrictions on what weapons each player can use. You can't just use any weapon at any time. You have specific roles that these players are in right now. But I believe Grizz is an SMG as well. I believe we saw him using that on the Arsenal. So I'm a little bit intrigued why we saw him stick with the KRM so long, even when the shots weren't connecting. But regardless, they do come away with the win. He has a couple crucial rounds in that final, or a couple crucial kills in that final round, and Kings do take the 2-0 lead.
That was such a Garena thing to do, to be honest. Like, just holding the KRM pre-firing, oh my gosh. And that's why you need a shotgun sometimes, especially like what you mentioned. It's really those situations that, okay, if you had a CBR in hand, a lot of the time maybe you won't be able to win that gunfight, but knowing very well that you can shotgun someone so close by in such a crucial part of the game, that was a game-winning thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, everybody gave it their best, but
Yeah,
Marvel is the guy that you got to look at for that map. And I got to give him credit. There was like debate earlier this year, who's the top 10 COD Mobile snipers of all time. And I said, Marvel's probably in there, but I don't know. Marvel's in there. Marvel's in there. He's dropped multiple 20 bombs in multiple majors in COD Mobile with a sniper, and I don't think I've seen anybody else ever do that. So you got to give credit to him. He's not doing it against some pickup team either, doing it against Exclusive, who have played this so incredibly close all the way through, and you got to give him credit for that map.
And he performs on the highest level. I mean, when you're thinking about the best snipers, that's when people are consistent. And so far in this competition, from stage 3 and our first day, he's been really consistent, always having, 10 kills at the minimum. And now he has outdone himself with 21 to his name. And now let's see if Exclusive can try to go for a reverse sweep, because obviously you don't want to have that, and you don't want to give Shift that win. I'm betting for that. You know what? I'd rather go for a 3-1 than a 3-0 at this point.
Well, Balance getting aggressive in the mid map right here. Not going to be able to find Grizz, and he is sticking with the KRM, cooking off the start. Neil is going to be able to find one trade there as Exclusive, looking to take early control, but unfortunately for them, starting on the defensive side, going to be putting them in the rough spot to get things started here. Raid can't spot anyone through the smoke. Grizz trying to peek through. Veer, you do not want to take that gunfight with an Elcar in hand. He gets shut down, but it has been non-stop contest and bloodbath here over on the B side.
And speaking of Marvel, he's going to be getting a lot of essential kills, able to at least get rid of a little bit more of time there. But you do get to see Creed playing big, LK24 in hand, but not able to put that second tick of progress. And obviously Exclusive on the attack, gonna be in a really bad spot, especially knowing that defense might be a little bit easier for you. But Balance and Champy, again, going to be huge kills for them. And so far, we are seeing them kind of branch out. If B doesn't work out, you get to see a fast push into A, and then that's what I like to see. But what I need coming in from Exclusive is that kitchen control.
Right now, Neil getting into that cheeky little spot. Got to trust his teammates to win these gunfights, and Creed does that on the top side. Gets traded out, information's relayed. Neil wins a big one, but gets traded out himself. Now Balance looking to push up, see if he can apply some spawn trap pressure, but read out by Raid. Right now, it feels like Kings are looking for him to get going. Has not had as big of an impact as he had in the previous matches. They've got the lead in the series regardless, but definitely looking for him to heat up. It looks like the B capture going through for Exclusive. But as we've seen on every single raid control in this season of Call of Duty Mobile, the much tougher task is capturing A. They are going to need to win some of these crucial gunfights up at top laundry to have a chance at doing that.
Marvel lost an essential gunfight, and that just allows 3 players coming in from Exclusive to go in there for the spawn trap. No, 4 players. That's going to be huge for them as they turn things around here on this attacking round. Champy goes big with 2, and that just deals so much of damage already. And we do get to see that the Kings able to win that gunfight. So even though that spawn trap was in order, Exclusive not able to win a lot of the gunfights there. Didn't really hold it for too long, but they are smoked out.
But it allows the player to get on the objective, and they only need a couple more seconds. They're stacking it right here. I don't know if Kings are in position to find the trades, and they win it. I don't know if we've seen a round 1 on objective play so far in EU, but they get it right there, and that's huge. And they do it with Veer not getting a single kill.
No way. Oh my God.
3 operators charged up and ready to go. And that puts Exclusive at a huge advantage heading into round 2.
You always need to rely on those two players, Champion, Balance, to just win those gunfights. And that early rotation, what is happening right there? We're going to forget about that. Now Balance, speaking of, gets that kill down. And let's see what the early setup's going to be like. Kings, and they just playing around the room. I can't believe I'm actually seeing this here in competitive. Grizz slides out, but they're still in a boxing ring in Creed. What a fitting name to win that boxing fight.
True. Guys, you have guns. Use the guns. The guns are powerful. Marvel picks up a couple right there, but he gets traded out by Veer. Finally starting to get going a little bit for his squad. Neil on the objective, just trying to be as pesky as possible. And what a shot out of the Annihilator right there. Going to follow up for a second.
Oh, wow.
And this is a strong start here on the defensive side as well for Exclusive. Balance pushed up, Purifier in hand. It does gonna get, wait. No, I thought he was going to get the burn damage onto Grizz, but he's not. And not a whole lot of upside out of that Purifier, but still Sparrow in hand for Veer. The fact that he's already got it with only 3 kills on the board, he is trying to stack up a few more. Spy's trying to sniff him out, but I don't think he realized there's 2 players around the corner, but he wins them both anyway.
Veer able to get that Sparrow kill, and so far 13 and 17, still doable, but 23 seconds up on the clock and just 1 tick of progress in one side. That's going to be huge for Kings if they're able to sustain it right, and Marvel gets that pick down. You need to find that presence, but obviously Alpha's going to be a hard hill to get, but they win their gunfights anyway. 11 seconds is going to be stopped in the clock, and the second tick of progress is there. And for Exclusive, they're going to be giving it away. They're just going to be going in for that Bravo defense instead.
Right now, 4 operators for Kings. If they decide to invest, if they need to invest is the bigger question. And honestly, they open things up. I'm shocked that we see Exclusive give up A for free. Typically the tougher zone to capture. Now they've got to get a nice setup here and see how many of these Kings players they can cut off, but they have no idea that Balance is on the flank. And he should be able to get at least 1 as well as some information, if not more. And right now, he's applying that pinch. Inferno does get taken down, and they are in a nasty spot, as right now, Exclusive look to set up the spawn trap.
Balance gets taken out, though. Huge kills from Spy. Marvel as well. Veer able to get that 1 more kill, 9-11. Marvel, again, doing a phenomenal job at being that long-range engagement, winning those a lot of the time, and now we do get to see gallery control instead from Kings, knowing very well that top laundry is going to be not a good spot for you. Spy, though, hunter-killer drone in hand, gets 1, Balance goes down.
Well, now it's 9v9, but there is no time for Kings. They've got to win every one of these gunfights, and they lose the first one. Veer slides the corner. He makes the second one happen there as well. Spy drops. This is the last wave, and most of the players are gone. Raid is the only player there to get some contest time, only 3 seconds, and I don't think Kings are going to be able to get there in time. A lot invested on that one, but it pays off for Exclusive. And I think a Pred missile earned at the end of that one as well. Kings do end up saving the operators. You got to think, could it have been worth it to invest a little and give themselves a chance there on the offensive side?
And that was one thing that was really surprising coming in from Exclusive, is the fact that they left A open, but it really just proved that it paid off at the end, as their setup in Bravo was just too strong for Kings to obliterate. And now Champy goes in there for that kill, and also Veer with a really big Pred. He gives that information, vital information for them as they're trying to get into this next offensive side. And you already saw how much they did so well into that first round. Second tick of progress already coming for Exclusive as Champy tries to go for the spawn trap all on his own, but unfortunately not able to get it.
Champy got hit with a whole lot of flashbangs right there. That did not look like an enjoyable experience. And wow, that is about as free of a B capture as you're gonna find. Hunter Killer lands onto Inferno as well, and it's Exclusive with the life advantage on offense once again. A nice little setup right here as multiple players gonna be able to make their way up toward top laundry, and Champy, or rather Creed, in a spot to take down 1. Inferno does drop Neil, but Raid lurking in kitchen, gonna be able to take down another, and that clears out the majority of that wave. Marvel doesn't spot the player hopping up, and right now it looks like Kings in a solid position to defend, but Neil does not read the 1 player in basketball court, and they're once again sent back to 0.
Now Kings have the life advantage. Oh, just as I said that, Veer and Balance get one. That's going to be huge. Able to get rid of that flank instead. Also that spawn trap rather, but you do get to see player number 5 just pushed out right there in bedroom, King Spy. 17 to his name, and so far he's doing an amazing job at stopping the push every single time, but he can't do that all alone, and he's doing a phenomenal job at stopping that even with the CBR4 in hand, doing long-range engagements, but then you usually get to see the PP19 Bison with him.
Well, we talked about how Veer had 0 kills in the first round. He just popped an EMP system. He has been cooking since round 1 and is putting Exclusive in a place where they might be able to make something happen, but a nasty spot for Spy does get traded out. Beautiful quick scope out of Veer, and now the push along that pool side does start to come through. Creed pops the claw, and they're looking to shut things down into 3-0. He slides the corner and might be able to apply that one-man spawn trap. Can't connect onto Inferno, but players on the objective right now for Exclusive, and they're looking to win another one here based off these objective captures. Inferno gets shut down, and I don't know if anybody's going to be able to get there for Kings.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be a huge gunfight being won right now. Player number 2, look at it. He goes down. That's going to be Spy yet again, going big into the engagement here in basketball. Balance going to be right there. 6 and 3. Still doable for Kings, but they don't have anything to play with. They still get those kills down, but we do see Inferno with a claw invested, but lost a 1v5 and just half more, and it's just over. What a great display from Spy trying to get those kills down. He's still able to get those kills. Oh my gosh. I thought he was gonna do it, man. That was too close for comfort, but unfortunately for him, he slides out just by a pixel. Dude, what a game. A 3-0. Who would have known? But honestly, for me, man, also production, if you're listening, obviously you are. Make a Creed meme with the boxing gloves going around there in kitchen. It's perfect. It's actually, the timing is just amazing.
Well, the streak is finally broken. We have a game 4. Thank you, Exclusive, for making it happen. Whew, that was more dominant than I expected. Based off what we saw there, I'm assuming that was an Exclusive map pick because they looked incredibly strong up against a team that we widely considered the #1 team in the region. And to be honest, they did it with the objective. You look at the kills, and it was pretty much neck and neck all the way through. Only person really popping off was Veer, who we saw getting that EMP system, but Spy led the way 25 and 14, just not quite enough from the rest of the squad. And it was even starting on the offensive side that Exclusive found the win, which makes it that much more impressive given the 3-0.
It was a back and forth, man. I mean, at one point you thought Kings were able to finally adapt into the play of Exclusive, but no, they just knew how to stop the push. They knew when to slow things down. And when you thought that they were going to be at a certain spot, and when they actually left that alpha site for Kings to get, they just held down a huge fort, a huge wall that the Kings could just not overcome. And now for Exclusive, that's got to feel good. That confidence is booming. And like what we mentioned already in that S&D, when Neil was able to finally get his footing, get that rhythm into that last few rounds, and even though they lost that S&D, I feel like that was still essential for him to get that confidence and be MVP. You don't get to see Neil MVP a lot.
Yeah, no question about it. He definitely stepped things up. I think in that one we saw Kings kind of struggle to make some of those adjustments. We looked at the end of round 2 and they were tied in lives and making a pretty solid push over toward Statue, but we didn't see any investment out of them. They had 4 operators in their pockets that they left sitting there, and it felt like once they lost that one, the hope started to slip away. Unfortunately for Exclusive, we're heading into takeoff hardpoint, and that is the Zim special.
Yep.
And Zim is the coach of Kings. So this is a monstrous task ahead for this Exclusive squad, but Neil winning a couple of those big gunfights early on. Inferno set up with the FFAR is going to find 2 off the start, but it will be Exclusive making their way in the hardpoint early.
The last time that we saw Exclusive play this was against Mon, and Veer was the one that spearheaded his way through victory. 35 kills to his name with the LK24. On the other hand, though, Kings as well did an amazing job at takeoff, where we saw Marvel absolutely pop off with 37, and so far both of these guys are pretty hot right now.
Wow, crucial gunfights coming through right here. Creed in an unusual spot for a main AR, but He's going to be in position to find a couple of those kills. Marvel's still looking to get going. He's going to have to be big on the high ground to give Kings a shot in this one, and they finally make their way on. It's about time to move on over to P2, and this is where the setup starts for the rest of the game. It is going to be Veer finding the big one onto Marvel there as well, and Neil able to get inside the hard point, uncontested right here. The AR is playing a huge role early on.
Kings gets Special Forces base, and that is going to be a spawn that is more favored, but just as I said that, they left it wide open. That actually just gives Exclusive free reign to go and enter the site. They are going to be spawning off right there. But player number 4, that's going to be from Kings. Inferno might be able to deal some damage and flip those spawns down. Well, we do get to see an essential gunfight being won by Grizz. He's going to be right by that entrance, and so far, they actually don't want that Special Forces base.
Well, full clears for both teams here on P2, and we're not even halfway done with the hard point. Right now, it is going to be Exclusive spawning across the map, and it's going to be one player Raid in position to play spoiler, but he gets sniffed out by Champy. That's going to be a crucial kill. Balance finds another. They want to continue to spawn on this side, as it looks like 3 players have already set up over on P3. Maybe a tad bit of an early setup right here, as this is going to allow Kings to get pushed all the way across the map, and it's still 5 seconds before the new hardpoint pops. Champy just looking to pick up scrap time right here. Balance finds another kill. Doesn't quite hear Grizz behind him. There he is. Grizz does get the better of it, and that's where it backfires. Kings already over here on P3, and the hard point haven't even popped yet.
I know, right? With Exclusive, went in there for too much of an early rotation, and that just gives Kings even more of a way. Very, very opened things up for Kings, and I feel like for Exclusive, bringing 2 people to try and contest that P2 was probably not the best way to go. I feel like that was questionable pushes coming in from Exclusive, and they needed to find a way to get that generator control, and so far Kings does have a solid hold. Right now we do get to see that it's just hard to see that they're just losing a lot of the gunfights going in, even though they set up early.
And the P3, P4 chain is where these takeoff hardpoint maps are won. You got Raid on the outside just playing that lurking Slayer role. Creed trying to sniff him out, does manage to take him down right there, but that is pretty close to a full 60 for Kings despite the early rotation that we saw for Exclusive. Creed's gonna go ahead, pop the operator right here, claw in hand, needs to find those 3, and he does. I don't know how, but he's now in position to lock in some big time, and he's got a pred to drop onto Marvel as well. Nice early setup right here for Exclusive, and should be able to cut off those rotations, but Inferno cutting through the mid-map might be able to cause some trouble.
Heroics coming in from Creed, gets a 5-piece to secure this P4. That's going to be huge, and how are they able to capitalize? And he's still alive. The only person left in the hill right now, and everyone else needs to play and catch up and also win the gunfights around him. We do get to see Inferno finally getting rid of Creed.
Creed, an EMP system for him there. We have seen some big streaks out of these players, and Kings still find a way to break back in. Marvel playing that AR role, cutting off the rotations. Raid's not ready for the full push out of Exclusive though. And once again, it has been so back and forth. It has really, the difference has been that P3. Outside of that, it has been a very tight game, and Neil needs to find a little more value out of this Annihilator. Not going to see anything right there, and it is all Kings in the feed now as they look to set up toward P1.
There you go, that's going to be Spy on that 18 already. Creed is going to be close by, just needs 1 more to go. And another big gunfight being won by Creed, and also Champion almost gets it, but no. Raid able to win that gunfight. It's still yellow on P1. This is going to be a contest hill, and so far, Exclusive was able to get majority of the points in that first half, and as we go in there, Veer goes in for that Sparrow kill. Tries to check into Lounge, doesn't get information, no one's going to be there. And so far, they're doing so good here in P1.
And I know a lot of these gunfights look like, this guy was right in front of him, how didn't he see him? The flashbangs in-game show a lot brighter than they do in the spectator client. So a lot of the times when there's people walking right in front of them, they're just completely blind and they can't see anything. The spectators just want to make sure that we can actually see what's happening from that POV. It is going to be Kings locking in some of this scrap time here on P3, and I think a little bit of body shooting out of Marvel, especially in the middle of an intense map. A little bit surprised to see, but it seems they feel confident in their ability to close this one out, and Creed has been an absolute monster so far for Exclusive. 21 kills on the board. He has not had much counter. And right now, Exclusive winning the chunk of those gunfights to set up to P2.
A while ago, we saw 2 squad wipes here, and Kings got the better of it. And now they do get the more favorable spawn. Speaking of, big gunfights being won by Grizz and Raid. Neiled, on the other hand, gets an essential kill, but not able to sustain. And even though that the Kings were stunned out, they're still winning a lot of these gunfights, but they're low when it comes to that health. And Grizz able to get rid of a lot of these players, Purifier in hand. That's going to be huge for him. And that operator is going to be the reason why they still have such a solid hold. And so far, Kings 140 and 123. That's not going to be a huge lead, and it's such a back and forth here.
Big investment right here for Spy, but he gets shut down by the War Machine in the hands of Champy. That's going to be another full clear for Exclusive right here, as they have looked incredible on this next rotation. It is going to be an early setup for Kings, and that's a huge kill for Marvel. Making sure that top side is locked down, nobody anywhere close, and Raid continues to lurk, trying to find these kills from that long spawn angle. He's going to find another, and we've seen so many of these crucial feeds that have set up big holds for Exclusive. Neil doesn't read that right, but Balance is there for the trade. Not going to be a full break, though, as Spy is there for the trade on the other side.
Here's going to be right there, though. Another player. Not quite sure who that's going to be, but they're going to be right on top of one another, and unfortunately not able to break the hill. And so far, Marvel outside of the point, just able to break that rotation from Exclusive, going into P3 every single time, is the reason why they're just leading by so many points. And this is the money hill that you want to get. And something about Exclusive is that why don't you early rotate into P3 or just find that better timing? They did too early, though. Too early, unfortunately, and now they're just struggling to play that catch-up.
Right now, they have not found, they've found maybe 10% of the kills here on P3. Absolutely torched Creed, trying to set his team up for success, trying to relay that information, find the cutoff kills. But right now, it is the early setup for Kings once again, and maybe the experience starting to show itself a little bit, as it's going to be Exclusive. Split spawn right here. Shut down on the backside. Veer, the only player in position to try to take out some of these Kings players, and the Annihilator not going to find contact. And it looks like Neil's going to be able to break in for the time being. Nice little double kill, and at least setting up for a chance to close this gap.
And now we get to see the operator usage from Exclusive rather is going to be huge, because you saw Neil with the Annihilator, you saw Creed just absolutely solo holding that P4, and Exclusive is good when it comes to the break here in this hill, and looks like their only weakness really is that P3. And if they're able to kind of just stop the push from Kings and able to bring it into that P3 again, they need to find a way to time it right. So far, still being heavily contested. Veer spams that Kilo 141, gets those kills down.
That's going to be crucial once again. They have not given a single second back to Kings since that initial break that they found. And they look super solid on points 1 and 2, at least on the last rotation. So we'll see what they can do. Veer looking to set up, but once again, a massive feed goes through for Kings. And still Raid on the high ground that you have got to deal with if you're Exclusive, trying to lock in time here on P1.
Scaffolding being won by Champy. No, unfortunately, it's still going to be Raid time and time again. And that just allows him to go in more for that high ground control, which you definitely need. And that presence of mind, that's going to be huge for him. Able to get one more, no, 3. He's on a 5 combo right now. Someone stop this guy. And that's the reason why Kings are just having such a tremendous time here in P1. But finally, we do get to see big kills coming in from Neil and Creed. Speaking of, able to contest the point, but it's Neil versus Spy.
Definitely an unorthodox position to put the AR, but at this point, when you're frying the way that Creed is, you got to play anywhere that can give your team a chance at winning. Inferno, big kill on the inside of the hard point. He's chasing Ghost right now. That's going to allow Exclusive to break in, at least for the time being, pick up some scrap time, and right now Creed needed to win that gunfight against Grizz top P2. It's a big blue feed once again, and Neil, the one lurker that might be able to play spoiler as he looks to push up, but shut down by the War Machine in the hands of Spy, and that could be the final blow to seal the deal here for Kings.
Unless they're able to get rid of that, and Grizz so far in a really big pickle, goes into the regroup and balance in a really good spot, goes in for the flank, but Raid brings out the Spyro just in time. 236 and 185 and 46 seconds on the clock. And for Exclusive, they're just bringing out guns of their own, but unfortunately for them, they're just gonna be shut down. Just 10 more seconds for Kings to win it into this 3-1. And so far, Exclusive still hanging on by a thread.
And right now they need a monster of the comeback. Creed living up to his namesake right there. And they get players rotated up top as well, looking to set up spawns, balance, gotta win those kills on the back side. And Veer does not read that correctly, stays alive, but the trades are there for Exclusive once again. Staying in this balance, you know there's somebody rotated into the hard point, but there's 4 Kings players and only 1 balance to counter Creed. You gotta push in, only 2 seconds, but he hops off the top side, and Exclusive come up short. Phenomenal performance out of them, but just not quite enough gas to be able to take down the Kings.
It's that lack of P3 rotation. It's like they couldn't find the right balance to either rotate on time, or they rotate too early or too late. And not just that, that rotational balance that they didn't have, where Marvel always won those engagements to stop the push going into either P4 or P3. But Raid, yet again, true to his name, was able to just raid his way all through the different hard points. And he's the main slayer right now of King. And this new guy, 46 kills to his name with what, 58 seconds? And the last time that he played here in Takeoff, he also had a really good time with 33. So he's just staying super consistent here on the respawns.
All right. Well, we are looking at the highlights right here. Obviously, we said Raid needed to step up, and he did exactly that. 46 and 30, like you mentioned, and he played a huge role for them, just so pesky, keeping that Exclusive squad on their heels the entire time, second-guessing what position he's going to be in, so many cheeky angles. And he led the way for that Kings squad as they do take another match win and move to be the only undefeated team, at least at 2-0 this far.
I mean, that was a fantastic way to kick off game number 2. The S&D, anybody's game, all the way up into the end. Even the first hard point was incredibly close. That was a phenomenal performance. You got it right, Bobby. It was 3-1.
Oh, I did.
You did.
So Bobby gets a little win for himself there in the column of predictions. But there was so much that went on in that first match that we had to do a telestration. Yes. So we have Shift standing by at the telestrator to break down some plays for us.
Woohoo! I'm so excited about this. I cannot even begin to express to you guys at home. Now, this is going to feel weird because this is actually the one map that Kings lost, but I wanted to try to use this as an opportunity to explain to you guys on Control, on Raid in particular, how important the middle of the map is. This is right at the rip. Right as soon as we had a chance to watch these guys go toe-to-toe, the break-off for Exclusive is nearly perfect. They get a lot of focus over towards this mid-central point. They have good clearance around mid, the smokes embellish, and it makes life super, super difficult for Kings. But this is how you retake, friends. Keep your eyes on number 4. You've got number 4 in the bottom corner of the minimap taking a long route. That's Inferno. And not only has he put himself in a solid position to put himself into position to flank, but watch what he does to the spawns for this retake. As they start to see that this hit is going to continue to be a little bit more stressed, he's going to not just be in a position to get this flank, but look what it does to the overall spawns. It splits Exclusive completely out. And then once you start to get a realization that there's going to be an opportunity to clear mid-map, look at the route being hit to get around and to support this flank. This is beautiful retake from Kings in a break-off that was beautifully executed by Exclusive. The split spawn situation all of a sudden has 2 members spawning bottom side bedroom. They either need to make a decision to go to A or go back towards mid, and by the time that they do, it's already a little bit too late to actually support that first tick of progress. So that is beautiful control when it comes to how do you retake when you lose off the rip. It just unfortunately didn't really work out at the end. So, you know, things.
Either way, that was fantastic breakdown. Come join us over on the sofa one more time because this just keeps getting better. You comfortable?
I'm
Are you
so
ready?
happy right now.
You're happy right now. Wait until I tell you that we have an interview as well.
He's a happy camper. He's on the best seat in the house right now.
All right, we've got the coach of Kings ready to jump on and chat with us. Zeke, can you hear us?
Yeah. How you doing?
Oh, good. How are you? First of all, congrats. That was a phenomenal performance. Incredibly close back and forth with exclusive. But how are you guys feeling about your performance?
We feel okay. We're always striving for better and better. We want to beat every team the same way that we beat Zidium, but a victory is a victory nonetheless. 3 maps is 1 point, regardless of how you get it in a map 5, a map 4, or a map 3. So we'll take it. We'll try to improve and move on forward into the rest of the tournament.
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Confidence is key. Hey, Zim, Shift here with you. I got to ask the question about map 2, standoff. Obviously, it's not a normal map for the pool. When you guys are going through the veto process, did you have something up the sleeve saying we can pull some strategies from last year and maybe beat these guys on a map that they didn't expect?
Yeah, standoff not too long ago. It was only recently removed when the new map pool came out, but earlier in the year in our tournaments that we play community-wise, Mobile Mayhem, standoff was in the map pool, so we are practiced a bit on it. We do have some things. It wasn't too far left.
Fair enough. Love it. You guys looked good on it, so couldn't be mad about it.
Hi there. Looking really great, by the way. And you are probably one of those coaches that has been juggling multiple teams all throughout these years. And so far, you're just maintaining this kind of status of one of the best coaches. So far, what do you think is so great about Kings this year compared to any other team that you've coached so far?
I think the great thing about Kings is their willingness to look out of their region and try to learn from the other teams. Europe falls into a kind of stigma of having its own kind of meta that they don't break out of for a while, and the desire from the Kings players to look forward, look at the North American teams and watch the Greener teams and the Chinese teams and try to not be a European team, I think is what separates them from the rest of the group, and just the raw desire to learn. In addition to the talent, it's a combination. What is it they say? They say something about talent and working hard. You have to have a combination of the two to be successful. You have all the talent in the world, but you don't bust your behind, you're not going to be anything. So these guys are hustling every day.
Absolutely.
All right. Hey, Zim, big fan. Love the V-neck. I feel like chat might cook your V-neck, but I'm a big fan of it. So you guys look really good today. I do feel like the one thing that we have to point out is the control. I was very surprised by that. That's a map that obviously you're very familiar with, the team is very familiar with. What do you feel like was the biggest falling point on that and the biggest learning point that you can kind of take moving forward for that?
I think we had some composure issues. And again, this is a young team, so sometimes if you challenge them, they're still in that learning process of how to recover from a situation that doesn't go like how we kind of script it. Often we play Raid, and Raid happens to be our best control map by far. So this time around, exclusive, we profiled them as a really poor Raid control team, and they came out and they surprised us in some small instances. And, those are instances we haven't been familiar with because we just haven't been on the back foot very often, but definitely tip of the cap to them, and we have to get better from that.
All right. I mean, phenomenal answers. Can you come on here more, please? That was great.
Yeah.
I've casted with him before. He's really good.
All right, so we will definitely be seeing you again in the future, especially if Kings continues this just absolute domination style of play. But before we let you go, any shout outs you want to do?
Shout out to Mobile Mayhem, our community league. They put forward the European region. There's just not a lot going on. So without them, we wouldn't actually have a place to practice. So shout out to Mobile Mayhem. Also, shout out to the players on the team. They're working hard every single day. Shout out to the casters for, giving us the motivation and actually good coverage to go back and look on. Second opinions are always really, really helpful. And Shift, your breakdown of the control thing was exactly kind of how we like to look at it. So stop doing that. But
no, I won't do it. Where are you? There you are. Zim, I also need you to do me a favor. can you find some AA batteries and replace them in your smoke alarm? Because they're driving me crazy, and I'm not even there, brother. Come on.
I got you. But
man.
That's it. Thank you, guys.
All right, Sim. Well, thank you for jumping on and chatting with us. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Bye-bye.
All right. Hopefully, we will get to chat again with Zim in the future. That was awesome. I'm floored. That was easily the best interview ever.
Wow, that's high praise.
We're 2 for 2.
Honestly, okay. We are nailing it right now with the interviews. Everyone's killing it as we take a look back at the leaderboard. Like you were saying, Bobby, Kings now the first team at 2-0 at the top of our leaderboard. We'll see who is able to match them throughout the rest of our day today. But now the match number 1's in the books. It's time for us to send it to a short break so we can get everything ready for match number 2 on the day. And if you've forgotten, that's going to be between 117 and Mont. So it's going to be another exciting match. We'll have to wait and see what happens right after the short break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match number 1 in the books. Kings remain on top now at 2-0, the first team at 2-0 on our challenge season leaderboard. It's time to start talking about match number 2. This one, if you didn't hear before, is going to be between 117 and Mont. So, Bobby, let's talk about what we can expect. You're 1-for-1 today, so what do you think for this next match?
3-0. It's going to be a fast one. I want to believe in Mont. I really do. Obviously, we've talked in the past about the fact that they've looked solid in Search and Destroy, but not solid enough to win. I don't think that we've seen them win a ton of maps just in our entire coverage of them, and I think they've still got a lot of practice. So even with some of those recent pickups, it's tough to imagine a scenario where they take down 117.
Especially, 117's been doing super well so far for themselves. Where you're thinking about these open finals are now already kicking off the challenge. We'll talk about their roster shift. Who do you want to touch on?
Yeah, I think the thing about it from yesterday, Karma had a great opening series. I think Saturn's as well. Those are your two big kind of veteran, experienced leaders, and they provided every single moment that 117 was being tested by 31er. They made the exact right decision at the exact right time. And that's one of the things about this team that starts to check the boxes towards not just being a team that's going to make playoffs, but a team that could be a major threat when you get to playoffs a couple of days, couple of weeks down the road, because they're doing the right things. The one thing that I think, comparing what we saw yesterday from them to the other teams that we consider to be at the top of the region is some of the individual skill gap things, mechanical-based things, being able to just dominate your opponents off raw gun skill. I think overall, though, when it comes to how the team plays as a full 5-man squad, they're doing all the right things. Just comes down to, can they, individually step the ladder a little bit higher?
I love that. I love that. And this will be a good opportunity. This whole entire season is going to be a good opportunity for any team that's in that type of a situation to really work on those types of things. But then on the flip side of that, we have Mont. Let's talk about their roster a little bit here, Mommy.
Let's go. And this is a team, definitely like what Bobby already mentioned, pretty solid when it comes to those S&Ds. But what I am worried about is that there might be a one-trick pony because they always go to that Express map. And so far, it didn't work out for them the last time around up against Exclusive. But with the addition, especially of Etsy, and you already know that he came from T-Mobility and gave them a hard time in that Express S&D. So far, when it comes to the team chemistry, I think they're still trying to find their footing because we saw Zay absolutely smash it when it comes to the sniper, but the fact that you got another sniper in the form of Etsy, you're expecting them to have that double sniper setup, but you just didn't see that in that Express round. So I'm hoping that Zay is just going to let go of that CBR and pick up that sniper in those S&Ds.
Well, you're talking about Etsy. He's actually going to be playing this time around in place of Patron. So...
Oh.
That changes nothing.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Just throwing it out there so you have all the information and all of the facts when it comes to what we could potentially see out of this upcoming matchup. Obviously, we're going to be getting the picks and bans up here in a second, and we'll see if we'll get what you're talking about here, Mommy, when it comes to S&D map-wise. And
oh, it's different.
It's different.
That's good.
Well, they banned it, so...
Yeah, they banned it.
Good play for
117
because that's all you really got to do. You ban the Express Search and Destroy, you're pretty much good to go, not a care in the world. I'm really excited for the hardpoint because we got our 2 new hardpoint maps in Arsenal and Apocalypse. I don't think we're going to get to see Apocalypse, unfortunately. I would really like to, but like I said, probably looking at a 3-0.
All right, well, especially now with the S&D being changed up a little bit. Obviously, strategy. Good job, 117. I'm assuming that you both agree with Bobby as well?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty clear-cut call. I mean, it was revealing to see Exclusive completely counter what Mont wanted to do yesterday in Express, but you don't leave it up to chance. If you don't feel good about your Express, you know it's one of their better maps, just get it out of the way. You saw the wild card of Standoff also get re-added into the mix again for that possible map 5, but Meltdown is going to be one of those old school BO2 maps that everyone knows, everyone loves. There's going to be an opportunity to really flex some of those OG COD strats here, especially if they've done their homework, which I expect 117 definitely has.
All right, well, it's time for us to get into that match, so I'm just going to send you guys back on over there, continue this discussion. Match number 2, let's get it underway.
Let's
Here
do
we
it.
go. Hype train.
Chugga, 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 chugga.
Choo-choo.
Why are we doing this? I don't know.
I have no idea because we didn't see Express.
Ah, train jokes.
Train jokes. Thomas
She's
1,
got-
Caster 0.
She's got train jokes.
I guess
We're
that's
in
one
trouble.
thing that I'm kind of sad about is we're not going to see a train death anymore because 117 not found. Karma went down as one of the first player rather to get eliminated by that train, and I feel like that's the reason why they took it out of the map pool.
It's a world record that you don't want to be on, but down the road, everyone will look
There it
back
is.
on it and laugh at it. It's one of those things. But Arsenal starting things off, again, I think Bobby hits the point perfectly when it comes down to being worried about Mont being able to keep up. And I don't just mean as the individual gun skill comes through, but also how the team has to move around the map. So that's going to be one of those things that you kind of keep an eye out for. I will say, though, looking at players like Fahim and Jay yesterday, they played pretty well in the opening hard point. Although it was a loss, of course, to exclusive on takeoff, they did play pretty solid. So maybe an opportunity for them to kind of keep this train on moving. Zay gets the opening first blood, and there will be an opportunity here for Mont to at least contest this opening time.
There you go. Karma goes big, gets those kills off of the Holger, and that's going to be huge for them. And one thing that Karma has is that Holger control, and he knows how to anchor down a spot super well. But Daytel goes big, goes with that beautiful two-piece to give sides of life so far in the first few seconds of this control. Oh my gosh, wait. With Mon having so much control so far, it's really surprising that they're winning essential the first few gunfights.
Yeah, you Black Ops 4 fans will know how important that mid window is when it comes to the opening hard point. You win that, you have a chance not only to stay safe and contest the hill, but also on top of that, you have an opportunity to get a free rotation over towards New if you can keep that underhand the entire way through. So for now, Mont looking just as clean as you would ever want them to when it comes to kind of surprising us off the opening. 117 will mitigate the scrap time and now work on rotation, making their way around the back.
And this is what you need, that guerrilla control, the spawn that you will definitely favor more, but at the same time, you're going to be losing that battery control, which you definitely need for that high ground. And so far, Chase wins that essential gunfight in guerrilla. And now we do get to see Mont winning their rotational gunfights as well.
Fahim is putting himself in the perfect positions for an anchor AR. He's got himself on top of Jenny's, and now at that top tower position, he will read that this flip around the back is coming through. He's dealing with it perfectly. How about this for Mont? No, do not adjust your monitors. They are making 117 look like they're not found right now. Fahim still tested up top, gets the reload off. He's got plenty of help nearby. It just comes down to when do you drop down to contest. And well, 117 will get a couple of trades to allow them to stay in the hard point for now.
And it's still Mont all across the board. They're so fast when it comes to that retake, and they really did their homework. And so far, 117 not found. It was just 18 points, and the scrap points, not just that, the rotation going into P3 is going to be essential. Mont, on the other hand, even though, yes, we don't see it, we already see that they're going to be into that P3 control already.
Zay just making sure the exit will be contested. Hardpoint can open up the next 8 seconds. Hunter Killer Drone will go over the map to come around the back. You see Saturn's, keep your eye on number 2 in orange. He is all the way deep trying to lock down spawns. He's 1 HP at the moment. Karma working on the front, but this is all scattered. Gunfights all over the place. Zay operating into the Annihilator. Cleans up the back, or at least is attempting to. Can't quite find Saturn. Still behind him. Statue opens up, but it is going to be 117 with the better reads through mid. Then with that cleanup, that will also lock down spawns while still contesting the time.
117 unfound, really good switch up into Garden, and so far we saw Karma just alone there, and yeah, that's a really good pred by Zay. That's gonna be huge for him. Gets rid of 2, and that just allows them to go in there for that P3 control, but he has to worry about 3 more players trying to enter that hill all at the same time. We all just have 1 player there. That's gonna be Karma that will try to go in there for that defense.
And this is not bad overall for Mont. They will get rebroken again, but their contest time was pretty darn significant here in the first half of this hill, especially considering the fact that there was an ongoing battle for what felt like forever behind this hard point for spawns. So 66 plays 55 as we rotate over towards New, and already set up is the side of Mont. Lots of operators at the ready. Expect to see some getting pulled here as the setups start to come out.
Need to see some mid-winter control over here from Mont, because so far 117 not found has been doing a phenomenal job at holding this hill, but so far though, Mont still able to get this, and 117 not found is not there for that rotation. Very slow, surprisingly.
It's just one of those things that Mont is making it so difficult for them to get a read on where exactly the setup is. Fahim's just playing around with his food back here. Saves will eventually give up on the play, but he's not a part of this break attempt anymore. He gets completely bamboozled, and how about the hold from Mont? goodness gracious, looking unbelievably tidy. And Etsy's going to be able to, never mind. Never mind, avert your eyes. I was going to say he should be able to solidify the rest of this time, but the rest of his teammates are there to pick him up. 18 seconds of scrap time still to play for Says. Trying to get it done by himself. Off the reload, Says looking for 4. How about the Fury kill from Says? Scrap time broken. 117 still contesting for a small time.
Says is so good here in batteries, and he just keeps funneling, and even though he's by himself, winning a lot of these gunfights, flushing out the players from Mod, and now we are trying to go and set up for next. P5, let's see if they're able to control this well, as Saturn's right there in that P2 control, 2F control rather, that's going to be huge. Not able to sustain it in the last round that they played us up against Animus. But they still won that round so far. Trying to get a lot of these points down, and so far it's still Gorilla base that you need to control, and so far Mont is going to be right there.
Jason's doing a nice job. He's going to keep the spawns relatively proximal here for Mont. 117 is just bunkered up into the hard point, but the problem is they've got all the window control, and they're reading every single doorway push. Mont not quite able to get their break. You see all 4 members coming through the back door. Sparrow's out. This should be deadly from Caesar. Only gets 1 for now. The hit holds off just a touch, and it actually starts to connect back through Cafe, but Caesar does end up getting the Sparrow up, and that will be good enough for 117 to hold on, with the Purifier making sure of that. So we'll have about a tie game here as we rotate back over towards P1 in the next couple of seconds, but all things told, that is a great first set of hills for Mon.
Definitely, and that was Saturn's just job in 2F, getting Etsy from afar, and not just that, able to take out the Purifier and defend it so well. Mon could not touch the point whatsoever, and now P1, a more open point. And so far, who wins that window control is definitely going to have a little bit more defense here in P1.
Well, Jay is right back up into position. But Says gets a perfect read on it. War Machine eliminates the threat, and now could be used to spam the choke points. First 20 seconds, good for 117 as they now build their greatest lead to this point. Jay back up off spawn, tries to get through, but now the Annihilator is there in the cycle of operators. Perfect for 117. First 30 seconds goes their way, and now streaks become an issue as Says gets a Predator missile earned.
Now it's snowballing out of control. 117 finally finding their rhythm as Karma able to get that 3-piece. That was beautiful. Not just that, able to sustain himself. Preddy, oh my goodness, again and again. And speaking of Preddy, Saturn's able to get that Preddy of his own, and that also gives that vital information down as we rotate into a very open hill.
Says has even gotten all the way up to the EMP. It's the 3rd EMP we've seen today. You think the level of COD Mobile being played here in Europe has risen? There's your answer. Karma's Pred Missile helps on rotation. Caesar controlling barrels, watching this rotation towards the top side of guns. Etsy, the first one to try to contest, more on the way to try to assist on this, but it's 117. They've woken up, they've arrived, and they are taking over.
They don't want whatever happened a while ago. They're going to forget about that, and so far they're trying to go into position where Mon was actually at a while ago. Now they're going to be smoked out. That's going to be difficult, especially Zay going in there with those Annihilator kills, and unfortunately for them, not able to sustain. Although Daytel, a really big gunfight being won, and so far Zay, speaking of, able to go in there for the backup.
Yeah.
Huge gunfights being won by Daytel right now.
And a couple of Mont players did spawn behind this hard point, so they will reinforce this. More contest time for Says as he jumps on into the pretty uncontestable position right behind this back box. Mont flush him out pretty quickly though. 20 seconds of scrap time, largely going to be conceded. Karma tries to finesse the scrap time, but isn't able to find too much. So Mont keep us close. But now it's about how we rotate all the way back over towards Statue. 117 are getting the exit kills, and they've got numbers for new.
Now P3 is where we saw 117 not find that they were able to get a lot of these points down, and we actually saw such a good solid hold here by Garden. We keep reiterating that as well. Oh my gosh, Daytel again, but Saturn's there for the trade, and now they're spawning off by P5 side, by Gorilla Base side, where they need to find a little bit more of a defensive setup into Garden.
Here we go. You've got nades, War Machine littering the zone. More operators on the way for Mont trying to break it. They know that they have to break this right here, right now. Lucky trying to reinforce with the claw, but he gets shut down, only finds a couple, but ultimately 117 will reinforce, and they will put together a very solid hold here, putting them very close to win condition as well. So you feel like if you're Mont, you kind of still have to go for this if you want to get back into the game. The problem about it is now all of a sudden all the operators are stacked up for 117, including the Purifier, which, to be fair, doesn't find as much as I think Saturn's was hoping for, but you get a double out of a hunter-killer drone, and 117 has to be feeling like they've done enough to win this game.
Now we see Mont just having just one operator, and now everyone else from 117 not found needs to go and rotate into P4. And that's where we saw Mon actually just able to hold it really well, being really aggressive when it comes to those fights. And it really is that P3 control from 117 not found is the biggest difference here in this game so far. That's the reason why we're so far away when it comes to those points. And now Batteries is going to be a really difficult hard point to defend because of just how open it is.
Not a lot of operators for either side. Says has one. Daytel's going to operate into his Purifier to start. Tries to catch the corner. The Guns does do so nicely. Lucky the next one in his way. And so Daytel will give a small moment of opportunity here for Mont. Still contest around the back as Saturns is able to put together two. Split spawn situation as well for 117. They're going to have a chance to envelop this and hit from multiple points of ingress. That will work out for major contest time. Not a full break though. Mont flood back through mid. Get back onto the hard point. Still alive, but time is ticking away. 150 plays 241. You got to play perfect hard point. And Etsy, who's had a slow game, does pick up a couple of the big ones to at least allow Mont to continue to earn some time.
Now for 117 not found, that is not a spawn that you'd want to be at, especially by Subway side, because you're going to be funneling in through. Now it's bottlenecking. Mont able to sustain this defensive setup for such a long time, and that just kind of delays the inevitable right now from 117 not found, but they are able to find those scrap points. It is not going to be enough though to seal that deal, which they still need to go in there for that P5 control, but we already know that 117 not found is just so good at this.
Yeah, you got to find a full 60 plus the next 40 on the first hard point. Haven't said it hasn't been done before, but it's not common to see something like that come through. Etsy, the spamming the door was at the claw for now. Annihilator also offers Aze. Both are going to find eliminations. Fahim actually kind of punishing 117 by spawning in the back here. They're kind of trapped at the moment. Lucky will spawn out. He's going to try to pinch this from the front, and he will get a couple of eliminations. Uh-oh, this is where it happens.
Oh, man.
Now 117 have the numbers. Karma right back in with the Annihilator. Gets the first. Shut down, but it doesn't make a difference. The damage has been dealt. The break is in, and the 1 point they needed is earned. Clean stuff. That took a while, but still clean stuff at the end from 117.
But that was so impressive coming in from Mon. We didn't expect to have such a good first few kills from them. And honestly, that P3, we're not going to be talking about that. They really tried to go in there for that garden control, but unfortunately for them, it just didn't work out. And it kind of snowballed from P3. They were able to get P4, and it was really that P5, P3 hill that they just struggled with all the time.
It's just one of those things. Statue is a hard point that you feel like if you rotate early, you should get a full 60 on. It's hard to break the spawns because you have to go so deep around the map to get there. And then from that point, once you start to earn operators, which you mostly do by the third hill, you spam down the inside areas of the mid doors, and then you just get your ARs watching through statues on headies. It's just so difficult to break it open. And to be fair, Mont did a really nice job of continuing to put chaos in the back line, but that's where the individual gun skill for 117 really starts to shine. So many great individual moments that allowed them to get not just back into the game, but to put it out of reach. That clip right there from Saves was definitely the breadwinner, I'd say, going into a 1v4 essentially on the batteries, and he's able to do well to essentially single-handedly win the hill from there. But yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Mont for coming out and really kind of surprising us, but even more credit to 117 for continuing to just trust their game plan, trust that they can get woken up, and well, boy, did they ever.
I mean, speaking of heroics and just individual gunplay, Saturns did a phenomenal job at just solo holding that top P5, and he was able to just get that kills from across. It got Etsy coming in from P3 from Garden. Not just that, pulled out the Purifier and was able to flush out everyone. It's those individual plays like that that you really need, and so far we've seen Mont do that, but so far as a whole there was something lacking. The individual plays are there, but they need to find a more three-dimensional play.
Things to consider if we get to Apocalypse. That would be map number 4 for our hard point. But for now, we have to jump into the search and destroy. We talked about Mont and really any team that finds themselves possibly at a disadvantage in respawn. You feel like you have to win map number 2. So we'll see what goes on. Single defense here of the actual reactor itself by Saturns. He tosses both of his nades early. He's got an R9. I was about to say, this is something that we've seen in the past. SMGs or shotguns can really wreck Rampage inside of these tight corridors around A.
He's going to play the angles to perfection, and you get to see Etsy in a really bad corner. Saturns, though, he's going to be the only stopping force in Alpha, so that's going to be huge if Mont is able to go into Alpha, a full force that needs to be stopped there. And now that player number 5 is going to be essential. That's Daytel. We'll give that information as to how many players are going to be there by that Bravo site.
This is the thing about this setup is you've got Karma number 4, who's watching mid lane with a Holger, so he could just spam it down and give Saturns the information if someone is pinching him. Otherwise, the R9 should be in kill range from that staircase side. Lucky tested over towards the opposite bomb site, though. Pinch on the way for number 5, that's Daytel, who does get involved. Trades are good, and Mont will win the site. And now the question becomes, how does Saturn's help on this retake with nothing but a pistol and a shotgun?
It's going to be so difficult for him in Karma, especially with that LMG. It's going to be even more difficult. Speaking of Daytel, huge kills from him. Does get traded out by Saturns, but he's trying to go in for that flank, but this cannot be. I mean, if he had the timing right, he was able to sneak up against Jay-Say, then probably. There you go. I feel like it was Daytel going in for that mid push. That was probably the biggest difference for them to have a really successful B plan.
And I think the thing, too, is how successful the opening trades are on top of the B site. It forced Karma to give up that mid lane to assist and contest that bomb plant. So him giving up that mid lane is why Daytel gets in towards mid map. There's an angle that you can kind of see at the overhead as Lucky will try to snipe through the placards and steps of the stairs. Saturn's once again, R9 in hand. And the thing is, Mont should have communicated that Saturn's has a shotgun, so we should know that A is not a great option for us if he, of course, continues to pull it out, which, of course, we know he does.
Etsy, though. Let's see if he's going to be making some noise, and Saturn's going to be holding down the fort. And so far, he's going to be the only one left. And we need to see some sort of 5-man push coming in here. But that smoke is not going to do anything for them as a double-man push comes through. Only deals a little bit of damage, though, as Saturns gives that information off. And that is the best situation you can get if you were Saturns.
Look what Mont's done. They've pulled the defense over because Saturn's is actually feeling the pressure from that smoke. So now all of a sudden, you're rotating back over towards B. A couple of trades come out. We have a 4v4. Big opportunity here for Says if he can get away. And yes, he does, just barely. So key for the defense to stay planted around this B site. So tough to deal with these turbines. It's going to be a double chow from Daytel. Etsy, they get the first. Saturn's is here, though. R9 starting to pump away. Doesn't quite find the kill. Everything comes to a bit of a calm. But numbers off for a moment. We're good for Mont, but a quick snipe comes out for Saturn's. Karma follows up with the double. And now it's just down to Zay for a 1v3.
And now if you're going to be Mont, you were successfully giving that information that there's one player there, but I feel like they should have sustained aggressively into that alpha site. I mean, obviously they didn't know how many players were there, but if they did gather that information that, okay, there's probably more players going into that Bravo site, let's go in for that alpha control, because so far if they planted in the alpha, I feel like it would have been a 2-0 situation right now.
It's just so tough to commit, especially when there's still a shotgun in your way, I think is probably the call. It's one of those 6 of one, half a dozen of another. You know, hindsight's 20/20, but this time Mont are actually going to put a little bit of pressure here over towards the A's site. But where's the comm on to Says? No one turns for him. Doesn't make a difference. Saturn's is in position, and that's why you don't go into A when there's a shotgun nearby. 3 kills for Saturn's, and a little double-up defense works out as Mont tried to throw a curveball, and 117 just knocked it out of the park.
It's not just that, but I feel like the comps were so slow. We saw Daytel just go down, and Says just went out there for free and got so many kills, so much information down. And like what you mentioned, it was just so good defense coming in from 117 not found. And now they're feeling like they're backed up just a tiny bit. They're scared of A at this point.
It's so tough. It's kind of like the same situation we saw with the shotgun over towards standoff last map. You get it forward, it's hard to deal with. So now all of a sudden Mont are going to give up on the A play and see what they can find over towards B. They have yet to threaten mid, and that's what I was going to say. Maybe you can put a scope up. Zay commits, takes down Karma. Good first blood. Fahim follows up, and now B is wide open for the taking, unless Caesar can go 1v everybody, which he does get a lot of damage, but no kills. Looking like it could be a flawless round here for Mont as they get the bomb planted.
Zay doing a phenomenal job at just creating so much space. And speaking of, gets a beautiful 3K, gets that first pick in mid, and not just that, getting that pick off of the flank from Saturn's. That's going to be huge. Possibly, I feel like confidence boots for Mont, because so far they're just so passive when it comes to their approach, and it's kind of awarding them right now.
They're playing a great chess game, flat out. They've tested 117 on both sites. They've gotten the read on what is more difficult to deal with than the other, although this time, how about it? They are going to commit with a lot of nades over the top. Saturn's is late to get in towards the site, but he can still work his way forward, and this is, again, the problem of dealing with an R9 in and around the A site. Sure, there are some trades, but Mont are not comfortable whatsoever to try to put a plant down yet. They need to get more clearance, and Caesar will deny them a chance to exit. And now Saturn's can get to work again, trying to clear out these inner pipelines of Reactor. And yep, there you go. Jay-Say, last one left. Not able to do more than just get the first. Mont, keep trying it. I can't blame him for it, but I think it's time to give up on it and keep playing through mid here for your last offensive round.
That shotgun definitely a menace here in those close quarter encounters. And right now from Mon. They don't have any kind of response whatsoever. And what they need to do is just get off a pick from Zay. They worked in the past few rounds. Every time he got that pick, got that space, Saturn's still going to be in a really good spot here in Alpha. Going to be that lone defense, but he's been doing a phenomenal job here so far, and that's going to be a little bit slowed down here.
This is a really small thing, but Karma, number 4 in blue, I don't know if we can take his perspective real quickly. He changes up his angle off the beginning of the round where he's not in sniper sight anymore. He's playing a closer corner, so that way he can stay covered, not just by his teammate behind him, but he can still watch the cross without being threatened by a scope. Love that little small micro adjustment from the defense of 117. It's going to force Mont to have to flood. And Caesar, he's already got a Fennec at the ready. Say's right there with him. And well, even though Zay does get the first, can Mont still get a read on what this defense looks like around this B site?
I'm just waiting for Saturns to go in there for that control. Now, Karma and Saturns, that's going to be a really good duo to try and flush in through mid, but they are going into the backup instead. Zay, though, gets rid of Lucky. That's one sniper down. And so far, they're just so good when it comes to the control here in B, where we are still waiting for Saturns to go in there for that respawn.
Well, they also need to get Karma in a position to actually use this rifle. Say's sniper in his back pocket. Last player left now, all of a sudden. It's that or a Fennec, and well, it's a 1v5. Yeah, I will flat out say Mont is looking really good and really dynamic when it comes to their search and destroy on this map. I actually like what I'm seeing here more than what I saw in the first 4 rounds of Express yesterday. They are flexing around the map. They're testing 117, even though it's going to be just a 3-3 half. The way Mont are playing this search is actually pretty darn impressive for a group of newer players.
They're definitely showing that they're not that one-trick pony like what I mentioned a while ago. Always playing that Express, always playing that well, but it seems like with any map that they choose, especially with an unconventional map like Meltdown, that a lot of the times it's going to be bad. They're doing an amazing job, and speaking of, we do get to see a more aggressive approach coming in from 117, not found, just getting into the faces of Mont.
How different Mont is opting to play defense comparatively to 117. They try to full stack over towards A, and then they commit to defending B through mid, and it works out. If you can't take by the tone of my voice, that's surprising. Bomb is down. It looked to be an early plant for 117. That is thwarted. Reflank coming out, though, from Karma. He tries to clear mid, and the rest of 117 will wait for this. Daytail up top, not quite able to fully check window, so Saturns will exist just below him, and they miss each other. They pass like 2 ships in the night, and the kills come out for 117. Leave it to a 3v2, and the only thing that Mont has to their benefit is the fact that they may know Bomb is down here at B still.
I'm not quite sure if they know it because Zay's just so far away. He's probably like the biggest way for them to get those kills. But then Jay goes in there, gets the Fennec down, repositions the heady, but not able to get those kills. 1v2 still very doable. Zay has a really good sniper setup. No information down though, but ooh, spots Saturn's right on top of Generator.
This is so hard for the retake. No nades in his back pocket. It's just going to be down to can he hit the quick snipes. Karma working on the plant. He will get this down without any contest. Saturn's backs up to play closer on Turbine. And Zay has to make something up here. What do you do? How do you clear this? And flat out, it's going to be just luck of the draw. Do you guess the right corners? Do you get the quick scope to actually land? Here comes the play. First one, hit marker, stop, pain.
Spain.
Without the S.
Silent S. And that's what we mentioned a while ago. Zay was just too far away when Jay needed that backup, and I feel like they didn't realize where the bomb was. And so far, 117 not found. On the aggression, a little bit shaky into the beginning, but obviously just the timing on their side in the later half of that.
Well, trophies down here for 117. They're looking to go very quickly towards B. A second one will go deeper to reinforce this. And once again, Mont are going to give up the initial play here at B. Not even going to opt to defend it whatsoever. They're going to try to play retake. Problem is Saturns is able to clear out the mid alleyways, and he's now tucked into a corner with a shotgun. How do you clear this if you're Mont? Whoa, what a prediction that is for Jay. Lucky able to put one back in response, but Mont is starting to deal with a little bit of fuego here from the front. We get to a 2v2 situation, but Saturns, Karma, they team up for a couple other kills, and now it's just down to 1. Jay picks up a Fennec, 15 seconds to make it happen. Karma's gonna be the first one in his way. Shots over the top, not gonna be able to land. Karma gets 117 to 5.
The attacking ground right now from 117 not found, looking pretty solid here in this round so far. Looking like their misplay from that round number 5 definitely didn't work out for them, but now We get to see Mont in that defensive side, I feel like a little bit weaker on their end. And so far, when it comes to their attacking round, they're usually solid, even in Express, but the defense always lagging behind.
Different look here, though, Mont making an adjustment. It's a 1-2-2 split with the only single player at A, and the problem is 117 have blind guessed this. A little bit of nade utility thrown offensively through mid. Caesar sees a vacant bomb site. He gets the bomb down rapidly. And Saturn's once again gets to work with the R9. Pump chunk as he gets his double. Says drops Fahim on the retake, doing well. He's gonna get 3 by himself. Maybe an opportunity for more here. Etsy trying to get the regen off, will not be allowed to. Pistol battle, but Fahim, he's gonna try to go for everything. This would be an ace. 1v1 with Lucky. Oh my goodness, Fahim. Take it all and more. You can have your cake and eat it too. Mont take us back to within 1.
It's these heroics that we are seeing here from Mont. A while ago it was Zeze, and now it's going to be Fahim, and so far he has been such a huge player, not just in this game, but in every game that they've played here so far. And right now 117 not found. I feel like that A pick would have been their comfort zone, but the fact that they were able to be stopped there, Mont is in a really good position to try in for a more aggressive approach.
Mont's gonna go 3-2 on this split. 3 members looking for early aggression towards A. They see nothing, so they'll quick rotate through mid. Patience, though, for 117. Saturn's just being a little smoke lurker, and he will be sniffed out. So early 5v4. Mont not going to allow anything to come through, but Daytel a little over-aggressive. Does get picked. Fahim goes back to the gunfight. He had Jay with them, so the team shots work out, and the numbers will stay with the defense.
Bomb is going to be down, though. Lucky gets that pick off. It's going to be a 3v3 situation.
Stop peeking.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's no reason why you should be peeking those angles. You're on defense right now. You just wait for them to come to you, and now whatever advantage that we saw Mont has now going to be dropped.
Lucky just got 2 free kills. There is no options on the table for 117 after those kills come out. But now all of a sudden they've won mid-map. They're on their way to clear out A. They're going to realize no one's home. Nades will make sure of that. And now Etsy and Zeze are gonna have to find a way to retake this. And they're gonna play this from looks to be opposite sides. So they're gonna split this retake. Nade goes right out through mid. Not gonna land. Zeze and Etsy possibly gonna meet right here at mid doors. And Caesar's ready for this. He's just gotta play contact. He may have actually seen the jump from Zeze right there. Etsy, his gun surely's been seen. There's the spam shots. Etsy gets the first. Hold on, Caesar's not able to find the trade. Finally, the kills come through. It's just down to a 1v1. And it's sniper on sniper. Hold on a second. One's going pistol, one's going scope. And the clock could be the biggest deterrent of it. Lucky gets the kill. Heck of a try, but pistols at dawn works out for 117.
Lucky with 3 kills that round. And like what you mentioned already, it's such a huge point with Mont right now on the defense. Why are you peeking those angles where you're supposed to be on defense? All you have to do is wait for a sound cue, wait for a plant, and that's when you go in for that retake. And now for 117 not found, again, it's just a back and forth that we like to see, but we are at match point so far, though. You get to see Mont having a little bit more defense here in Alpha. 2 players there, 2-1-2 split. And especially with play number 5, that's going to be Daytel. Going to be able to spot that one player possibly, and Caesar in a really bad spot.
He's still just going to play the heady, though. There's really not a lot of threat for him. He's got help nearby as well. Says gets the opener. Fahim secures a trade. We go 4v4. And the defense is trying to get aggressive through A. Says is still trying to watch this. Fahim, though, my goodness, you think he's feeling confident? Little heat check for the young man. Saturn's, though, over towards B once again, says, say hello to my little friend. R9 once again gets the job done for him, as it has 14 times already. That will force Mont to split this defense up, but Fahim is just not missing. He gets long-range shots onto Lucky, and Mont will hold on to a 3v2 numerically.
Saturn's, though, able to possibly get that, but then that's going to be information down for them. He does get that pick off, able to get that stun, but JC going to be in a really good spot to go in there for the flank, but Saturn's right there for the timing. The timing's not going to be on his side, and there you go, JC yet again. But Caesar able to get the trade.
Go to the 1v1. Zeze on one side, Caesar on the other. And both are looking for one another. Lots of time to play with still. Bomb in hand for Caesar. And he does have the bomb at his back, so he could decide to plant this, but instead is going to long wrap it, and they very well meet here at A. Caesar's predicting this. Gets the plant for the backside of this site. How does he set up his post plant here? He's going to run towards Zay. Oh, the sniper's out. Quick scope not going to be there in time. Up the ladder goes Caesar. He's going to reset up around how this bomb is planted for the backside of this site. Zay is just sitting here like, dude, I got 3 quarters I got to check when I walk through this hallway. But brother, you got to go sooner rather than later. There's no way that Caesar just walks into your line of fire. Surely not. So here comes the chow. 15 seconds on the clock. You got to go now. Caesar playing top of the bomb site. No way, no how. Map 2 goes the way of 117.
I'm just glad that Caesar didn't really re-peak that, because it'll be a really bad situation, and that is going to be huge for him. Individual plays right now into this search and destroy meltdown, but Mott is showing signs of being a really good team, not only on the respawns, but also here in this search and destroy. They have really big brain plays here. Yeah,
I think that they were more dynamic on this map than they were in Express yesterday. The couple of rounds that went awry were rounds that really shouldn't have. You're in a 5v3, Lucky sniping through mid, don't peek him. Yeah. They peeked him twice. And I can understand for, you know, you've got the ARs out, you're getting tags, you're getting hit markers, you think you're gonna get him down to 1 shot, you win that kill, you win the round, but let's be honest, you pretty much already won the round when you're in a 5v3 defensively, and you already taken over both the A site and through pipes over towards B. So, a couple of things that are still plaguing the more recent rookies, if you want to call them that. On the side of Mott, Fahim, great map out of him, gets 11 in the total, but not enough to best 117, who are still looking real calm, real composed. And once again, the things that we talked about yesterday, beating 31er, are showing up again. When they need to come together as a squad and make the proper decisions, they are doing so near perfectly.
And if you're going to be Mott, you're not going to be expecting a sniper, right? And also expecting that R9 right into your face every single time you're in Alpha. And the fact that they tried, it's definitely commendable that first time, but going there the second time around, definitely punishable. And Fahim, obviously with Mott, they had a difficult time here, but the heroics coming in from this man, getting that ace, is definitely going to be huge for them. And one thing I always see is Daytel just being caught with his pants down, always trying to climb up and always getting taken out.
Goes like that sometimes. Yeah, it is meltdown for a reason. Okay, so with that, 2-0 up are 117, but Mott have really thrown their weight around the rink, and I will say, comparatively to yesterday, they're already looking better. So now you start to look at Crossroads Strike for the control. This was a map that Mott played yesterday, and by the time we got to the end of it against Exclusive, they were getting spawn traps. So have they had a chance to go back, review over that, and find a way to come out a little bit better today? Because you need it. You got to win 3 in a row if you want to find your first victory. Otherwise, 117 will see Bobby go 2-0 in predictions, as they would be then, of course, fulfilling a 3-0 as predicted by Daddy Plays. Here we go. Let's jump on into it. A hit right off the rip. Early contest coming through. Say's trying to clear, but Mon coming out on top of the gunfights right now. Not bad for an opener.
And it's going to be impressive because they are going to have a hold of the catwalk, which we always say that is very essential. That's going to be play number 3, Jay. He has been a phenomenal player every single time, and he did get 29 kills yesterday. But there you go, though. As fast as we said that, when it comes to the points down, we are seeing objectives being won by Mont as well.
Yeah, this is looking really nice. You get 1 tick of progress at B, second tick's going to get locked in at A. The setup is really honestly perfect when it comes to how do you hold this. Says will try to jump onto contest, but no mid-map control means that Mont can continue to find the kills at range. Caesar trying to forward on play into this contest zone as well, but it's not really going to fully work out. He does get 1 elimination, but this 3rd tick is going to get locked, and Mont's going to have 2 minutes and 15 seconds with a life lead to figure out how to finish off B.
Lucky though. Able to try and cut off that rotation into that Bravo side. And speaking of, spots 1, but not able to sustain that. Etsy doing a phenomenal job on the inside, trying to flush out a lot of the players coming in from 117, not found. And just going to be right there all alone, creating so much chaos. And Jay as well. And so far, Jay has been so phenomenal when it comes to that tank room control.
Well, top ammo does get cleared out. 117 making their move for mid-map. On towards the B zone, though, is Mont. And they're going to get the second tick of progress off this. I mean, this sniper rifle play is just way too passive. They will get a little bit of a flush out. Fahim up top, going to try to give a test to Lucky. This will feel familiar to the search and destroy. Lucky once again says, don't tell me. Etsy up top through balcony, not going to work out. And the only player left alive is going to be number 3 in Jay. And he's trying to play for this little climb up, it looks like. And he will eventually get the top boxes, but he needs help. I'll say that much.
But there you go. He is able to get rid of that one stopping force that 117 has into that Bravo flag. Gets rid of Lucky. 1 tick of progress left and still
Yeah, this is
4
fine.
lives. That's really impressive. Zay's gonna be solely holding it. Karma though gonna try to eliminate that. And he does go down though. Etsy, big gunfight.
This is how you win right here. Jay will fall, but he may have done enough. He forced the spawns to be so far away. The clearance needs to get there. You gotta touch, you gotta contest. They get there at the last seconds. 1v1. Saturns. He gets the win. Keeps his life. It's a 2v7 situation though. Caesar needs to get involved, and no, he will not be able to get over towards B in time. Good map control for Mott. And they will take the opening offense.
It's really just those gunfights being won by JC and also Etsy inside a fire room. And the fact that we actually saw that one person, Lucky, go down in such a good manner, and Fahim just wins those essential gunfights, eliminating that long-range engagement. Now we're finally going out for a switcheroo, as we do get to see a lot of the gunfights here in mid. Still going to be very quiet, and surprised that 117 not found is not actually getting that mid control down.
Now they're trying to play off JC's War Machine to control the top side of A, and then you can eventually envelop the B zone, and that is perfectly executed. Zayze even getting 2 with the scope makes life extra difficult here off spawn now all of a sudden for 117. And boy, I'm telling you, Mon is playing some good COD right now. Maybe down 0-2 in the scoreboard, but do not rule these boys out. Karma playing up top on 10. Lots of damage towards Daytel, but can't quite finish off the kill. His teammate picks up the pieces, but now Etsy's got a claw in your spawn, and he's going to work. 3 for Etsy. Now the spawn trap possibly coming out, but no, shut down. 117 deal with the damage, but the problem is they're still down now 8 lives as they try to get back over towards A.
Looks like Etsy is such a good pickup right now for Mon, and looking like their team chemistry, their team comp is working out. There's just one day to try and get it down. And so far though, Mon still with the life lead. Says wins a essential gunfight here, gets a double through mid, and now possibility to get that spawn trap down all by himself though might be a little bit too difficult.
He's got to know that he needs to play his life, and he's done well so far. Nobody from Mon can chase him down. Says gets out of there. Off the regen, tested by Daytel, and he will eventually get the trade. Now Caesar kind of passes the baton over. Trades come out, all that favoring 117. Clock will stop at 19 seconds. Annihilator's out. JC try to touch, not gonna work out. Karma's gonna get the double, not quite the third. Nice shot from Zayze. First tick locked. You have to stay on the zone here if you're 117. Not a lot of time remaining if they do get pushed off. And Saturns gives up a bit of space. Purifier still in hand, looking for the double. Works out. We've got a 7v6. Third tick of progress being worked on. And if we get an extra minute, this is going to come down to a TDM.
And just like that, all the progress from Mod going to be down the drain. And it was all up to that one player that actually made so much of effort trying to clear out that building over here. Fire room, 6 and 4 is going to be your scoreline, but with just not even 1 tick of progress, almost close though. We're going to be seeing Mont just playing a little bit careful, but they're still playing it to perfection. Yeah, ZZ's doing a really good job.
Just trust that Zayze can get the eliminations around the outside, but on the Pred missile, that may do it. Daytel now has to commit down. The smoke will completely uncover Say's on the zone, and Zayze will not be able to get back to the action. So offense for offense we go here at Crossroads Strike. And a lot of operators still are at the ready here, deciding on what exactly 117 wants to do for this opening defensive split.
Even when it comes to the score streaks, I mean the operators rather, but we do still have one operating. And now that's going to be an early pick coming off of Saturn. That's going to be huge. Caesar rather, 14 to his name, but Caesar going down. ZZ able to use that sniper to his advantage, and so far ZZ has been so good at cutting off all that sight lines.
Yeah, nice route here from Says. Oh, well done. Gets into the backside garage. Now gets to work covering the spawn door. And 117 are all over bot spawn. Fahim, though, still finds a way to get on towards B. This will pull the defense over just a touch. Lucky's able to get one clear on boxes. Smoke comes through, but nobody else from Mont can get forward. Instead, the focus will be here over towards A. Etsy in trouble. Stunned, naded, smoked out. And that will be enough for Lucky to eventually secure the kill. 117 pushing back forward as now Saturns once again has the shotgun in hand.
Now, one difference we saw here compared to our first round a while ago is the fact that Mont doesn't have any kind of presence here in Fire Room anymore. And just as I said that, they do send down 3 players right there. As player number 2, that's going to be Saturn still going big, winning a lot of those gunfights down with the R9 combo. That's going to be huge. Still gets another one.
That's filthy. Quick double. That leads to 117 now up double the lives and then some on to Mont. First convincing defense that we've seen to this point. Only the single tick of progress had been locked over towards B. Some moments that A was under threat, but nah, it's just 117 is in too good of power positions here. putting so much stress onto Mon off spawn, and they reap the rewards of that. This will be a defensive round for 117. Just comes down to a matter of time at this point.
There are 28 seconds left on the clock, and Says still doing an amazing job. Picks up that sniper, and this guy cannot be stopped. Short range, long range, it just doesn't matter. He still gets those kills down. Mont gonna be backed up in a corner, and yes, even though we see 117 not found at match point, series point, Mont still gave a really good fight.
Yep, Says has got streaks and operators out his ears right now. He is cruising on 6 in a row, 20 and 12. Oh, great heavens. 117 now onto the zone over towards A. War Machine able to kind of keep the defense from getting an early threat. Now Saturn's going to further the issue by pulling out the Purifier. He does get shut down pretty quickly, though. Daytel looking to take a trade over towards Lucky. And okay, even though the first 2 ticks are going to be locked here at A, Mon have regained control. Now it's just down to finding a way to rebreak.
Pretty good defense coming in from Mont here in Cat Room. That's going to be huge. Speaking of, Fahim wins that gunfight, and Lucky's going to be able to go in there for that trade, and possibility for that spawn trap is going to be in order. They have no idea where he's going to be at. And so far, Karma going in with the Annihilator kills, takes out Zay as well. 23 and 15 is going to be your scoreline, plus that 3rd tick of progress down, and Alpha is going to ensue in favor of 117 not found.
Yeah, it just came down to the fact that, again, the operator usage for 117 has just been that much better than Mont, maybe outside of Fahim, who has put together a couple of great Sparrows, but 117 are finding their advantages, and they are running with it. 21 now playing up against 9. No one can get through Saturns in this R9. Talk about maybe a meta changer here. Lucky forces the spawns deep, claws out. There is no way you're working through him. 19 plays 3, and 117 will get a 3-0 here, but boy, again, I'm going to tell you, this is one of those that you can look back on for Mont. It's going to feel bad getting 3-0'd again, but they are playing some really, really decent COD overall. They're just getting bested off the individual skill gap right now, it feels like.
They just can't close up a game. And a phenomenal way to kind of adjust from day number 1 where they struggled so much. But when it comes to day number 2 now, it seems like they have signs of life. They definitely have done some adjustments, especially Etsy now being inside of their team, and Fahim just stepping it up every single time.
Yeah, Fahim's really impressed me, honestly. I think in the opening hardpoint, he put himself in great anchor positions as the main AR. I think for the Search and Destroy, obviously, he provided a number of clutch moments for his squad. And even though he goes 17 to 25 here, he was, I would say, the catalyst for a lot of the success that Mont was able to find. But on the other side, not to just sing one side of the story here, the team effort that came through today from 117, I would say maybe even looked better than when they did yesterday. Everyone here on the scoreboard participates. Everyone gets to a positive KD. And Caesar even puts down 3,700 score, which is a lot. So really good stuff here for 117. They were going to boost to a 2-0 count and, of course, keep their map record flawless. But, boy, again, it's just one of those things that I'm not disappointed with what I'm seeing from Mont, flat out. I think they're going to have an opportunity to surprise some teams if they could just get a little bit better, just a touch.
And that's one thing definitely that you mentioned a while ago. Is there going to be a meta change? A while ago, we saw Grizz with that shotgun change the tides when it comes to that exclusive game, and now we did get to see the same with Saturns in there. Let's see if that's going to be the name of the game this time around.
I mean, strong performance out of 117, kind of what you guys expected, but like you were just saying, Shift, there's promise there for Mont, and maybe a little bit more time, some more experience under the belt, specifically in this challenge season, can really kind of boost them up the standings a little bit later on.
And this is a tough first 2 games for Mont as well when it comes down to their schedule overall. We've been talking about how the teams they've played are likely the top 3 in some order in Europe. So you can't really be too dissuaded off of what you've faced early. Really have to give a lot of charisma and credit to what they've been able to do improvement-wise and what they've been able to show us flexibility-wise to this point. That's what you want to see if you want to crack into the top 4. It just comes down to, again, tightening the screws a little bit more to not make those key mistakes that they did.
All right, well, that's 2 of our matches now done for today. We still have 2 more coming up right around the corner. Let's talk about the standings. We'll actually take a look at those, get those updated for you guys in a second here too, because that is now our second team that is 2-0, 117 joining Kings up at the top of the leaderboard. Now, a couple other teams that we're going to be seeing later on today, we'll be seeing Animus later on 31 or later on at the very end of the day. And then right around the corner, we'll have our Zidium versus Panic match. We were talking about that a little bit before and what we can kind of expect out of the rest of the day before the show had even started between all of us. And looking forward to that. Bobby, let's talk about Panic and Zidium.
I think there's a lot of eyes on Panic heading into this one. We talked a lot about, number one, they already had a lot of talent, but didn't really manage to execute the way they wanted to whenever it came to stage 3. And then they added on more talent on top of that, but they still didn't look super strong here in stage 4. So obviously part of that is going to be attributed to the fact that they just haven't had a lot of time to play together. Overall, I think they're going to improve quickly, and this is a big opportunity for them to show it.
I think it's going to be a really good match, but before we do that, I'm being told that we have another interview. Today's a good day. We have Lucky ready to chat with us. Lucky, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good. Chilling.
Happy after that last match?
Yeah, quite happy, yeah. Good performance, but you can always do better. So just have to look at the little details.
All of these teams are always so ready to improve. I love this.
All right, Lucky, you looked absolutely phenomenal in that one. I think definitely some game-changing plays in the search and destroy, even with a strong start from Mont. What do you feel like has been one of the strongest improvement points for you guys in the search?
I think, to be honest, the IGL. I think the IGL is really improving. He really knows what to do in each moment, so shout out to Saturn. He's really good.
That's beautiful. I mean, when it comes to the IGLs, right, it's just so important to have that leader inside of your team, especially if you can't always have your coach around you. How about you, for you, Lucky? What do you think, especially when it comes to those really high-pressure situations, especially up against that Animus game? I really want to talk about that. How did you guys feel coming off that win, especially in that day number 1, knowing very well it's so essential for you guys to get that Animus win?
Can you repeat the question? I did not really understand it.
It's okay. So you guys went up against Animus your day number 1. So how did it feel like going up against one of the best teams in EU, knowing very well that you brought it down to a game number 5?
Well, you always have to be prepared to play in a team. So for us, it's just playing any team. Any team you have to be prepared. So it doesn't matter if it's one of the best or one of the worst. You have to be prepared, so always ready.
Lucky.
We don't care who's the opponent.
Okay, I like that because you still have to play a lot of the heavy hitters in the group. I need you right now to convince me and maybe the people at home what it's going to take for you guys to not be slow starters, because the Apocalypse was a little bit of a slow start versus 31er yesterday. The Arsenal today was like, what's going on? So what do you guys need to do to not come out the gates kind of slow?
I think it's us, like a team. I think it's difficult to get in a game at the start, mostly if you lose the gunfights, but we can. If the mental is good, just stay focused on the game. You can comeback. Anything is easy. You can comeback everything. So it's not how I always say, it's not how you start, it's how it finishes.
Okay.
And we always finish
Not wrong.
winnable.
All right, good answer. I'm convinced, at least partially. Okay, just come out the gates a little bit warmer, all right? Let's get a little bit more comfortable on it.
I mean, to be fair, they're coming out the challenge season gates 2-0. So that's not too shabby, Lucky. Before we let you go, do you have any shout outs that you want to give?
Shout outs to my team. Really enjoy playing with them. Been waiting for this 3 years, full Spanish, and probably this is going to be our champ. So we wait, everybody. We'll win this champ. You'll see. Mark my words.
Yes, I love it. Well, Lucky, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hopefully we'll be seeing you soon.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
You know, I feel like, listen, I don't want to take credit or anything, but I did yell at everybody down the lens of the camera yesterday saying that you got to come on here and talk with us for these interviews. Now we've had interviews all day, so things are going well. I'm excited for it. That means it's time for another break, though. We got to get things ready for match number 3, so we are going to take a quick break. The players are going to get set up, and when we return, like we were just talking about, we have even more action ready to go. We've got Zidium coming up. We have Panic coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Matches number 1 and 2 are done for today. We are now headed into match number 3 for our COD Mobile Day 2 Challenge season. It's been a good day so far, especially that very heated match number 1. If you didn't catch it, go back and watch it because it's definitely worth a rewatch as we now look forward to what we've got ahead of us, and we're going to start talking about our Zidium versus Panic match. What do we expect?
Ooh, I mean, I feel like for me, this is the most interesting one because we did see a former Zidium player, EUR, probably one of the heavy hitters that we have here so far, the Slayer, honestly for me, of the tournament because he was able to get Zidium on the map, one of the most decorated EU players so far in the past few months. And now that he's going to be in a Panic squad that can definitely outslay a lot of these teams so far, but the only problem is they need to think about that objective because it always slips their mind. And the fact that they almost won hard points, but they always lose out when it comes to those objectives.
Potentially a close one that we've got going on. Bobby's not sold on it. Well, Bobby, let's talk about the rosters. We'll start with Zidium and then tell me your thoughts.
Well, I think Zidium, they have some talent. They have some players that have been around the competitive scene. It's just tough to get past the way that Kings wiped the floor with them yesterday. Like that was one of the bigger blowouts that I think we will see in all of Stage 4. With that being said, I think that's maybe more telling about Kings than it is Zidium, and I think this roster definitely has potential, but the loss of EUR is going to be one that is massively felt and difficult to overcome for this squad.
Okay, all right. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. There are many cases where a single player can make or break a squad when it comes to these types of games. So we'll talk about the Panic roster shift and give me your thoughts on them.
Yeah, this Panic team is, I think, one of those that embellishes the idea of high potential waiting to burst onto the scene. The individuals we have are pretty long-standing for the most part. Yaya and Onur in particular were definitely players that we had our eyes on throughout the majority of last year, but EUR and Slayer being added onto this roster since Stage 3, they've really kind of elevated the potential of this team. Like we were talking about, Panic fell short yesterday, but we definitely saw how they could potentially be a major competitor down the road. It just comes down to unlocking their full potential, and no better way to do it than with a tune-up game like you got right here against Zidium.
I mean, technically, both squads struggled yesterday. I think yesterday was a rough start for some teams with some of those matchups. So both of these teams are going to be looking for a little bit of redemption, at least in this next match, as we see the picks and bans start popping up on here, Mommy.
And there you go. Taking a look at what we have so far when it comes to that hard point. Takeoff is something that Panic has yet to actually play. And so far when it comes to those hard points, I already mentioned, they only won 1 out of 5. And the other one was a DQ, so that could have been 2. But still, you're already thinking that how can they finally adjust, especially in that search and destroy where they were supposed to win 2 rounds, if not for that ninja defuse from whoever it was from Animus that was able to do that. So yeah, they just need to pick it up. I feel like we've seen teams adapt super fast here in day number 2, so I'm expecting the same here for this Panic team.
All right, Bobby, you agree?
I would agree. I think they're going to improve very, very quickly. I think a lot of it is just going to come down to team chemistry and finding the right players in the right positions. Like Mommy talked about, there are a lot of situations where they were just not close to the objective, a lot of solo pushes, and a lot of plays that just didn't really seem super well thought through. So I think this is a team that once they start to get more coordinated, once the chemistry builds, they have that potential to be a top 4 team and make it to playoffs.
Scoreline shift.
3-0.
All right.
Next question. No, I really agree. I think you're seeing some repeat maps that would have been in the pool or were in the pool yesterday for Panic. So I expect, like Bobby's talking about, the screws will get tightened up. They're going to play a little bit more polished. I just want to see who's going to be the player to actually step up and direct this team, because the individual skills there just comes down to putting it all together into one good puzzle.
All right, well, I think that match number 3 is about ready to go then, which means it's time for us to send you away back to the other side of the studio to kick this thing off.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, I don't know, Bobby. You know more about these guys than I do. Who would you say is like the most potential for IGLing this Panic team at the moment?
I mean, I think that's the thing about this squad. There's nobody in particular that really sticks out to me. I think they've got a lot of really strong Slayers. I think one of the more experienced players is Yaya on the squad, but at the same time, I know he's kind of bounced around to a lot of different rosters, so I don't know if he's the type of player that's really going to lead a squad. But I think given how long he's been around the competitive scene, that's going to be a player that they naturally look to.
It's always tough, too, I think, just generally speaking about Call of Duty and the IGLing, to run an SMG and also call for your team in 5v5. Playing on largely what is 4v4 maps in the history of COD. So, yeah, it could be interesting, but maybe we'll get a chance to ask them the question if they win this match. We have another interview. It's going to put that into existence, but for Zidium on the other side, it's about trying to get yourself proven and try to find more than 50 points. That may be goal number 1 here as we drop on into takeoff.
All right, it is smokes galore here on P1. Nobody can see anything. Zidium make their way on into the hard point, but Bison holding down the high ground for right now. He's going to do his best to lock up some map control for his squad. AFR making his way on into the point, and you can see those LKs in all the long angles, trying to cut off those rotations on in. Very back and forth off the start. Kree with the UL in hand, going to find one before getting traded out. And Panic making their way into the hard point, getting a nice little chunk here off P1.
Yeah, great use of utility here for Panic to continue to at least contest at worst as they, like you mentioned, hold on not just to most of this hard point, but also on top of that, they've got the rotation, at least for now, over towards P2. Though, Zidium working on both at the same time. Couple of kills coming out, and okay. Here's an opportunity for Zidium to get themselves back into the mix. They will largely get to this game about level points and an opportunity to play for new, but the latter of the two elements is shut down, and there will be a small lead as we rotate over, looking at a Panic setup over the top of this second floor.
And interestingly, we've actually got 3 players in AR roles for Zidium, which is not something you'll see super commonly, but that's the role Kree's going to fill with that UL in hand as well. We'll see if it pays off for him, but it's going to be a lot tougher once you get into the close range, and he gets shut down on the bottom side regardless. Panic, pretty much free reign on the inside of the hard point, but Rondo is there to apply that pressure. Couple of big kills, and it looks like the spawns are going to flip out right here.
Yeah, really well done. Zidium just kind of hit from all fronts at the same time. Works out. They get the flip, not just the hard point, but also, like you mentioned, the spawn. So lead goes to Zidium for the time being. Panic able to contest. Right back in from the front. Owner trying to clear out these back stairs, and will do well, but stunned up. The opportunity for Denicio to get to work, and how about it? Denicio getting 3, and Zidium looking good for the scrap time.
Well, Zidium looking so much better than what we saw out of them up against Kings yesterday. Bison's going to get pushed up, but he loses that gunfight as well. Slayer's there for the trade. But right now you're playing for scraps, and Zidium rotated out early on what is arguably the most important hard point in this one. Not only do you want to get this early time, but you want to be set up for that chain to P4. And right now, Panic, 3 players flood in from the bottom side. Genius taken down, and they're in prime position to get a big chunk here on P3.
Oh, but wait, kills from the front, plus Genius spawns behind. Oh, he spawns in the middle of Panic's team. Tough timing. Maybe an opportunity to pinch, but all of a sudden Panic clean things up. Operators are out, though. They've already committed to this if you're Zidium. It's a Purifier and a War Machine in combination of one another. Genius back in for the contest. Predator Missile also called in. Zidium really putting the gas pedal down here. But Panic able to respond pretty darn nicely. They hold on to the spawns. They get a couple of shutdowns. Now they've got some operators of their own. A lot of the Sparrow being denied, but Owner still able to connect with a couple. The hard point goes neutral for the back 25.
It is pure chaos here on P3. Full investment out of both squads, operators, and score streaks galore. And right now it is Zidium picking up the scrap time. You can see those players rotated out early as well. And he's got Slayer popping a claw, but this late in the hard point, you got to wonder what type of value he's going to be able to find. He's going to try to break in onto next, and he's going to be able to do exactly that. Now taking that high ground control, and that early rotation for Zidium now suddenly disappears.
Hard point about to unlock. We'll have pretty much a full 5v5 at the front of this hard point. Number 5 in Blue Storm will spawn behind this play. Panic still spawned on the left side of the minimap, and actually Storm has done very well to stay and keep his life back here, trying to stop these reinforcements before they come in, but once again, Panic able to combine the Purifier with the War Machine. That works out for the whole. Now an opportunity for Zidium to try to work this through the hard way, but AFR shuts him down, bumps the hard point, gets through at the Purifier, and with that, Panic gets set up.
Well, Zidium and Panic just trading blows nonstop right now. Annihilator gonna push on in. Bison trying to clear out that one final player. He does that. Zidium still maintain control of the hard point right here. Slayer's going to get shut down. Denisio pops Annihilator of his own. And that's some crucial time once again for Zidium, as neither team able to build any type of a lead. And right now, this is just a knockdown, drag-out game of COD Mobile.
Tug of war, brother. Tug of war at the moment. Zidium will exit from our first set of hills with a 20-point lead, though. Almost doubling their points what they had yesterday. So already just unbelievably better than what we had seen from day number 1. Panic and a little bit of stress, trying to work their way back over towards Fountain. First couple of gunfights don't quite go their way. Kree up top also kind of dominates the high ground here for Zidium to feel super comfortable behind the cover of smoke on the hill. They continue to build their lead.
They're starting to build on this lead in a convincing way. There is no type of map control right now for this Panic roster. No high ground, and they're trying to force their way in from the front without addressing any of those long-range players on the Zidium roster. Slayer going to take a lot of damage before sliding in to get that kill, but all that's going to do is clear the hard point. Bison looking to cut off rotations from the opposite side, and he's trying to lock down the bottom side, but Genius reads it as well. And the hard point, once again, unoccupied.
Numbers largely still good for Zidium, but they cannot crack the code of getting across the left side of the minimap. So we stay at about a 40-point game. Panic largely going to be trying to hold for new while trying to do what they can to contest with a couple of the players on this last couple of seconds. And that will be largely successful on both fronts as Bison's able to take down 2. So now Zidium spawning all the way across the map. Second hard point about to open up. But Zidium are going to have a lot to do, lots of obstacles to hurdle here on their way back over towards the second hill.
And Yaya in prime position. Looks like he's set up properly on the doorway. One player able to slide through, and you know, Storm's over at the window, but he shuts down Denisio. And that's the only player that he's got to worry about for the time being. Looks like Zidium looking to flip, trying to apply pressure through that stadium area, but not finding the kills is once again Yaya, the lone man in the hard point. Finally, the contest right here, but gonna reposition and wait for teammates to back him up.
Panic does not anchor these spawns either time that we've been here. They have to once again fight from the front. 25 seconds still to go, and Kree's gonna turn the tides by pulling off the War Machine. Storm there to support. Rondo down low, furthering the issue. And how about Zidium? Great objective play. Playing for spawns, getting it as an opportunity to help use as a chance to break open these hard points at the same time. And Zidium will see themselves still up around 40 as we head over towards our big money hill at P3.
Big rotations right here. Afer's in position, but he is the lone man there for Panic. 2 players getting ready to push in, wins the initial gunfight. That's a crucial one. Slayer says, I can use a crossbow, why not? He's trying to do what he can, but right now it is Panic in a phenomenal spot here heading into P3. Storm gets shut down. They have no map control. They have no high ground. And right now might need to invest some of these operators to have a chance of breaking in.
Or that could probably 3 that could come out, plus whatever Kree's got in his back pocket as far as score streaks are concerned. Panic still set up and bunkered down inside the hard point. Here comes the full surround though. Zidium looking for their break. Claw into the hand of Storm. Slayer tries a challenge. Kill still looking good. And Owner tries to get the bow out to stop the break. Not going to be able to. And once again, Zidium break with 20 seconds to fight. Panic, no more operators to try to re-break this. They got to do it the hard way, and they will be bounced away. An opportunity still to finesse, but largely speaking, that is a great break from Zidium.
Huge usage on the operators right there. Rondo's trying to get the better of this one. Yaya says not today. And Panic do a good job of minimizing the damage there as they only allow maybe 15-20 seconds out of it. But realistically, it looked like it should have been a full 60 for Panic. And for Zidium, you have the nice setup here over on P4, and nice little crossfire out of Kree. Gonna be able to shut down a couple. Slayer doing his best to catch those Zidium players out of position. But right now, they are just constantly second guessing while Zidium locks in free time.
Yeah, Genius just completely denies the play. He stays away from the gunfight, stays on the pinch, and now all of a sudden he's got an angle for this spawn trap, and Panic is under extreme duress trying to get out of spawn. First 30 seconds largely good for Zidium. Operator starting to be earned again, though, for Panic, but the Annihilator for Bison finds absolutely nothing. It's Kree for the double. Now drops down to the low ground. Has more in front of him, but doesn't even need to come through as Denisio's there to support the hill. One last player is Yaya. He's able to neutralize, but once again, Zidium come out slightly on top. Scrap time still going to be fought for the last 12. Yaya starting to heat up. He's able to get himself onto 5, make it 6. And he's got a War Machine now earned because of it.
Let him cook. He's going in right now. Pred missile gonna drop as well. He'll find one and get some information for his team, and now the feed's starting to light up very, very yellow. Kree in a bad spot. He's going to get shut down. And a lot of the kills going the way of Panic. But the question is, can they get those high ground positions to allow them to lock in some big chunks of time here on P1? Right now, the smokes are going to do the majority of the supporting, and Yaya not going to get the better of that gunfight. Big contest right here, big gunfights, and Panic comes out on top.
Panic really started to see a lot of electricity out of their SMGs. Bison playing backside scaffold. Zidium need to find a way to still not just contest this hard point, but they're looking to stretch across the map. Rondo up top. Oh, not to deny Slayer, and Bison also gets a bit of a turn on to Genius. Uh-oh, you can start to feel the trends go the way of Panic as they take a 10-point lead with still 15 seconds to fight on the hard point. And if they win another set of gunfights, they can get across the map quickly.
Right now, Panic doing everything they can to capitalize on this P1. Yaya, make sure to clear out the hard point. Cuts off a couple of seconds, and Slayer in position to potentially get these spawns, but not going to be able to win that gunfight. Afer on the backside, trying to break his way on in as well, but there's just too many reinforcements here. Zidium find a way through regardless, and they continue to lock in time here on P2.
Storm, he thought he had the spawns won. There was another player chasing him, so spawns will be blocked for the time being. Operators are out for both sides. Panic finding a lot of eliminations, but still, Zidium holding on. They all spawn in as well. Bison, the last player left from the front, will be also turned aside. Zidium over the 200-point threshold. Panic having a tough time getting through Denisio as the Annihilator starts to get to work. Play from the front, though, starting to find success for Panic as they get back on for a contest, but once again, Zidium able to kind of push it over the edge with more operators finding success.
That was a massive investment for Zidium there. I think 3 or 4 operators popped all at once just to maintain this position, just to maintain the spawns over here on P2. And it looks like the players rotating out as expected. Storm doesn't hear the audio cues, and that's a huge initial gunfight win for Slayer right there. Genius on the bottom side looking still to contest. All the players racing across the map and nobody holding that high ground control. It's absolute chaos on the inside of P3.
What's going to happen to the spawns here for Panic? The hard point's about to open up. Bison gets on. Owner is not going to fully beat him. He's got a Sparrow to help him get himself back into the hard point. 225 plays 210. Panic currently in the hard point, but Rondo trying to change that. Pure fire out. Burns alive. Afer. Oh, they've gotten the full clear up top. Now it's just out of clearing off the hill itself, but now Owner's still got the bow out. Bison says, you like bows? How about pistols? And Genius says, bet, I'll take it. 232 to 212. Zidium, they can see their first map win possibly coming through. You just got to hold.
Huge takedown onto the Annihilator right there. Slayer doing everything he can. Crossbow, you throw it all at and see what it sticks. He's not going to be able to find that one, though. Kree pushes back on in. Only 10 seconds needed, and Denisio is there. Genius trying to find the trades, but it's not meant to be. Storm locking it down as well, and only 3 seconds needed for Zidium. Can they hold off the push? They do, and they take their first map of European Stage 4.
Woo-wee. Didn't see this one coming, brother. Holy cannoli. Hands off, stove's hot. Oh, my goodness. And talk about just the ability for Zidium to come out of being beat down yesterday, not winning gunfights, not winning really at any point in time throughout their first hardpoint, to then play near perfect hardpoint to start off the map. Great rotations, great help, great support, and it came in the face of some questionable meta comps, like you mentioned, when it comes to overall weaponry compositions, but hey, it made it work, and in the process, 2 players get over 40 kills.
Yeah, the thing is, in tournaments leading up to stages 3 and 4, Zidium was a very solid team. Like, they were top 3, top 4 pretty consistently, which is why I was so surprised at the way they were getting pretty much steamrolled, not only in stage 3, but stage 4 as well. So I'm loving what I'm seeing out of these guys, and they're showing they've absolutely got what it takes, and maybe a little bit of a reverse revenge tour as Afer leaves to join another squad, and they take map 1 off of that squad.
Insert that one COD beam of, that's why you got dropped. Although he didn't get dropped, so he just left. So, you know, somewhat similar. But, boy, I'll tell you, man, there were moments, and you mentioned this in particular, I think when we got to the final moments of P2, where it's like Zidium popped 3, 4 operators all at the same time. And we don't often like to see that. You like to see them cycle them out, kind of stretch the ability for those operators to last between multiple hardpoints. But honestly, Panic kind of did the same thing. Everyone just kind of threw their specialties at one another. And Zidium just a touch better there at at the end when it mattered most, but a tight one for the opening hard point. And now we start to talk about Tunisia for the search and destroy. We did see this yesterday. It didn't last very long for Zidium, but we did see it yesterday.
Yeah, and to be fair, Panic Search and Destroy didn't look very strong yesterday either. Obviously, it was on a different map, but fortunately, if you're Zidium, you had that opportunity to look back at that exact VOD and see where things went wrong and look for room for improvement. So I'm expecting that they're going to come out hot. It seems like they've got the momentum right now and maybe a little bit more confidence building as well. I think for a lot of these players, some of their first opportunities to play in a COD Mobile Major, and sometimes you gotta shake off the nerves. That's the beauty of this new Stage 4. You don't necessarily have to put all that pressure on the first day of action. You got a little bit of wiggle room, and we'll see what they can do here heading into the Tunisia search.
Like we mentioned yesterday, for Zidium, you're not circling Kings on your schedule as a must-win. This one, though, you very well may have done. So we'll see how it goes. It's going to be the offense initially for Zidium, looking to kind of at least feel out the pressure over towards A. It's a four-man stack all over the top of the bomb site. The only player through mid is Afer, and he's done well to get first blood. Slayer very aggressive up top as Afer continues to get solo challenged, and that will be good for the numbers for the defensive Panic.
Rondo's got the bomb in hand, but they're pretty much stuck right now. Denicio on the top side, hoping for an angle to hit a snipe, but nobody looking to contest right here, and he is at a very wall-bangable angle for Slayer as well. And it looks like he's read this flank out of Afer. There's a lot of players trying to apply pressure here, and the Holger's doing the damage.
No entry for Zidium, and that may be the last straw as they'll go to the 2v2 and try to rotate back over towards B. Afer, who had been previously kind of positioned in mid, will be the one trusted to rotate over and give this a check. He does have some utility to play with, maybe as a way to stun check this. Whereas for Zidium, at least a frag available for Rondo, and the play is made a bit further forward. Kree gonna open up the space by way of kind of covering with the snipe, and Afer will have to either play for sound cues or a shoulder here if he wants to reveal this information.
And the question is, did they hear that slide? It seems like they did. Kree looking to hold the angle, but he reads it like a book. Afer shut down right there, and now on to Onur. For the 1v2, gets the perfect timing. Here's the plant go through, but does not find eyes onto Rondo. And now he's in a rough spot. I don't think Zidium quite know what position that he's in. But once again, going to be forced onto the low ground if he's going to find that first kill.
The biggest question here for Onur is where exactly is the scope? He does see Rondo on the exit, finds the first kill cleanly. Now it's down to the 1v1. Onur trying to hunt. Doesn't quite see Kree yet. Information's not mutual. They've kind of passed right by one another. Oh, and how about it? Onur's going to take the 1v2. More than enough time for the defuse. Oh, missed chance there for Zidium.
Something about these LMG clutches in Search and Destroy, like the last thing that you would expect to see, but Karma doing the exact same thing with the Holger in hand yesterday. And these guys just know how to move with it in the right way. Give themselves the best chance of winning, and they do that. They're Onur, 3 kills, Afer 2. They do all the work there in round number 1. And a similar setup right here once again, 2-1-2. As it looks like a couple different looks at the Zidium squad. A couple players going mid, and that's a big opening kill.
Yeah, Afer plays a little bit further back. He was trying to open up space for Bison to be the one to check through mid if there was a challenge, which Zidium does pull 2 members down through mid stairs. Works out though overall. Panic still defensively come out on top. 4v3 is what we're left with, the minute 25 on the clock. Space forward though for Storm, makes good use of it. He should be in a tradable spot. Kree's trying to get here to help him. And on the cross, Storm's gonna take down another. He has been undeniable. Storm's gonna get 3. Last one left for the defense is Onur. Why not? 1v3 at the Holger this time.
Onur trying to make it happen. Not quite as easy that time around, though. Big group up right there for Zidium to clutch up the round. And right now, things looking pretty even between the 2 squads. We'll see if we have a little bit of a different look, but for the most part, fairly passive approach out of both teams.
Yeah.
Right now, it's going to be Yaya solo sent over to the B side on the defense. And once again, 2 players go mid, no real contest right there, and the question is, can they win those opening gunfights?
Oh, Yaya says, I need to get out of here, not going to be able to, and how about Denicio? From up top, oh my goodness! Put it in a highlight reel. 2 snipes plus the pistol at range. EUR could do nothing but watch as Zidium just runs right through Panic. Lots of this focus through mid working out all of a sudden.
Yeah, the question is, are Panic going to send anything to counter? They're gathering no information on that mid push, allowing the Zidium players to do whatever they want. It looks like once again, Yaya going to solo push over toward the B side for defense. And we see 2 players making their way through mid, but this time the adjustment comes through and Slayer's gonna get pushed up early with the sniper. Big first blood for him.
Oh, but Denicio again. Not to be deterred, takes down another double. Mid, largely taken care of as Afer saves the life right there into Yaya. My goodness, if you want to see defensively how you change up your looks through mid, watch these first 4 rounds back again by Panic. All of them small little variations of how your SMGs can combine to try to contest through mid. Some successful, some unsuccessful to get into the 2v3 retake.
Denicio is getting stormed right now. 3 players pushing through for Panic. He's got the deagle in hand, but just can't find eyes. But the hip fire lands onto 1, gets 50 HP off the other as well. Rondo has an opportunity to clutch up in the 1v2 right here, but there's only 20 seconds left. Gets the better of the gunfight. And Exidium extend out the lead once again.
And again, it's how they're playing around mid-map. This double hit right down mid-alley has largely been uncontested until you get into mid-arch or the back ramp. Denicio uses that as a chance to say, if there's no one mid, I know exactly where I need to be looking with this scope. And Panic have to throw something different here through mid. And this time they will. Slayer's going to have a scope to watch, but Zidium are not peeking. This time they're looking for maybe a full flood right on this early A-cross.
Bison reads it perfectly. Going to continue to hold that angle. 1 player crosses Storm. Big shot to equalize. Now into the 4v4. Genius. That is maybe not the best angle to be holding with a close range Fennec, but right now, Genius can be able to take down EUR, and the bomb is going to go down here on A.
Storm has to watch this flank. Afer is still completely unconcealed. Now he makes his presence known. To a 3v3 we go. And the post plant is stuck on site. Nade starting to come through as Slayer looks to clear off angles. Rondo holding close. Kree connects for the first. Pistol out, works out for Slayer. Now it's down to the 2v2. Rondo and Kree playing similar corners. Afer up top needs to get active. Slayer's tagged down low. Afer gets the first. Turns, tries to find the second. Rondo, another possible 1v2, but no. Slayer puts together the response, and Panic bring us back to within 1.
Huge round. You avoid a 4-round deficit right there. You keep things close. And once again, they make the adjustments. I think on the flip side, Zidium do a good job of not remaining predictable. They send nobody mid, but just don't quite have the firepower there. And it looks like, once again, full sending things over toward the A side. 2 players going to go mid once again. This time a little bit more passive approach out of them, but Slayer rips the head off of Genius.
Huge opening first blood. That's going to slow down Zidium convincingly, as they're still trusting Denicio to possibly find an opening towards A. Not going to find anything this time. Kree was working with it. Rondo bomb in hand. Storm still waiting for someone to push maybe through B, but it's not going to happen. Panic is just happy to keep their 5v4 for the time being.
Rondo bomb in hand. Sitting back once again, you got your sniper up in top winery, just looking for info. Kree not able to connect on the snipe right there. He's in a rough spot, but EUR not looking to chow. He knows there's somebody waiting around the corner for trades, and that is not a gunfight he wants to be a part of. Rondo going to wrap back toward mid. Storm likely relaying some type of information, but Slayer's on the opposite side, sniper in hand. And right now, Zidium looking a little bit stuck.
Just not a lot of options here. Sniper rifles are covering every angle of approach. Rondo does get closer on towards site. Denicio, big pick onto Bison. Rondo follows up. Hold on a second. This is a 2v5, now a 2v3. Bomb site has been taken. And Panic, they're going to stack for this retake. Rondo may get a lineup here. He's on the corner. He's trying to take it away from him. He gets the first, slips away. No, Slayer gets the trade. Trying to follow was Denicio, but he's just got the deagle out. Bomb is down. Tries to cook up the nade. Does this land? Not fully, but it does allow him a chance to collect the bomb. Pistol out. He changes the angle up, and no. Lots of damage, but no kills. It's a 3-3 half.
Both players 50 HP, but just not quite the right timing there. An aggressive play that does not pay off, and we go ahead and flip sides. See what type of push we see out of this Panic squad, and it is going to be completely the opposite. Now full sending it on over to the B side, but there are 3 players there and waiting to counter for Zidium.
This will be the first time that we've seen a heavy-handed B approach if they do commit forward. Kree's watching deep, Storm on the close cross, and Genius is just holding the staircase. Tough to break down if you're Panic. Looking for spam shots through the walls, not going to work out. Denicio trusted largely to solo hold A with a little bit of support from Rondo nearby, but that is all long-range weaponry, and Zidium are going to try to make the prediction here. They're going to stack B.
Well, you got Bison watching the flank right now, not allowing anybody through that winery side. It's still very much a waiting game with Genius at the bottom of this stairway. Likely to be the first point of engagement.
Yeah.
It seems like they know Afer's crossed through. Genius waiting for that first entry, and that's the information that you need. Gets shots onto Slayer, big opening kill, and that completely forces back the push of Panic. Afer's taking bullets. He's going to be forced all the way back, and he's going to have to win a crucial gunfight to have any chance of escaping this.
Nades come in. Genius has to back up for a little bit. Storm still holding a very similar angle, though, as Bison does connect onto Rondo. Smoke right over the top of the stairheady. Storm still concealed behind the boxes, though. Ooh, Panic, they need to find him. It's a 50-50 guess. Storm reveals himself, changes the angle, finds the kill. Kree there to support. Oh my goodness, Storm! Unreal stuff, and now it's just down to 1. Bison for the 1v4.
Oh my gosh, as clean as can be. Perfect disengagement. Reconnects with the sniper in hand, and Genius is there to clean up the last round. That's as solid of a defense as you're going to find, and I think if you're Panic, you're probably going to have to reevaluate after that one. B push was not successful remotely, perfectly countered by Zidium, but they're still going to head that way once again.
I love that setup, too, for what it's worth. You've got a close-quarter SMG crossfire setup. Kree watching deep. It's going to be hard to nade him out. Love it. This time, though, Panic changes it up like you kind of mentioned. It's all stacked up through mid, but Storm watches it, and he watches it avidly. There is a trade, but 1 for 2. More than enough, you'd think, for Zidium, but Afer all of a sudden turns the tides around. He gets us to even numbers as trades continue to litter the kill feed. We've got a 2v2 with tons of time on the clock.
That's a player that is not going to lose a whole lot of 1v1 gunfights. Goes big right there to equalize. Now into the 2v2, and it seems like a perfect read from the top side is going to be a sniper in the hands of Kree. But he's actually going to wrap back right here, not looking to challenge and maybe second-guessing the read. Should have some type of audio cue, and right now it looks like they're going to look to counter as both teams looking to group up.
Afer still holding through tunnel. Nades thrown by Slayer as he plays the outside angle, looking over toward the mid-cross. Zidium still leaning B, but not fully committing to playing for contest at the moment. So the onus goes to Panic. You have to make the first move. Kree up top, he may have just been seen. Slayer may have seen the exchange of the weapon. Doesn't connect, though. So Kree, lucky to be alive. Denicio turns that into an opportunity to collect onto Slayer. But Afer's going to rewrap. He knows both players are at B, so you should have a free plan today.
That was crucial teamwork, fantastic communication, and you force Afer now into a tough 1v2. And I don't think he's got any sniper in hand to hold any type of a long angle. And he's actually going to go smoke here and see if he can catch them pushing on through. Might be able to hit a flank. But seems like Storm has read this. He gets shut down. An opportunity, but he doesn't realize Kree's on the backside. Some body shots right there as Zidium extends the lead.
Wow. I mean, Afer makes the right read perfectly. Doesn't even second guess it. You get the information that both players are on top of B. Get the bomb planted, but I was just surprised as you to see, because he dropped the trophy. I was like, he's going to use this as a chance to smoke the bomb later on in this post plant to make life extra difficult for the snipers on the other side, but not the case. He tries to take the battle to him, nearly works out, but doesn't predict Kree's position. And so 5-3, Zidium up. What's the call here? Because Panic, they need a round badly.
No question about it. Yaya has just had a nightmare of a game. 1 kill on the board. Denicio set up, sniper in hand, working that bomb heady, and once again seeing a lot of mid pressure right here for Panic. The question is, can they win these opening gunfights? But they get shut down left and right. Afer finds 1, but they're all down to 2 players already. And it's going to be Rondo taking down Bison to leave Afer all alone once again.
The whole play just gets completely deconstructed right from the get-go. And that was a one-dimensional setup for Panic. Just run at him. Let's see if we can overwhelm them by sheer force of numbers. And Zidium is set up perfectly to deal with it. Storm once again collects a couple. Genius right there with them. The SMGs lighten it up for Zidium. Now on map point. 6-3 up. It's going to have to be 3 in a row for Panic. And look at this. The defense says, let's get cheeky. They're going to get aggressive through mid. There is a player lurking for the side of Panic, but that's Slayer with a scope who's been tagged. They may not fully be aware of this, and Storm collects first blood. Now the threat is known, but can you deal with it? It's a different question. Slayer gets his regen off and does trade us back to a 4v4.
Genius is pushed pretty far up right now. If they look to make a wrap back, should be able to catch one, and Yaya is not far away. You got Slayer in the top side waiting for the push. And Genius should be able to spot out one. That is exactly what you need. And once again, they're at the man advantage. Slayer in the top side, not going to miss those. Genius looking to chow, and he makes him pay again. And just like that, Panic are back in this round.
If you're going to chow him, you got to chow him full on. You can't do these half chow, sneaky little I'm going to walk forward type situations. But Denisio does step in, takes us back to a 2v2. Yaya and Afer against Kree and Denisio. Zidium's defense both holding on to scopes at the moment. But the play is pretty much red. Everyone's headed over towards B. Yaya's going to try to step through the smoke, try to catch Kree off guard, but he gets smoked. Afer down for the 1v2. Turned around, gets the first, tagged him from behind. To the 1v1 we go. It's pistol on SMG. Sniper rifle out. What do you pick up here if you're Kree? Gonna go high. Afer commits to the plant. No check for the exit, sees him at range. But still, it's just the pistol. Now trust the scope. Afer throwing shoulders. Kree's got to be the one to go first. And Afer very wisely, once again, backs away.
I don't think he has any idea. He wrapped back to the right side, but he's looking in all the wrong spots. Spots him out, though, Fennec in hand. He wins the gunfight anyway. Another map through for Zidium. Kree making the most of it with the body shots, and he'll find the defuse once again.
Oh, my goodness. What do these boys have for dinner? Can I order some to go? Actually, for here, we still got a lot more COD to play. Unreal stuff, dude. That is some brilliant heads-up play from Zidium. Where was this team yesterday? They are playing like they are a completely different squad. That last round, love the idea. You're up 3 rounds, you got something to play with. Let's get aggressive, but more importantly, it's the fact that they draw the line in the sand and everyone just says, we've got all the position we need to not have any threat back towards A, force them to chow us out of this back flank position. Storm does well. They nearly give away a couple of the kills, but the saving grace comes by way of Denisio and Kree again.
You know, when we were making predictions, you said 3-0, but you
never said
actually
who.
said who. I was curious. I was like, does he know something that we don't know? And it seems like you might know something that we didn't know. Not saying it's over quite yet. They've got to close things out, but man, Zidium looked convincing there, even more so than on the hardpoint map. And on the flip side, just the lack of consistency. Looking at Yaya, we question, is he going to be the leader on this squad? And a breadstick in a crucial search and destroy map. He has got to step up more.
And I think the thing about it, too, if you go back to the first half, Yaya was the one kind of with Afer flexing around that mid position when they were trying to kind of keep space open and then recontest late. And a lot of those gunfights that were lost were from Yaya. Afer did well when he was playing forward, but when he backed up into sight and Yaya was the one trying to defend against the defensive spawn, he was coming up obviously very empty. But boy, I'll tell you, this was a snipe off for a lot of it. And Denisio and Kree, how many rounds did they individually save for the side of Zidium because they were just not missing?
I think Denisio, especially on the defense, he was so crucial finding those first bloods from Winery side, and he was untouchable for so much of the game. Not only finding openers, but double kills off of that.
Oh, yeah.
And when you can't find trades in those situations, you just find yourself in such a deficit that it's really difficult to recover. And unfortunately for Panic, they never did.
So now it's back to control, as you would figure, and we have Raid. This was not played by either of our two teams yesterday. They both played Crossroads, I believe. No, Panic played Standoff. That's right, because they got mollywopped in round 5.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
Yeah, we just whisper about that. Let's not bring it up. But Raid different situation. And This is one that both these two teams we saw also try to play sniper rifles in their control. Map that you can get away with it on both sides of the control zones. I don't see why not. If you're looking at Kree or Denicio to at least pull out one of the two, and yep, Kree's got one in hand to start. Bison on the other side will try to counter, but it will be Panic. Starting with the opening defense, need to see something here right now.
And that's like, they need some type of advantage to get some momentum going. Hopefully the defensive side can do something for them. Slayer with the sniper in hand as well. And he's going to be able to take down one to open up heavy pressure over toward the B side. But the gunfight's not largely going the way of Zidium. Rondo is still on the objective, but not a whole lot of contest here out of Panic.
Double scope Holger defense for Panic. If you don't take it by the tone of my voice, I'm not impressed. Zidium on for the first take already. Second one being tallied. Yaya getting to work, trying to clear things out through the smoke. Rondo in his way as they go ring around the Rosie. Zidium still with numbers, but Yaya holds his life, and that will clear.
Big clear for them, and it looks like they'll be able to get rid of the progress. Genius on the opposite side making his way through. Those are not easy shots to hit. Afer looking to apply some mid-map pressure, but Denicio here picking up the time once again. And it looks like Onur gonna hop down, but he gets shut down as well, and Bison just has no interest in taking out anybody on the objective.
This is the problem. Double scope Holger. Out of those three, none of them are going to voluntarily say, I want to go contest the zone. And they don't even really find exit kills either. Yes, there's some bedroom control here for the defensive Panic, which is key towards trying to set up things towards A, but they're losing around the back of Laundry, and Zidium can honestly just sit here and farm spawn kills.
And I don't think they realize the AR's pushed up as well. Bison's going to be able to find one. Onur working that heady does cut off the flank from top Laundry. But right now, still a large task ahead for this Panic squad as there is a lot of mid-map presence here. Genius takes down one and waiting for the reinforcements as Storm pushes on the bottom side.
Bison does swap off the sniper rifle here. So the defense will start to get a little bit more proactive, but the problem is Zidium have taken over some kitchen control, and Rondo's gonna take down Money Window. Oh boy, here we go. Hunter Killer drone goes out. Denicio goes on the zone. Smokes, block off the jump window. Panic trying to work back through mid. Genius in their way. Rondo gonna take down more. First tick of progress is gonna get locked, and Zidium are farming kills as they lock the first tick in.
And somebody's got to clear him out of money room. You're not going to have any chance right here as the lives continue to dwindle. And even as they capture the objective, they're still farming kills. Zidium looking untouchable here in round one, as well as Panic struggle to get going. We thought maybe the defensive side would be their advantage, but with 2 lives remaining, it looks like a hopeless round for Panic once again.
What is happening? I mean, this Zidium team, it's not even just night and day. This is like the Bronze Age to the Iron Age right now. I mean, unbelievable bounce back from yesterday, and Panic look lost. Get my boys a GPS, an Atlas, a bow compass. I don't care. Give them something to get their feet underneath them, because at the moment, Panic are just struggle busting us. Now operators are out early for the Zidium defense. Explosions everywhere as a War Machine and a Sparrow are in play.
Yeah, finally finds a couple big ones to open it up, and pretty strong stack here over onto the B side. Slayer there to reinforce from Red Room, and he's going to be able to get pushed up. Looking to apply pressure, but it's still an objective-based game, so he hops back on. Storm over on poolside, but they look very, very happy to leave this, for the most part, uncontested. Finally hopping on to remove that progress, and right now, Yaya looking to get pushed back up in.
And good mid-map control here from Zidium. Rondo playing in the close corner on the art door. That works out for a chance to actually play into art window, and you need to make sure he doesn't get there. So well done for Panic to eliminate the threat. Time is ticking, though. 55 seconds on the clock. Panic having a tough time getting across, and Aver tries to take an across-map gunfight with an SMG against the heady on statue against an AR. I'll take things you don't like to see for 400.
Yeah, that's an ill-advised gunfight, to say the least. Onur, that LMG in hand, looks like he's going to hop up and look to play the objective for his squad. Smokes out. No real chance for Zidium to contest outside of Genius, and he's going to get traded. So this should be a locked-in B cap for Panic right here, as Onur does lock in that final kill. But the question is going to be, can they apply that pressure from top Laundry side and start to farm some of those kills? Bison's going to pop the Annihilator right here. Not a whole lot of value for him, but a lot of reinforcements up, and Afer's going to be able to find one with the Purifier, but big trades for Denisio.
That's huge to keep Kitchen safe. Allows a chance now for Zidium to get out of spawn and get mid-map back under their hands as Denisio will pop the Annihilator. Bison still trying to hope he can catch someone backside jungle, but he's pretty much just going to be completely played with. Or so you'd think, but no. Still off spawn. Zidium want to recontrol Laundry. It's costing them a lot of lives here. 9 plays 8. A couple of operators are left on both sides, but Zidium have the benefit of not really needing to challenge this, and it looks like they'll finally kind of learn their lesson as Rondo will kind of draw a line in the sand here. Purifier out in hand, trying to play through Kitchen. He will turn the tides back around.
It's a little bit of a dangerous strategy for Zidium. Yeah, you're not spawn trapped yet, but a couple kills go awry, and you may very well find yourself in that position, but Genius makes the most of the heady right there. Sparrow in the hands of Onur, gonna find another one. He's got a Pred and a Hunter Killer if he wants it. They find themselves up a life right now, and he's gonna opt to back up, but with only 30 seconds left, you gotta find these kills.
You gotta think that this is the time to pop the Pred. Take this to a 6v3. Trophy system down. Rondo stays safe. The Pred missile does not land on anybody. Denisio still holding on to the backside of the site. 23 seconds where the clock stops. A being held, but Genius, he catches Yaya trying to play around the back. The only player on the time right now is Afer. Bison's nearby, but here comes the pinch through water. Stairs, Storm's behind it all. Doesn't finish the first kill, finally collects it. 3v3, tough gunfight versus Afer. Takes the win. Now to the 2v2. 10 seconds also on the clock. Who's gonna touch for Panic? Onur gonna be shut down at top window, and Slayer's not gonna be able to touch this unless he jumps through money window. No! Oh, he does! He gets out with 0 seconds on the clock. 1v1. Time coming through. Slayer shut down, and Zidium go up 2-0 with zeros on the clock.
Oh my God, I thought he was gonna do the impossible. Was nearly gifted a second from the gods that didn't even exist, but it was not meant to be. Zidium, well played. Find the trade, and now on the verge of a 3-0 shift. You called it. You didn't say who it was, but you called the 3-0. And right now, a very good chance for them to lock that in here. If you're Panic, you have got to get more aggressive on those defensive plays. You need more pressure toward the objectives, and opening up, they do find some crucial kills.
Yeah, well done. Bison doesn't come out with a sniper this time off spawn, and he immediately is able to find the success of the Kilo for an opening double. Yaya gets to work through rocks. Well done. Trade from Genius, though, is still in. Clock stops at 52 seconds. Slayer through mid, still sniping. Also has a claw, but doesn't get a chance to use it. Onur up top. At least able to keep a couple of members off the B zone, but they do not know how far forward Rondo is, and he may foil this entire defensive setup. Yaya with the check. No, not going to find anything, and Zidium get back onto B.
Rondo had a big play right there, but gets shut down by Onur. Crucial kill, but once again, not in position to contest this B zone. And it looks like with the 3 stack on here, more than likely, Zidium gonna lock in progress once again. And they've been able to win the bigger bulk of the gunfights, looking to shut down the Hunter Killer as well. They do that. And in perfect position to capitalize and see if they can lock in the 3-0.
Player has to hit some shots here. He's the only one contesting through mid. He gets caught by Rondo. That opens up Kitchen a little bit. Panic need to deal with it, and they will send numbers to try to at least possess most of this Kitchen position. But around the back, Zidium working through Laundry with 3 members. Hunter Killer drone is also out. Doesn't quite land, but still a chance to put some pain into the life count of Panic, who are down to 15 total.
Onur's got to win every single gunfight on this heady, but there's a War Machine popping out. Bison's gonna get an Annihilator of his own, shuts down the War Machine. And a glimmer of hope right here for Panic, as there is no top Laundry pressure for the Zidium squad, and they're likely going to be forced heavily toward that pool side.
They have nothing to work with at the moment. Bison, though, does fall on the flank. Opens up the top side of the map for Zidium, who are mostly focused on trying to win back over towards middle, which Yaya is trying to stop by way of the War Machine, but doesn't quite connect. I think there's a trophy system down to actually deny. Yeah, sure was. Right into Dicio's feet. So Afer now has to kind of play back over towards water stairs as Zidium works around the back. 30 seconds, 14 plays 9, and Genius has got the Sparrow out.
Well, Panic don't really send anybody to contest top Laundry, hold off that rotation, and now you've allowed Genius all the way through, and he's got a he could spawn trap with, but gets shut down. And right now, Panic have an opportunity. No real progress over toward that A side, and Zidium have got to go, but the Purifier in the hands of Afer should be enough to shut them down and give them hope.
Looks good, but it's still a 6v5 situation, but no one's going to touch this in time. That is an expensive commitment from the side of Zidium. They used 3 or at least 4 operators on the final moment, so yeah, it's still a lead right now for Zidium, but Panic are going to have the economy of the specialists in their back pocket, as well as Afer going on a Fury. That allowed him to get a 100 killer plus a Pred. So there's a chance here where Panic can set us to around 5.
And they're heading into this with at least some kind of momentum. They full send it here into B. Still snipers and LMGs in play, and that's going to be a big opener for Slayer. 1 player off the board already. If you can clear out that mid-map control, this should be an easy initial capture, and no kills coming through for Zidium. It seems like the momentum's starting to shift in a big way.
Nicio shut down over towards Pillars. Kree can only watch this B-zone stack quickly capture. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Kills off the exit, though. Very good for Zidium. Immediately turns this back to their life favor. Rondo currently operating the Purifier through mid-zig. Denicio getting a read that, yep, this is going to be a poolside hit. Stuns, nades, start to litter as Rondo takes over a chance maybe for Zidium to pull a bit of a flank here through Garage. But the problem is Panic have so much room to work with here at Pool.
The one thing I'd be concerned with is they have no pressure anywhere outside of Pool, but that's a big gunfight win for Yaya. Clears out a little bit in this mid area. Genius doesn't read the reposition, but does find the kill anyway. 1 player looking to push in through mid. It is going to be Afer trying to make his way toward that kitchen area. They've got to get pushed in and apply some pressure on the spawns to open up an opportunity to get on the objective.
Great finesse there from Onur, down to about 1 bullet worth of health. Waits for help. Long flank on the way from Storm, but there are players waiting for this for Panic. And if you find this kill onto Storm, it should be green light special to make their play forward. Afer clears out jump window. Storm's still operating right back. He actually gets 2. They didn't find the kill. Afer shut down from getting any spawn kills, and just like that, we're tied in lives, and Zidium hold the map.
And that could be 1 kill that kind of leaves Zidium guessing and forces them out of position. Big gunfight happening over at Modern, but neither player wants to peek the angle. It looks like Genius gonna be able to make his way to mid steps. Panic's left guessing right there, and Afer just trying to play his life on the inside of Kitchen. 44 seconds remaining. They've still yet to find any avenue onto the objective, but a big gunfight win there for Slayer.
Bison and Storm are still dancing around each other. I mean, this gunfight is massive for what it's worth, and neither player feeling too privy to take it. Although, to be honest, Bison needs to. Operators out for Panic. Slayer looking for spawn kills. Bison clearing out topside bedroom. Shut down, though, by Genius. He gets a double. Now the fight comes onto the zone itself. Kree shut down. Panic have a chance to stop the clock at 16 seconds as an 8v9.
Afer's Purifier is going to get shut down, but Onur and Bison operators in hand. Denicio's there to counter, misses the first one, but shuts down Bison. Nobody on the objective, 15 seconds left. If you're Panic, you have got to go right now, and another kill through could be the beginning of the end. Onur nowhere close to the objective, and if you're Zidium, all you have to do is back up. Don't take the gunfights. They win off the time, and they lock in the 3-0 victory over Panic.
What did we just watch, brother? Holy smokes. Zidium looked for real. I mean, that is some good clinical play across all 3 modes on a team of Panic who we expected to come out and play largely clean of what they did in day number 1. Again, this is a more recently formed roster. We thought that it may take them a rep or 2 to kind of figure out their comms, but honestly speaking, the moments where they drop these maps are in key moments where you have to be talking to each other. We're coming out of spawn, round 1 of a raid control with double sniper and Holgers, and then it takes you 80% of that round to swap off of the double sniper. It just felt like all these maps were super winnable, but overall, Panic just did not make the right decisions to give themselves a fighting chance. Denicio goes 31-19.
I think for this Panic squad, it's just going to be a big question of who's going to be the leader.
Agreed.
A lot of that very much seems like it comes down to players just trying to make individual plays rather than playing as a squad, and it came back to bite them in the butt in a big way. So, yeah, you're very recently formed, and honestly, this is one of the downsides of capitalizing on roster mania.
Yeah.
When there's only like 2 days left to stage 4 starting, like, yeah, you want to have the best team possible, but sometimes it's better to maybe have a little bit less gun skill, but to have that chemistry that you built over a longer period of time.
The phrase that Zim was looking for earlier was hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard.
There we go.
And at the moment, the talent for Panic, not to insinuate that they're not working hard, but that boost, like you mentioned, trying to find the perfect formula is not working out for them. And Zidium bounced back, I mean, leaps and bounds from what they put together yesterday. Super impressive from them.
Yesterday.
Yes.
Less than 24 hours ago, they had to figure out, make those adjustments, and apply them successfully in this match against Panic. I mean, I think that was a surprise in a really good way for what we were expecting out of this matchup.
It was everyone else stepping up, coming in from the side of Zidium, the new pickups, Genius and Rondo stepping up in that control. Denicio, oh my goodness, this guy was so good in that hard point, so good at that search. And I feel like Tunisia being played for that search and destroy was probably one of the best case scenarios coming in from Zidium, knowing very well that they have a more favorable sniper, a more formidable sniper in the form of Denicio.
I'm going to pretend that that's exactly what you intended to say was going to happen, Shift.
Yeah, I said 3-0, but like Bobby said, I didn't say who. Never let him know.
Your next move.
Oh, look at this. Look, I like that.
Oh, that looks great.
I like
Good.
that. That's pretty.
But you never let him know your next move.
Yeah.
You always get him on the edge. It's going to be a 3-0.
I'm just going to say that every time.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's just, I am completely baffled on how this team comes out and plays this cleanly today and gets 7-0'd on Tunisia yesterday. They only get 50 points in hardpoint. I mean, it must have just been a jittery day, or maybe Kings were just that good. I don't really know which to pick from, but boy, Zidium looked impressive today. I'm a fan, no bias.
I mean, it could be a little bit of both, right? That's what happens. We've seen just how strong and dominant Kings are, so that's definitely a factor in it. But we talked about how day one, it's day one. I mean, we've got 4 weeks of competition, 2 days per week of competition. So sometimes there's a little bit of jitters, or sometimes it takes some teams a little bit longer to shake off the nerves, the rust, whatever you want to consider it, even though they literally just played like a week ago. Things change in a week. And I feel like that progress is what we're looking for out of all of the teams here in the challenge season. That's why they're here, to be able to show that they can make those adjustments and those adaptations that quickly and that well, Bobby.
And I think we've given a lot of credit to like Panic for having a newer roster, for having roster changes. But Zidium's had to go through the same thing. Like, you have one of your top players in AFER leave to join Panic, and you got to think that's impacted Zidium in a significant way as well, and maybe the reason they look so rusty yesterday up against Kings, not having quite as many reps as they would like. But it's obvious that this newly formed squad is very, very solid. They look very comfortable together, at least today. And I'm excited to see what they've got to bring in the rest of the competition.
I think we all are. Do we have another interview?
Oh my goodness.
We are 3 for 3 on our interviews. All right, let's do it. Get them in here. I'm ready to chat. All right, can you hear me first of all?
Yeah, I can.
Oh,
Thank you.
Sound fantastic.
Oh, mic is so good.
God, Cree. Okay, all right. Well, first of all, welcome. Congratulations on an insane performance for the squad.
Thank you so much. It was a good game from us, and I hope we can continue it in the future.
And humble.
Very, very humble. So I have a really big question for you. Something that we always said, especially in Panic, picking up AFER, you were teammates with AFER, and now that he left, I feel like it's probably one of the best things that could have happened to you, knowing very well that you're not relying on just one player. Everyone else is stepping up. What do you feel about that?
No discredit to AFER. I think he's an amazing player. It wasn't working with us, so he decided to join another team. That's fine. But at the end of the day, he's my son, and I can't really let him so, you know.
There you go, AFER.
He had to come with the fire today.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal performance out of you guys. I think we all collectively kind of slept on you guys just based off the performance that we saw yesterday. Did you feel like there was a lot of VOD work that you put in, especially having that very recent experience that enabled you to kind of bounce back and have a better performance today?
Yeah, we were working quite a lot because, as you know, our roster picked up 2 new players in Rondo and Genius. It took some time to build some chemistry. I still don't think we're at our full potential, but I'm sure we can reach it very soon. And we're just going to keep working, keep improving, and hopefully secure that top 4 spot.
What would you say right now? I mean, it's hard for us, I think, overall to look at yesterday and then look at today, and we're obviously a little bit shell-shocked, a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction. But where would you say your guys' biggest overall strengths and maybe one of your biggest overall weaknesses are as you continue through this stage?
I think our biggest weakness, as I said before, is definitely just building chemistry with the 5 of us. We need to just play more, scrim more, and make sure we're at the top of our game. And I think our biggest strength is that even though we haven't played a lot with each other, we do have a lot of trust. So when let's say Storm is making a play in S&D, he knows Genius has his back, vice versa with me and Denisio. And I think that's what's really getting our team going.
I love that. I love the trust thing. No one talks about trust enough, so big shout outs to you, Kree.
All right, well, I think that we are all pleasantly surprised and stunned by the ability to make those adjustments that you're talking about, because you're saying you don't have a lot of time in chemistry as a squad, but you improved in a span of 24 hours so incredibly well. So, I mean, we just cannot give you enough props for that because it surprised everyone in the best way. This is the type of competition and the type of improvements we're looking for out of the teams that are in this level of the challenge. And so I just kind of want to get your opinion on where you feel like you guys sit now, even just after day 2.
I think we haven't reached our full potential. We're obviously aiming to get that top 4 spot secured for next month. I'd say right now we're in the 4th, 5th, 6th place, but I think with our full potential, we can definitely go top 4, maybe top 3.
Well, with 3 weeks left, I am scared to see what happens if you guys continue improving at this rate. Before we let you go, do you have any shout outs that you want to do?
No, I'm just like, there was a lot of hate towards us, which is understandable. We really didn't play that well yesterday, but just keep supporting us. We'll do our best and we'll keep improving.
I love that. Well, congratulations again. Very, very strong performance. And thank you so much for coming on here and talking. I hope.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. All right. We are doing great. We are 3 for 3 on the interviews. We are 3 for 3 on the amazing games. We still have 1 more match left to go on the day. We're going to close things out with another banger, I'm sure. It's Animus versus 31er when we return, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are getting ready to go into match number 4, our last match of the day, technically our last match of the week for EU right now. First week of the challenge season will be done. After this, it's time for us to start talking about Animus versus 31er. What do you think is going to happen with this one?
Certified banger, boy. Has to be. I think both teams are very evenly matched right now based on what we've seen throughout stage 3 and their opening matches from yesterday. There are, I think, some questions still that exist for both of these two squads. For 31er, they get 0-3, but they did play some pretty solid COD. Just came down to a couple of things that were missing. Same could be said for Animus, even though they were 3-0 winners against Panic yesterday. I still think there were chances and opportunities for them to really elevate their game to the next level.
All right. And after what we saw literally in the last match, match number 3, if you missed it, Zidium absolutely crushed it. There is the potential for any squad to improve dramatically from one day to the next if they're willing to sit down and do those VOD reviews. We'll start talking about some of these rosters, Bobby. I think we're going to start with 31er first. Let's talk about some of those players.
I mean, if there's anything we learned from yesterday is you cannot put too much stock in the day 1 results. Zidium showed that in the last match, and 31 are looking to continue that narrative, as obviously they looked phenomenal in stage 3, and like Shift said, they didn't look bad yesterday, just a couple of misplays on a couple of different fronts, but I think this 31er squad is one that will continue to improve. I think, obviously, you look at Brixton and Lydia, 2 players that are leading the way as the only 2 females that have made stage 4 on multiple occasions. Some of that younger talent, Zed, Gore, Legacy, and Aether, have definitely shown up in big ways. Obviously, we saw primarily Gore with some crazy clutches with the sniper, so we'll see if he can continue to have that level of dominance in the Search and Destroy.
And then on the flip side of that, Animus, a team that we've been talking about a lot, as one of those top contenders for those top 4 spots. Mommy, talk to me about their roster.
I mean, we even had that interview yesterday with Guthilla, and he seems like he's in a very good spot. And both of these teams were taken down by 117 not found. So obviously, there's still something lacking when it comes to this Animus squad that they definitely need to kind of fix. But obviously, coming in from yesterday's matchup, they are able to finally get those pieces back together. And now, especially going in for those respawns, I'm looking at Shark to possibly get that win because he's had one of the best runs in respawns with 45 kills yesterday in that Summit matchup.
You have just got all of your stats ready to go.
I love my numbers.
Honestly, impressive numbers too, when we're talking about those players. So I think that it's still has the potential to surprise us either way when it comes to these 2 squads here, Shift, as we wait for the picks and bans to pop up. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I think the thing that's going to be the biggest question for me in this particular series is what does 31er do in the control? Because that was the one mode where they really didn't look like they had the wheels on the car. That's something that I think Animus will have a natural advantage in. And we are actually, interestingly enough, going to see Apocalypse Hardpoint again. This was a map that 31er, I thought, played pretty well when we casted it to start, Bobby. It just came down to a couple of decisions on rotation were not fully there. I thought they played a good game. We even said at the end, the kill feed, the numbers looked pretty even when it comes to slaying, and that was ended up being true. It just came down to, will they actually find that polish they need to come out and win this first map?
Yeah, it seems like they have a pretty good grasp on what they need to be doing to control those spawns, when to rotate, all those things. It's just a question of whether or not they're winning those crucial gunfights in those positions to really capitalize on it. And I think really after the first couple of hard points, they weren't able to do that a pretty big majority of the time up against 117. So I think Animus coming into this, maybe not looking quite as dominant as we expected. Maybe it's that Panic is just not really looking that good right now, and maybe don't put too much stock in that 3-0 that we saw yesterday. I think, like you said, these are 2 teams that on paper look pretty evenly matched up.
Mommy, anything that jumped out from those picks and bans that you want to talk about?
I'm looking at those Search and Destroys because Slum so far I think is the best pick for Animus. And yes, they're probably not the best Search and Destroy team, but having that map mode combo is definitely going to be huge for them. They did win it up against Panic, but obviously this is a different team, and with 31er, unfortunately for them, Slums wasn't really a good map for them. Again, the same type of team as well, up against Panic as well. So, I don't know, like what you guys have been saying the entire time, I feel like it's a pretty evenly matched teams.
I think this is a must-win map number 1, though, for 31er. I agree with Beef Mommy. I think that map 2 goes the way of Animus because they did look particularly good on slums on both sides of the bomb. The raid control was the problem point for 31er. I can almost guarantee they haven't fixed that overnight. So you've got to win map number 1, and then you have to win this in 5. Takeoff and Meltdown were the map 4, map 5 yesterday that we didn't get to see, so they have to have something up their sleeve there. I think if 31er win it, they win it off the 1-4-5. That's really, you have to win this first map. Otherwise, I think it's a 3-0.
All right. I like that. It's very specific. We'll have to see if you're right because it's ready to go, guys. I'm going to send you two over to the casting side of the studio so we can get into match number 4.
Oh, man. So, Shift, is it going to be a 3-0? From at this point, he actually has a really, really good statement right there. 31er needs to get this hardpoint matchup because if you let it into the hands of Animus, Search and Destroy will definitely be more into the favor of Animus right now.
I disagree.
Ooh,
I think Animus
that.
is an incredibly streaky Search and Destroy team.
Yeah.
And if they start off on the back foot, I think they can very easily throw away that first Search and Destroy map. They have got to be aggressive and confident. And sometimes when it comes to slums, that can end up backfiring on you. So we'll see if they've got what it takes right here. I think I do have to give the edge to Animus just a little bit. But I'm thinking a 3-1 Animus win with a loss in the Search and Destroy.
Oh, here we go. The last time Bobby gave a 3-1 prediction, it actually worked out in the first series. But here we go. We're finally starting things off here in Hardpoint Apocalypse, where things can steamroll out of control if you don't know where to handle your spawns. But so far, let's take a look at it. Animus, 31er. This is our final series of the day. Let's see if it's going to be close.
Brixton, the top side. It's 31er starting on the weak side this time out, but they win the majority of the gunfights to open things up, and Brixton gets easy entry on into the hard point, trying to push back those players spawning from the top side, but it's suddenly all blue in the feed. Shark, nice little feed right there to get things cleared out and put Animus in position to start locking in this early time. Capitalizing on the early hardpoint time for sure. I'm looking at Narcs to step up in a big way here. He's lacked the consistency that we've seen out of him in previous years. You know that he's capable of doing big things. Gore pushes through to the top side, and this is a big opportunity for him to potentially flip spawns.
And this is the thing, though. Animus already had Temple spawns, and unfortunately, Boo just was able to get out of that, try to go in there more for that defense in that hill, but unfortunately for them, was able to get rid of it. But 31er on the flip side, though, was able to actually let go of that Temple spawn, and just as we said, that Animus able to get that favorable spawn here for P2.
All right, I'm just going to stare at the minimap for the next minute because I missed both of those spawn flips, and I'm not really sure how it happened. It looks like this time it's going to be 31er. Legacy getting pushed up, and nobody seems to want to anchor right here. It's going to be Animus on the bottom side, Boot right below the window, but gets sniffed out by Brixta. Same for Narcs, and suddenly the 31er players come flooding in.
Right now, though, 31er, you already have the more favorable spawn, but they're still not able to connect and contest here in this hill. Only player number 1, that's going to be Zed, trying to go in for the touch, but this is going to be smoked out so far. Smoke's being played really, really well coming in from Animus, and so far they still have control, and even though they don't have the Temple spawn.
And 31er just haven't been able to get anybody into those power positions, so Animus still locking in the time, even coming from weak side, and now the spawns flip once again as 31er actually going to be closer toward that P2. Animus locking in basically a full 60, even with the spawn flip, and they flip it. I mean, there's just no semblance of any organization right here. It's non-stop flips, but Animus are the team that comes out on top as a result.
Here we go, P3 though. Animus still has a little bit of control. Only one player can try to make a big difference. That's going to be Legacy. So far wins a huge gunfight. And so far also 31 is going to be going in for top spawn, but Shark able to get rid of Legacy, going out for that Sparrow, and that's going to be a huge deal for him.
Right now, Gore trying to sniff one out. It's Shark broken in already. 31er do not capitalize on the early rotations at all. And in my opinion, the hard point is most of the time going to be the guaranteed lock win for Animus. It's very much a question of if their hard points or if their search and destroy is going to be there. They have looked untouchable. Obviously, a big factor for the fact that 31er got that early time yesterday was the fact that they started on strong side. They didn't have that early advantage, and as a result, they have looked abysmal at best.
And now for 31er, 15 points to your name, and looking like they're a little bit lost here, but the only thing that they can do right now is hope that Zed will be winning that essential gunfight and getting top spawn control. So far, though, does get that kill, and he has to worry about one more player. That's going to be Gothilla, but he does get spotted out. Still going to be more into the favorable spawn. Animus is going to be set up already here for the next set of rotations.
And Shark is ready for it, locking things down in the treehouse for right now. I mean, 31 are just praying for his spawn flip. Zed not going to be able to connect onto the wall bang either. Legacy trying to flood in from the front side, but that is going to be nightmare to deal with, but takes down the Purifier. Animus still in control, but Gore's gonna pop the Annihilator, and it looks like they should be able to flip the spawns right now. Big gunfight win right there with one player anchoring, and now it's Animus spawning across the map with an opportunity for 31er to finally find some time.
Pinch happens coming in from 31er on the upper side of things. They have the Annihilator on the bottom. It's going to be that War Machine from Brixta, and that allows them to go in there for the pinch, and 31er able to finally sustain a few points, but unfortunately for them, Shark gonna be there for the retaliation. Open hard points so far, and when it comes to the scrap points, they're still trying to fight for it, and it's still Animus getting those mere 5 points.
I mean, if you're 31, you just got to win gunfights. There have been multiple times that you flip for favorable spawns, and you have still gotten picked apart by this Animus squad. And when you allow that to happen, they can just play wherever they want to. It doesn't matter where they rotate to. It doesn't matter what spawns they have anchored. If they can still win the gunfights even without the advantage, why not just go and have fun at the end of the day? So Animus right now is sitting up by 130 points and continuing to move upward. It is spawn control right now for 31er as they come down from the top side, but still failing to capitalize as Lydia finally pushes in to make some use of the Purifier.
But we've seen it time and time again where 31er actually has really good spawns, but not able to go in their mano-a-mano, going in for the gunfight inside of the hill. We've only seen signs of life in that first few seconds of the first hard point, and also going in here, just getting mere single points into each hard point. Now, though, they're able to finally turn things around, getting the scrap points here in P1. Not just that, they are set up, fully set up into P2.
The question is, can they make something out of it? Animus going to go ahead, lock in the rest of the scrap time, and once again, if you can win the gunfights even without the advantage, then why fight for the spawns? You send 2 players through right here, and now all you got to deal with is Lydia. Legacy on the top side going to be able to shut down one. Boot taken down as well, but Animus still able to make it happen, and the spawns flip once again as Legacy is the only player left. And that spawn flip should be the beginning of the end for Animus. I would like to see them play a little bit more disciplined, keep one player on the top side to keep those spawns locked in, and make life easy for your OBJ players.
Now, taking a look at what we have when it comes to the kills as well, it's just Shark, and I already mentioned that this guy needs to be stopped, and so far he has 28 to his name, Sparrow in hand. With just 30 seconds to play with, they're going to be able to just get this lead down. So far, though, 31 are not able to touch it just a tiny bit, and you see the hop-up right there. That's going to be Shark. Not being able to get those kills down. But Brixta, though, speaking of player number 5, able to get away with her life with just 1 HP left. The sole reason why that 31 are getting these scrap points down. But the rotation still needs to happen here because Animus can end it in P3.
Right now, Animus locking in the top side. Rasmo's got to be dealt with. Boot on the heady as well. 1 kill comes through at the hands of the Sparrow, but Zed still looking to clear out the hard point, and I don't think he's going to connect on to anybody as Gothilla able to play his life to perfection. Gore breaks on through, opens up an opportunity for 31er to find some time. And right now, they're still spawning from that bottom side, so reinforcements should be there soon. But in the top side, it's Rasmo, Purifier in the hands of Narcs as well. And once again, Animus in complete control here in the hard point.
Trench control coming in from Animus, and that's going to be huge for them, getting that bottom spot. But there you go, Brixta! Really good plays from her, though, being able to get those spawns back in that previous hill, and now also getting really major kills. But it's a little bit too late now, as only 8 seconds left coming in from Animus to try and win this in a very convincing fashion. They're going to be funneling a lot of these players down, but still signs of life from 31 are stopping the push.
And we've seen a couple signs of life, but they just have not lasted very long. Seems like 31 are right now simply being outgunned as they make their way up to 77 points, but they've left enough time for Animus to get the win here on P3. And man, oh man, that was not a pretty map. 100-point club welcomes 31er.
It was just down to pure gut skill. Animus just did a phenomenal job, and obviously Shark being such a nuisance as the slayer of the team, because you get to see that 31er had spawns. They were trying to fight for spawns, but how can you even get those spawns when you're not winning those gunfights, we're not winning those rotations going into the hard point?
And you look at the scoreboard, they just got cooked. There was nobody close to going positive. At the end of the day, like that's the most basic element of COD Mobile, but it wasn't even like they weren't putting themselves in position to win those gunfights. It was even when they had the high ground control. It was even when they had spawns, easy reinforcements, a small choke point. They just couldn't seem to come out on top, and there's not a whole lot to break down outside of that. Over on the flip side, Animus, everybody firing on all cylinders. You got Rasmo at 28 and 15. Solid KDs across the board.
And as we look at the replays right now, this is just so funny every time that we see jungle spawn just going back and forth, but you kind of expect that 31er is going to be able to capitalize on those spawns and that they're knowledgeable, that they're so near, but they just cannot touch the point. Kind of like what we see right now. We only get to see them just touch the hard point just for a few seconds at a time.
Yep. It was definitely not what 31er expected coming into this. One thing I'll give to their credit, like I said before, Animus has not looked consistent at all in the search and destroy, and there have definitely been some bright glimmers of hope for this 31er squad. Even yesterday was not a blowout of a search and destroy by any means, so I'm expecting them to bounce back. This is going to be a real test of their mental toughness.
Let's see, though. It's not going to be easy, as we already pegged it. We already mentioned it and hyped it up before this match that Slum's S&D is going to be our next pick. And for Animus, going to be the best case situation for you because you've been winning Slums the entire time. And for 31er, they did lose that up against Panic. Especially Onur was probably one of the stopping forces for 31er, but now they are going up against a really good team that has been delivering every single time that they go up against in that S&D.
It's going to be 31er on the defense right here. Full sending on over to B. There is nobody there for Animus. Brixta gets the information. She's getting rushed, just trying to get away with her life. And Animus maybe getting a little overzealous. Gore makes them pay. We saw some big plays out of him here in the Slum Search and Destroy, but it's followed up by a full feed of yellow. And all down to Gore. We've seen him clutch these before, but maybe not quite against the likes of Animus. He's going to get shut down quickly, and Animus take round one.
Like what you said, there was like heroics there from these individual players like Gore, like Brixta, Lydiax, even when it comes to those control games. So we need to see 31er just go in there as a team and just progress, and especially now in day number 2 where we've seen a lot of these teams just progress so fast. You need to be the same way. And now speaking of fast, another quick push coming in here through Bravo. The defense going to be solid into 31er's favor. They do get that first opening pick, and Zed with the double.
He's going to stay alive as well. One player hopping up, and Narc should be spotted out, and that's an easy final kill for Bricks to 31er. Bounce back quickly. They do get caught off guard round one. Personally, I wouldn't have expected a full flood to that side either. I don't think it's a push that we've really ever seen. And those have been some of the rounds that Animus have kind of banked on, just catching the other team off guard rather than having a calculated approach. So we'll see if they can make the adjustments right here. Now a little bit more of a split push. Brixta not going to be able to take down the player pushing through Brix right there. She takes down Narcs as once again 31er find the man advantage.
Brixta going to be in a really good spot just in case we do get to see Animus rotate back into Arches, but a 1v3 situation not going to be doable for, but then Shark does get 2 more kills. Bomb down though. And now we do get to see Brixta going in through Broken. Gets the spotter though. Now it's up to the 31er to just stick together as a bomb's going to be planted.
Shark's just going to go ahead and insta-plant right here and hope that he can find an outplay onto 31er. And aggressively making his way back toward mid. I don't know if they're going to read this. I don't know if he is either. They're going to wrap all the way around the map. And he doesn't even check that direction. He is not going to have the slightest clue where they are as they make their way through Garage right now. And as he moves back toward B, still trying to find a hint of information, he gets spotted out by Brixta. And well played once again by the 31er squad.
Great adjustment coming from 31er, bringing Brixta and also Gore back together, knowing very well that they can do more long-range engagements as well, so that long wraparound. And obviously Shark can only do so much and just go in for the guessing game as to where everyone else is. So great adjustment coming in from 31er, and for Animus, it was a pretty showy round number 1, that I can say. And you made a really good point that you can't just play into showy rounds. You need to be consistent, you need to be calculated when it comes to these search and destroy rounds, especially on the attack.
Gothillia finds the opener right there. Definitely a crucial one with how slow they've started out a couple of these, but Brixta, that's a snipe that you need to connect on. She ends up paying for it. She's forced to back up, and a bunch of kills come through for Animus this time around, and now all down to Brixta. That earlier miss coming back to bite her is just an Elcar versus 3 remaining Animus players. And the remaining information is there for Rasmo to shut her down, crossbow in hand.
A quick back and forth, and when it comes to it, they're just trying to get those picks down. And so far, when it comes to Animus, they're just winning those 1v1s and capitalizing to the fact that Brixta did not make that connection. And that just snowballed to the fact that they just lost a lot of their players after that. And now, though, Brixta, I feel like she's been doing a really good job at trying to stop any kind of push coming in here through A. But she's going to be met by 1, but she does get him.
Shark shut down. He has been phenomenal so far. Maybe one of the best players in Europe that we've seen. And 7 kills on the board for him, but taken out of the equation. It makes the offensive push for this Animus squad that much more difficult. Gothillia bomb in hand. He is way at the back of the map and not in position to make a play, but Rasmo, crossbow onto Lydia right there. Unfortunately for him, Gore's there to fire back. And his consistency with the sniper in hand continuing to show as Narcs is there for a trade. But 31er still a man up.
One thing that I can say for 31er, that discipline from just staying into that defensive setup, even though there was a lot of noise coming in from Alpha, definitely going to be impressive, but it's still very much doable for Animus, especially with the bomb going down. 44 seconds left on the clock. That one player, Narcs, will be met by so many players if they do go in for these arch push. There you go. He's going to be able to give that vital information to his teammate.
Oh, tragic timing for Narcs. He has no idea they're behind, and he gets flooded like you said, and now left to the one lone player on the bomb. He's got a Holger in hand, and that's best case scenario for stopping a full squad, but he's going to get pushed from multiple angles. Brixta is there. Clean shots once again, and 31er find a way to make adjustments and bounce back to retake the lead.
Something about Brixta right now that's actually doing a really good job for 31er, the fact that she can give that information, possibly get a pick, and if she doesn't, she backs away with her life. And even though that sometimes a life advantage is not there, they're able to sustain and also kind of group up together and playing the numbers game to their advantage. But here we go. Let's see. It's going to be the same kind of defensive setup where they're actually not going to be touching Bravo. They're going to be staying just a little bit kind of here by arches.
Brixta does end up missing, but I think the player that pushed through took a nade, and she finds one onto Shark there as well. Narc's gonna drop. Zed, big kill once again. And 31er remain in control as the 2 remaining Animus players struggle to find an opening, and it's all down to Rasmo right here. He doesn't connect on the quickscope, and with that information given away, no bomb hit. What the? Okay, that was clean wallbang right there, but can't quite connect with the crossbow. And now 31er extend the lead as they head over to the offensive side.
And 31er, I mean, they're having a really 3-dimensional play, and especially knowing that Animus is probably expecting them to be so aggressive into that B site, but no, they just played back, played into pillars, and perfected it, especially with Gore. That scope is just so formidable here. And now we see finally a switcheroo. Let's see how 31er actually plays on the attacking side, as Animus already taking up so much space in mid.
Through the barrage of utility, Animus don't manage to find a kill. They do get information, but if you're 31er, you're just happy to survive that and now get into a position where you can run a set play and see if you can take down a couple of these Animus players to open up. No mid-map control for right now. Vehicle is going to explode, but Gore, that's the opener you're looking for. Your snipes have been so good. Brixta takes down Gothillia as well. And Animus, one thing we've talked about is getting all players firing on all cylinders. Boot yet to pick up a kill. He has struggled big time with his consistency. They need to see more out of him, but Shark in a cheeky spot to maybe play spoiler for this 31er squad, but Gore is there to counter.
Gore is this huge wall right now for Animus that they cannot come over. And also Rasmo just struggling, supposed to be the only person that can stop him. And now a 1v5 situation looking like a perfect run from 31er. And you already mentioned it. It's a streaky team right now for S&D, Bobby. You hit it right on the nail.
I mean, Boot, how do you not get a kill right there? He's a hard scoper looking a complete wrong direction, and his confidence just looks non-existent right now. Obviously, it was basically a lost cause, but you got to start somewhere. And Gore, it's just not giving them a slice of hope as he finds first blood after first blood. The Reaper strikes again.
I like that. The reason why that Panic had such a hard time in this map is because of Gore. And now it seems like he's doing the same thing. 11 kills to his name. So good when it comes to the Locust. And it's not just getting those blind kills, it's really just getting high impact kills as well. And I want to commend Brixta as well, going in for those secondary snipes. Gore, though, gets tagged up. Goes in there, but there's play number 3, that's Patil, that can possibly do a lot of damage, but he's going to be met by so many players.
I don't think he knew what he was getting himself into right there. Legacy gonna win another big gunfight. Trades do go through for Animus, but still down a player, and right now, bomb in the hands of Zed. You can still do whatever you want. Smokes do go out, and they get free access over toward A. Maybe not the easiest bomb site to hold, but with Brixta sniping the way that she's been over these past couple of rounds, it's not going to be anything easy for Animus. Gore's still alive as well. You got to deal with him. Deagle got to come out. Boot trying to make something out of nothing. At least gets away with his life, but no HP. And right now, they're just running away from this engagement. They've got to make a push forward somehow, and now it's all down to Narcs.
Narcs coming alive, and that's what we need in this type of situation. And I was able to get Brixta, able to get one more. Let's see, is he able to go in there for the kill? But unfortunately not, as we still get the State 31er already at match point. Animus, what is happening right now?
Search and destroy. When it's good, it's really good, and for Animus, when it's bad, it is awful. Right now, Boot sitting on 1. Gathilia, Rasmo trying to get above 4, and it's been all 31er all the way. The Gore and Brixta show, and Zed pushing up. They make him pay. Brixta gets a double nade kill off the start. And the bomb site is as free as can be, as Gathilia and Rasmo forced all the way back. They find a couple of kills right there, but Rasmo gonna hit marker. That's some crucial information for 31er, as they are now in game point, bouncing back from a rough hard point. They have looked phenomenal here in the search and destroy, but who else but Gore to pick up the kill right there to leave it all down to Rasmo.
Rasmo 1v3, but with a sniper in hand and not the fastest one that you have in your hands. Definitely going to be hard, and there you go. Lydia's able to seal the deal, and 31er wins this slums and finally get their revenge, especially in this map mode combo. Yeah, this is what I like to see. Day number 2, man. I swear it's surprising everyone, but you actually really hit it. I already mentioned it a while ago. It's streaky for Animus right now in the search and destroy. So far, looking kind of scary, because when we're looking at the maps, 31 are not looking good in raid, so possible Animus win. But once you're looking down the line, we're ending it into another S&D where 31er is looking super solid.
I mean, obviously, the swing mode is going to be the control. I think it's tough to make any conversation, any type of argument where Animus drop the hard point. The question is, do they have the mental toughness to bounce back and take the control here? Because it seems like their mental is a little bit shaky right now. I think that's a big reason why they're struggling the way that they are in Search and Destroy, because these are experienced players, these are players who have gun skill, and a lot of it just seems like they're second-guessing the decisions that they're making and don't know what direction they need to be heading, and it shows the most when it comes to the Search and Destroy. So you got to give so much credit to 31er, specifically Brixta and Gore, carrying that game in a big way, and they were just popping off nonstop.
And the fact that Boot only got a kill at round number 8, you cannot make those mistakes, especially at such a high level of play here in Call of Duty Mobile. This is stage 4. And now 31er, that must feel good, especially after that game in Hardpoint Apocalypse. But right now, it seems to be like everyone is stepping up in that team. Brixta, Gore, like what you mentioned, even if they were down with the numbers, they stuck together, made those objective plays, and eventually paid off.
Yep, no question about it. Heading into the control, obviously a big factor, likely going to be who is starting out on that defensive side. So many times we've seen that play a big factor, especially on the standoff and the raid. There are a lot of situations where if it's a solid team heading into a crossroads strike that you can find a way to take it on offense, but it is so much more difficult to do on these two maps. Right now, there is a very tall task, and it's for Animus as they're starting out on the offense.
You need to have that mid-map control, because when you're trying to cross over, especially if you want to deny that spawn trap, you need to find a way to just defend that kitchen area. And so far, though, full push coming in through Bravo from Animus, but one player does go down in mid. And speaking of a mid-map control, you do get to see 31 to get a hold of it.
Couple big kills to open things up here for Animus. Trades back for 31er, and it's Animus. 3 players already stacked on to B in a solid spot. Zed's got no reinforcements. Lydia trying to make her way around that top laundry area, but they are taking a long time to get over here to B. They are able to farm a couple of lives off of it, and they look pretty content to just go ahead, give up this B side, and look to play defense over on A, but that's a big feed for Animus to equalize all the lives that we've seen so far. Mid-map control going to be crucial.
Now, speaking of mid-map, you do get to see shots being fired right now. A crossfire here and through mid. Erasmo gets that information down, makes his presence known, but not really getting a kill, as we do get to see that player back off into safety. Another engagement, though, and there you go. That's what you needed here. That's going to be Lydiags winning it for her team, and now kitchen control is going to be right there, but then the spawn trap possibility for Shark. That's going to be 2 kills for him. A possibility to get so much more, as we do get to see the Holger 26 in hand, the perfect gun for that spawn trap.
Somehow 31er escape it with a life advantage. Animus do not manage to capitalize at all. Those smokes absolutely crucial. Shark is gonna pop the pred, and he takes down Zed, but once again, with how packed in the 31er players look, you would think he'd look to find more value. Obviously the information more value than anything, but they get players on the objective regardless, and there is nobody remotely close to contesting. Gore, look at the objective. You gotta clear him off, and he loses the gunfight anyway, and now the opening for Animus to win off the objective here.
This is so good. This is a really good setup coming in from Animus. You have that defense here on basketball court, just trying to stop the push from spawn, and he's still alive. And Boot, unfortunately, does go down. Lydia's able to do the job, and whatever progress that Animus had, 2 ticks of progress, still very good though, even when it comes to the lives. And now it looks like 31 is going to be backed up in the corner, especially from an opening snipe from Narcs and just opening it up for his team. But he does have to wait for a majority of them. It looks like they want to go in more for a flank here.
Well, it looked like things were falling apart for 31er, but beautiful recovery to get the objective cleared right here. Now it's Lydia looking to contest. They look for the top laundry push. Shut down right there. Legacy can't capitalize. Into the 5v5. No respawns remaining. Gathilia at top laundries. Some flashes going over top, but Shark gets tucked way up into the side, but a perfect flash from Legacy. That's a huge opening kill, but Narcs is still alive. He's going to find a snipe, and that's going to bring things down into a 4v4.
It's getting so close. 31er. Animus still even when it comes to the lives. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Gothilla wins an essential gunfight in kitchen. That provides him so much more of a space to try and defend and give his teammates to attack this alpha flag. 4 to 3. No, it's going to be 3 and 1. The 31er and Rasmo just secures that a little bit too close for comfort.
Ready up.
Ooh, Legacy at 1 HP absolutely guns Gathilia. But fortunately for Gathilia, his teammates clutch up right there, and they have got all operators charged and ready to go. We'll see if they opt to utilize right here. They are going to be on that defensive side and could see an aggressive push to look to spawn trap early and try to win with a big life lead.
Here we go, though. All interest from Animus right now is going to be foiled, as they do lose a majority of the gunfights here, and looking like the attacking round is going to be easier for both of these teams. So, but let's see, it's still early to try and figure out what's going to happen. Smoked out, that's going to be really good defense here, and I'm liking the util usage of 31er right now. 2nd tick of progress and Bravo done, 3rd on the way, but Boot going to be a little bit sneaky over here, but Brixta's Hunter Killer Drone does a really good job at securing that top laundry spot.
And neither team has shown just the slightest interest in defending B. It's free B every single time. It's basically a one objective control mode. That's what we're playing right now. And it's 31 are getting the better of it as they get a bunch of kills. Lydia goes big. They're in the mid-map. Boot looking to counter. He does shut down Legacy. So it's not going to be any kitchen control for Animus, but Rasmo shut down as the 31er players look to apply that pressure from top laundry.
We do get to see two players right now going into poolside, and just like that, Animus actually leaves A wide open. And now for 31er, you're going to try to get that information down where everyone else is busy when it comes to that spawn trap up top here in top laundry. Now we need to see a push, but as we said that, the push kind of slow, and that just allows the rest of Animus to actually rotate back into that A defense.
But Legacy wins the opening gunfight onto Shark, and now they allow players to stack on the point. Brixa trying to clear out the window, but Narcs goes big. Those are two crucial kills as they're going to be able to take down the Progress. But unfortunately for Animus, 31ers still have plenty of time to play this as a TDM, and they are winning these gunfights. Lydia now sitting on a 6 spree. Gore looking to spawn trap right here. One player around the corner gets the better of him. That's Narcs again. Finally stepping up. We've been looking for him to have more consistency, but they need more from the rest of the squad. And the double kill from Lydia with the Pred missile in hand could be enough to spark the beginning of the end of this round as well.
Lydia comes in big with that Preddy. Not just that, that kitchen hold as well is going to be huge for them. Whoever holds kitchen wins the round, in my opinion.
What is that Purifier?
I know, the Purifier just bringing it out of here at the very end of the game. And right now, Bobby's 5 seconds away from walking out of this studio.
Why? You have a 12-life lead. You have no need to use that. The round's already locked in, and you throw away the utility. It looks like because she didn't fire a shot, she gets most of the progress back. But why? What do you have to gain right there? That's just one of the things.
Question marks. Question marks.
Just look at the clock, look at the life count. Do we have it locked in? Okay, let's not give away our utility for free.
And now let's see if that's going to be detrimental for this round, because so far both of these teams are struggling when it comes to that defense. But taking a look at what we have here is like, okay, you let go of that particular Purifier, but now they're still stacked though. 4 operators to their name, but on the other side of things as well, Animus is also going to be fully stacked when it comes to those Source Streaks as well.
Brixa pops the War Machine right here, and this is the best defense we have seen by far. Animus get one single kill over on that B side, and as a result, they are struggling to find some map control right here. You got to clear Gore out of the mid-map. Shark slides the corner. He gets spotted out, shut down, and once again, 31er building on this life lead in the swing mode, starting to look more and more 31er friendly.
Legacy wins a huge gunfight here by Spiral, just allowing the opportunity for his teammates to go in there for the push in Alpha as well. And now that was a good and valiant effort from Animus to try to go in for the harder spawn, but now they're going to be going and be greeted by absolutely no one, just one player actually. That's going to be Brixa trying to get that vital information down, but unfortunately goes down. So I get the point that Animus wanted to go in for more the harder spawn to get that alpha, but that one tick of progress is going to be a huge deal for them later on.
And right now, it seems like once again 31 are happy to give up B, but this time around, I feel like it makes a little bit more sense. You've been able to build so much of a life lead, and especially with the amount of time that you forced off of the clock, not a bad spot to be. Gathilia gonna get dropped right there, and the lives gonna be the biggest issue right now is they're still looking to clear out Brixa, who has been so pesky, but Narc's big gunfight win. Still 8 lives separating the two, but Animus starting to fill up the feed.
Lydia is always putting herself in such good positions right now, as she's going to be taking that top bedroom, spotting on one player, getting rid of him, and just possibly stopping that push, going in from poolside, coming in from their spawn. And that is a huge way to put an invisible wall here right now, and they have no choice but to push through kitchen or to push through staircase. And so far, they are losing majority of the engagements with 10 lives in between them.
And Shark's just the solo man trying to get some sort of pressure onto those spawns, but Legacy is lurking. He's not going to make it easy. And the Pred missile going to get the information, but not any of the kills. Hits on the wrong side of the wall. Once again, one of those situations, did you really need to invest it? You've got a 10-life lead right here. You got players, you got one player that has any chance of spoiling. And this is something that I feel like these 31er players got to look back on. Like, these small mistakes can stack up in a big way, and were this to be played a little bit closer, it could still end up coming back to bite them.
Nice work.
Fair.
For the next round.
Especially now when they're trying to close this control round to swing it. And Obviously, if you are making those small mistakes up against other teams, that's not going to fly. But right now, Animus, it really is a difficult time for them. And so far, they try to go in for a different approach, more for that alpha push, but now it's a full stack going into Bravo, and looking like it's going to be the same case for 31er. Same case for them. As always, Gore will try to go in for that mid-map, but there you go. He's going to be solo holding A, and that's going to put a lot of pressure from Animus to split up their team and go in for that alpha push instead.
Animus forced to use the operators early. Shark gonna pop the Sparrow. Not a whole lot of value to be found. On the flip side, Gore gonna go ahead, pull out the Annihilator and see what he can make of it, but he gets instantaneously shut down. And that could be a deadly loss. Boot turns and burns onto Lydia right there, and all of a sudden, signs of life out of Animus. We do see a tiny bit of A progress right here for 31er, but Legacy up in the top side, gonna win a big gunfight. He's got the claw and now looking to spawn trap.
They were able to sell B, but unfortunately Gore wasn't able to capitalize that lurker role that he had. Loses that gunfight here through Cubby. So now that we see a little bit more control for Animus this time around, and looking like that mid-map control, especially here through Kitchen, is going to be huge for them, but Bricksta's going to be right there. Does get spotted though, and if she does engage in Kitchen, she's going to be greeted by 2 other players, and you get to see Narcs giving that battle information, gets 1, but the rest of the team is going to be right there for the pick.
Well, it's going to be Shark lurking through pillars, Rasmo there as well. But Shark gets traded out, and that leaves 1 player still standing on the objective. So 31er safe for right now, but you need to get that full capture. Only 20 seconds to work with a Gathilia. Maybe gets saved by his teammate right there, but ends up getting shut down by Bricksta anyway. 31er, you've got to keep players on the objective, and right now they don't have it. They have got to make a push, and it's probably going to cost a lot of lives to do it.
And the fact that they keep losing mid is the reason why they're just funneling through driveway 1 by 1. Oh my goodness. It's just going to be stopped right now with 2 seconds left on the clock, and everyone just so far away. And now 31 are looking like they're dropping the ball. And even though they had the advantage here, we're switching sides, and they're going to be on that defense, yes, but we've already seen how weak their defense can get.
Zed, I understand your job as an AR, cut off those rotations, those power positions. There's 3 seconds on the clock. You can't afford to swing wide on the rig. You've got to get in the objective. And 31 are a lot of these little mistakes, it seems like, starting to add up right here. You know, it would be really nice to have right now, maybe a Pred missile, but you threw it away when you had a 14 life lead, and now the lives are disappearing quickly once again as Animus get the better on the offensive side.
This is what you were saying, man. Those little mistakes are actually starting to pile up as it's all yellow in the feed as they're trying to go in for this second tick of progress here in Alpha with no retaliation whatsoever coming in from 31. Are so open when it comes to it. Lydiak's going to be the only player to try and contest the point. Gets that essential kill though. Kind of stops the push from Animus though. That's going to be a huge win for her, but 2 ticks of progress here in Alpha. A really good setup here in Bravo, already getting down into that second tick of progress. That's going to be huge for them. Not just that, the life lead from Animus is already getting there.
And this is the point where the experience really starts to show. Animus, a team, regardless of how poorly you're playing, once you get into a sticky situation, you've got the mental resolve to bounce back, and they have absolutely done that. They lock in the B capture and now only need 1 tick of progression over on A. They've won the gunfights 14-5 so far this round, and with some utility, some operators still ready to go, it looks like a very good chance that they find a way to lock this one in.
Here we go though. That's gonna be huge kills from Legacy. Stops the push down, and trying to look at the operators that they have. They still have 2 to play with to try and defend Alpha. Everyone else though needs to catch up from Animus. Surely not gonna be losing this round though. But 31 is actually doing a good job putting out the brakes. Rasmo though gets an essential kill, and they do have kitchen control, looking like they do want to have that spawn trap now. But Zed goes big with so many kills already here in kitchen.
Thing is, you've still got a big life lead for Animus. You can't afford to keep going 1 for 1. Legacy gonna pick up the Holger, and Animus more than happy to play this as a TDM. Gore's gonna get peeked around the corner. Shark, big gunfight win there as well. Looks like maybe finally going to make a move toward the objective and see if they can win things that way. Still, 31er, heavy operator investment, just not able to make up any of that life lead. And the lives continue to dwindle. Legacy able to find one, but it continues to be 1-for-1. And now with no respawns remaining, all signs of hope for 31er have disappeared here in the control. Lydia and Legacy, a couple of operators. Hey guys, you might as well pop them? No?
Nope.
Not gonna pop them? Okay.
Not gonna happen.
Better luck next time. Looks like Animus find a way out. Whenever it was dark, they power through.
Find the light, man. And even though it was such a strong opener coming in for 31er, they fell apart in those last 2 rounds, and they had so much of an advantage. It was those small engagements that they lost, bringing out the Purifier when the round was ending, when you had the upper hand, the Preddy, when you didn't even have to bring it at the same kind of case, same situation, where, like what you said, in that opening round of that last half, you could have popped it out.
And that's just kind of what happens to a lot of these younger teams, maybe not quite as experienced. You don't think about the repercussions, just like, oh, I heard something. Let me use it immediately. And it backfired. I even said I hope it doesn't backfire, but it absolutely did. Oh my gosh.
So
Legacy,
even.
how did you die 40 times?
What? Oh my. Ow. What?
That's a lot of engagements, let alone deaths.
His body right there.
I'm not entirely sure what happened. I mean, everybody else kept it pretty even. Lydia, fantastic performance, even despite maybe, actually, I think it was Bricks that had a couple of the regrettable uses on some of the utility. But, I mean, overall, nobody really popped off for Animus. It was really just a few mistakes that built up, and they built up quickly for 31er.
Everyone did a phenomenal job when it comes to slaying, but again, what you mentioned, it was Lydiag's anchoring, which was the brightest spot for 31er. She was so good at just controlling that. You can see over here, look at the bottom of your map. I mean, Legacy, that's where you get to see Brixta and also Lydiags usually try to get in flank control and try to stop that push going into Alpha, especially when they were on the defensive side. But obviously, that is not enough when it comes to those small mistakes, snowballing. That kind of is a big deal going to the next round, because takeoff, that's where you're using your operators and also score streaks more for that timing. And hopefully we do get to see a quick adjustment from 31er.
Yeah, I think that they're more than capable of making those adjustments, but I felt like the control was a must-win map, and now heading into the hard point, they're in that much more of a dire position, because realistically, you know that you can take a search and destroy off of Animus. That was just that one that you needed. It was so doable, and I think that's one that they're definitely going to have to go back and study and see what they can correct on, because they looked solid in the control up until the tables flipped, and then it was all downhill from there.
So far, both of these teams have not played takeoff hardpoint yet. So I'm excited to see how they're going to deal with this, because so far what we've seen could be really bad or could be really close. There's nothing in between. Zed, though, tries to go in for that 2F control here in Lounge, but unfortunately for him, Rasmo spots him.
Well, off the start, 31er locking in the early time. Boot, you have got to win that gunfight. Shut down, Brixta capitalizes. Not going to be ready from the outer push from Animus, though, and they're going to flood in through Legacy. Definitely need to see more out of him, and a 3-piece right there will do some good, but there's still nobody there to reinforce, so as he gets taken down, it's still going to be Animus on the inside of the objective. Got to get players in those high ground positions, and we've not really seen a whole lot of attempt to make that happen so far out of either team. Narcs finally makes his way up.
Now for Animus, what they're trying to do is not get the high ground control, no, but they're getting control coming in from P4 and P3 area, which is working out so far, because not only do they get the more favorable spawns in Special Forces base, but also they need to find a way to control here as well into Health Center. They're winning a lot of the gunfights there so far, and now the anchoring spawns, they know very well. They're very much well-versed when it comes to the spawns here in Takeoff, and so far, they're also set up for P2.
Well, Narcs ready for Gore on the flip side. Big gunfight win to get some stadium control. Lydia looking to see if she can force Animus back into those spawns. Zed going to be able to shut down one, and it is going to be Legacy on the inside of the objective. He got that one triple kill and has not found anything since then. Need a little bit more consistency out of you, and he's going to get shut down by Boot. Gathili on the bottom side looking to push spawns back the opposite direction. He might be able to flip, but Zed stays locking that window down, and he's not giving that up anytime soon.
They're locked in, man. They have a really good setup so far, and Legacy hopping up here. That's going to be good for scaffolding, but unfortunately for him, Gathili and Bigsta actually gets nade kills, but it's not enough for 31er to actually flush out a lot of the players here. And where is everyone coming in from 31er? You have to go and push. 12 seconds left. No one's going to be contesting. They're just going in there one by one, but they are going to be going in for that setup instead here for P3, but I hope that's not going to be a little bit too early now.
Well, they're set up nicely. You got to make sure if you're going to rotate that early that you get high ground control. They do not do that, and they get absolutely torn to pieces by Animus right here. That is 6, 7 straight Animus kills. Can we make it 8? Can we make it 9? No, Brixta finally stops the bleeding. But you got to get players in these power positions, and 31er just have not been able to make it happen. You got to deal with Narcs with the Purifier in hand, and right now, as expected, Animus maintaining their dominance in the hard point.
It really is that map knowledge that Animus actually has, and they're very much aware how to play this takeoff map. They've been playing it for months, for years in this competition, and this is where you do get to see the experience finally pull through. Even though the rotation was really late, it doesn't really matter because they know how to break the hill, and so far they're also set up coming in for that P4. 31 are looking a little bit lost, looking so far away. They're going to be at the launch center where you have to be in generator, you have to be in special forces base to try and go for the pinch, but that one lone player, that's Zed, try to go in there just alone.
And this is what we saw on map 1. Like, it's not necessarily that 31er aren't making the rotations, but that not setting up in the right positions to be able to hold, and they get picked apart. Not only are you giving up the scrap time, but you're not getting any of those initial seconds of the hard point either. Heavy operator investment out of both squads right here. Legacy stays alive, and finally a solid feed for 31er as they look to lock in their first full 60, or really their first 60 points at all.
So 31er, everything for them to get into this hard point. And so far, though, it paid off. They're getting majority of the points down so far, but it is going to be heavily contested. Legacy wins an essential gunfight, but Brix is going to be right there for the trades. And so far, we get to see the spawns flip just a tiny bit where the generator spawn slumps the favor of 31er, and for Animus, gonna be set up actually for P1, but they shouldn't be letting this go. And so far, Brixta doing a phenomenal job at that defense, going in for a 6 spree.
He has no idea where they're coming from. Trying to figure it out, gets shut down anyway. Does have some streaks to work with and a solid hold for 31er as they close the gap a little bit. This is a very, very late push for 3-4 seconds of scrap time. At the bare minimum, you got to try to get some high ground control to make life easy for your OBJ players, but they get absolutely cleared out by Rasmo, and once again sent back to the drawing board as Animus in prime position to lock in big time on P1.
So now with Animus here, we're finally going to this next set of rotations where they predominantly wanted to go in for more the control and lounge area spawns. Now they're going in for a more split approach, and that's not really working out for them this time around as 31er able to control this hardpoint just for a little bit. Brixta going a really big gunfight, but unfortunately for her, Narcs is going to be in top lounge, getting a lot of these kills from up top.
And you're allowing Animus to hold basically both of those high ground positions without any type of contest. It's just going to make life an absolute nightmare for your OBJ guys trying to do it by themselves from the low ground, and we haven't really seen all that much smoke usage over on P1 either. We finally see some come out right here, but neither team going to be able to capitalize. And obviously, the big gunfights as we head over toward P2, and it's Animus. 4 players in prime position to contest. Gore does his best to keep things at bay up on the top side. Zed there still holding down that window, and 31er have done a good job of maintaining this side of the map with Zed constantly in that position. It's just been a question of if they can win those gunfights in the top side.
Attila was in a really good spot, but unfortunately not able to go in for the pinch, but good thing for them, the spawn is literally right there. Now what we need to see from 31er is actually to go in for the flip spawns. So far, they're actually just funneling in through 2 sides. The left side of the map and also coming in from scaffolding, but you need to find more of a way to go in for a pinch. So far, though, speaking of a pinch, we do get to see Zed try to go in there, but unfortunately for him, does not win the gunfight. He spawns right in front of Rasmo. Unfortunately for him, COD timing not in his side.
Right now, Brixta trying to break from the backside, turns and burns onto Shark as well. And that's a crucial couple of kills that should lock in some scrap time right here. Fortunately for 31er, Animus still spawning on the far side. They'll get the scrap time, but the setup opportunity is there early on as Zed in position, but he is the only one close to rotating right here. Those gunfights going awry put them in a terrible spot, and now it's looking to be a 50-50 here on P3, which is not something you want against a team as skilled as Animus.
Zed though goes big, gets 3 kills already. That's gonna flush out a lot of the players here coming in from Animus. Goes in for the top control, and Goothilla's unfortunately gonna be right there on his arrow. But then 31er still gonna be right there in their control, and that Sparrow coming in from Zed is gonna be huge for them to have such solid defense.
Nart's gonna find one with the nade, still looking to push on in. It's a lot of Animus in the feed. Still one player there left to defend, but Claw not gonna be easy to counter from that angle, and Rasmo able to break on through. It's all Animus in position once again. And I've got a feeling they've looking pretty good on how they can chain together P3 and P4 as Legacy on the top side does find a way to win a big gunfight. Animus rotated out early, and they continue to farm scrap time.
Right now for 31er, they were able to go inside of Launch Center, and that's going to be the safer option for them. And they're going to be winning a lot of the gunfights here into P4. That rotation going to be really good. That's good timing, actually, for 31er. Probably one of the best rotations that they've had here in this game so far, and this is probably one that they can sustain, especially if Legacy pops out his operator, and possibility for them to get majority of the points down. But there you go.
Breaks the big kill right there. Legacy pops a Claw. Trying to make something out of it right here. Still locking in the time. You got Zed cutting off rotations right there. Lydia playing the OBJ. And they're looking to stack this heavily as Rasmo finds a couple, but still not able to find the full flip. Pushing in from the backside. Big kills. Brixa pops the War Machine. Able to find one right there. Make it 2. She's still alive and able to find another, but still Shark finds a way to break in.
There you go. It's still going to be a lot of blue players right there. Shark, though, not able to sustain when it comes to the Sparrow, not able to utilize it well. And now we do get to see it. A contested hill, very heavily contested with just 30 seconds left on the clock, and Animus is just trying to stop any kind of progress here. And Boot actually goes in there for a late operator usage. Not quite sure if that's my favorite, but there you go. Able to get rid of a lot of the players there, but they're not going to have too much points, though. 31er was able to get 30+ points in P4, and now they have to go rotate.
We're just going to get spotted out on the bottom side, and once again, Animus opportunity to take that high ground, control all of 31er. Spawning in the back, Shark sniffs out one, looking to make it 2, but gets turned on by Gore. Boot still locking in the hard point time, smokes for days. And as long as you've got players in those high ground positions, he can keep running circles around P1 as they continue to move upward toward that 250 point mark. Lydia able to find one right there, keeps the hard point clear, but you've got to get the time. You can't afford to play 50-50 hard point. It's got to be perfect hard point the rest of the way through.
So far, though, 31er Signs of Life still going to be heavily contested, and like what you mentioned already, Animus always has that high ground control. Scaffolding going to be occupied. Early on in the round, you saw Narcs always going to that 2F in Lounge. So far, still going to be close. 231. So close, and we need to see Animus close it out here in P2. They're not going to be in position, though, as 31 are already a little bit of a step ahead, also having the more favorable spot on their side.
Lydia needed to win that gunfight, and she does. Gets a second one right there. 31 get a full wipe. She's going to have a Purifier to work with, but there's nobody spawning on that side of the map, and I don't know if she knows Gore's going to be able to find one before getting shut down. Is going to be able to get pushed up into the hard point, but maybe a little bit overzealous right here as she pushes down the barrels of the opposition. And another wasted operator that will likely come back to bite 31er. They continue to throw away opportunities, and Animus is there to capitalize every single time.
Here we go, though. Let's see if that mistake coming in from Lydia from over pushing is going to pay them. And so far, that's going to be a huge task to go and pursue. 143 and 244, just 5 more seconds from Animus to close out this series. And there you go, Signs of Life, just a tiny bit, but it is not enough as Animus secures this. A 3-1 going to be your score line. And for 31er, they just struggle when it comes to everything, the rotations. You saw Signs of Life in P4, but like you saw mistakes like that from Lydiags pushing with that Purifier. That's not going to bring you far away.
You remember what score I predicted?
Oh, man. This guy is on a roll today,
again.
man.
Let's go, baby. See? All right.
2 for 2.
2 for 2 on the exact guesses. I'm big swing and a miss on the Zidium game, but you got to give credit to Animus. Rasmo, absolutely cooking. Your Roman Slayer going to be able to find 43 and 19. Very difficult to take down. You got to give credit to Boot and Shark, the OBJ players as well. Over on the flip side, there were some bright spots for 31. Absolutely no question about it, but for the most part, it was Animus in complete control.
You know, someone who's excited to break down a lot of these while we're watching the replays. He's dancing around. He's got the moves. But let's see what is going to happen here so far into this last game. And I feel like the moves right now of 31 are a little bit confusing when it comes to their respawns at the moment.
I mean, to be fair, I felt like they were making the right plays.
Yeah.
Once again, it was just a question of could they win the gunfights. In a lot of those situations, the answer was no. There were too many big gunfight wins for those Animus players that even when they were taking individual ones, finding double, triple kills, and it was just too much firepower.
Animus close out match number 4. Got a little bit hairy there for a moment. But you saw him when you guys were coming back from the other side of the studio. We do have Shift standing by with one final telestration to close out the day, so let's check it out.
Yeah, this is a really interesting one. Again, we're going to be doing this a lot, you and I, and those people in the studio, but mostly you and I. This is big. Slums, search and destroy. I want to go back to this one because there's a lot of debacle, if you want to call it, over what happens towards the B side. So we're going to kind of have a back and forth, an example A and example B of what exactly you're going to likely see over the course of the middle of the map, which is often where the battleground is. We'll pause it right here. You've got 31er on defense, and they ran this defense almost every single round, where you take a look at the players playing down low in this position. Their whole objective is to try to take control over the front side of B at any means possible. And the way they do that is by tossing a butt ton of nades right over into this choke point. While they do that, to also help control mid, you're going to get a sniper watching through mid on one side and another watching the other on the bottom side towards A. As this plays out, you'll notice the first blood will happen in the middle of the map. That's a snipe by Gore. As soon as that happens, that's when you're going to start to see the defense make their play forward. That is a massive arrow. I apologize for that. The other side of it is Brixta is also going to push up, knowing that she's cleared out the bottom side. So this ends up resulting in a complete entrapment of this Animus approach because they're stalled off at B. They've got no room to work with whatsoever through the middle of the map. So it turns into them being completely entrapped. And eventually this gets to a 4v1 situation that goes the way of 31er. But a round later, watch what happens differently this time. You're going to see the Animus hold off. They don't even bother playing through the middle of the map. Instead, they're going to have these two players not play in mid because you don't want to get sniped again. This is the very next round, by the way. And instead, what they're going to do is take the jump over into mid, and they're also going to try to make the play through hole in the wall to assist on towards this site. It completely takes away the angle for the sniper here or the sniper there. So as this plays out, you don't die to nades, you don't get sniped, and all of a sudden you've got more Animus players in the middle of the map than you do 31ers. So that's the way that we're often going to see slums play out when it comes to how the defense wants to set up. It's very defaulty from 31. You're going to see a lot of teams try to do that. And then on top of that, that is a great way to kind of take a look as far as how teams can beat that if you want to try to control the middle of the map. So great stuff for both sides. Obviously, 31er got away with it more times than Animus would have liked.
All right, another fantastic breakdown shift. Come back on over to this side of things so that we can close out the show with our fourth and final interview.
Nice.
We've got Cathilla back on the line with us to chat yet again about another strong performance. We've got you back already 2 days in a row.
Yeah, I know. And I'm happy to be back. If I'm back, I win, so I'm happy.
Oh, yeah, and you guys looked great yet again. Let's talk about it.
So I just broke down your search and destroy mishaps. What was going wrong with you guys today on slumps? Because yesterday you guys looked so good on it. Was it just mid-map was more contested than it was yesterday, or what was kind of going wrong for you guys the map?
I listened your VOD. It was interesting. I think we got some issues on the first kill. I think the first kill on SND it's so important, like and we got some issue on this kill. And after I think they play well. Like they were really good on the defense. We didn't find the good solution. And the same for the attack. Like when they were in the attack, they play for pick. They play so slow, and it was hard for us to keep the position.
Fair enough. I was just curious because you guys looked so good in it yesterday, so I had to ask the question.
Yeah.
Obviously, looking back at the control, it seemed like a lot of the momentum was building for 31er, and then it seemed like you guys flipped a switch, and then all of a sudden you were in complete control. What was the turning point for you guys?
I think we play well on the spawn trap. Like in the last attack, we take kitchen, we took basketball, and it was the key for the win.
All right.
When it comes to your games today, we expected it to be a 3-0, and Bobby got it on the nail. It was a 3-1. And now it was also a discussion early on that you guys needed to work on your consistency so far. And now with your scoreline, how do you think you guys would be more consistent now? Because you definitely want to be in that top 2 spot for your region.
Yeah, I think like I said the last interview, we play with this team since 1 month, so we need to improve on we need to adapt to the strat with the team, particularly in SND, and just keep to be confident. We have to be confident. That's the secret to win, I think. That's all.
All right, well, now we've got the first week done. You guys have done well. Looking forward to the rest of the season. Which matchup do you have your eyes on for yourself?
Like which team? I'm afraid, you ask?
Not even afraid, just like almost like which one you're most excited to take on. Do you want a little bit of revenge? Or do you want like another matchup with 117? Do you?
Yeah, of course. I want to take the revenge against 117. Yes, and maybe against Deb, against Kings, and yeah.
I like it. Well, once again, thanks for jumping on and chatting. I'm excited to see what you guys can do next week.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you for the cast. Thank you everybody, and see you next week.
Thank you for a phenomenal performance. All right.
Thank you.
No one. That was a very nice thank you. Thanks for casting, guys.
All right.
Good job. All right, it's time to close out the day. We had a really fun day. Some really solid matches today to at least close out the entire first week. That's literally a quarter of the challenge now done. Okay, we're going to take a look back at the standings so we can see where they have all shaken out. It's Kings, 117 and Animus all at the top with the 2 O's, and you've got Exclusive and Zidium in the middle, and 31er, Panic, and Mont yet to find a dub, but it's only the first 2 days, first week. They still have plenty of opportunities as we continue to get some different matchups next week as well. We still haven't seen all of these teams face off against each other yet because we just started. So final thoughts / what you're looking forward to for week number 2.
The top 3, I think, are the current top 3. Like, that's easy to say because their records would suggest that, but I think off the power rankings, that's my current top 3. Exclusive is knocking at the door, though. I think they played Kings pretty darn well today, considering the circumstances of it still being a 3-0. It was still pretty tight, at least for the first 2 maps. Zidium is going to be a question mark. Obviously getting steamrolled day 1, but coming out and bouncing back nicely in day 2. They're definitely looking like a potential top 4 threat. And then I'm not sleeping on Mont yet. With how much they improved from yesterday to today, they are a team that 0-2 that I think very well could make some noise next week.
I would agree. I think there's no real surprises inside the top three. I think anybody that's watched Europe consistently over the past few months would have expected to be those to be the two undefeated teams. I think the biggest surprise for me is that Panic squad with the addition of Afer. I expected them to look a lot stronger. There's a lot of experience there. And I think the big challenge for them is, number one, looking at the VOD, seeing where things went wrong, but number two, figuring out who's going to be the leader on that squad and who you can really look to in those difficult moments, because it's been in those moments that they've kind of looked at their weakest.
This 1 week that they have to just do VOD reviews is going to be huge. Imagine just 24 hours of a team like Zidium and Mon to just improve significantly like that. You put it a while ago so nicely, and you have 3 more weeks to go and play with. And I'm just going to mirror what everyone said. Top 3 looking super solid. But when it comes to those players and the teams that have still yet to show everyone what they have to bet for, I'm excited for next week, especially when you bring up the schedule for our next matchup.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how the whole season shakes out. But we also have another region coming up right around the corner.
USA, USA, USA. I'm in Poland. I'm not going to make it home to the hotel that I was going to
We have NA in just a few days. If you guys are trying to keep up with all of our COD Mobile regions, okay, this is the first week of EU. We've got NA coming up as well. We can take a look at that schedule so you guys can know what to... Don't have a schedule. What I meant is that they're coming up, and we'll tell you the schedule when you're here to watch the show. All right. Now, we also have this for next week, next Saturday. I think is that the schedule we have?
Yes.
We've got something. We've got a schedule for next week as well. All right. We're going to be starting things off with Panic versus 31er. Then we'll go into Mont versus Zidium.
Oh, wow.
Then we'll go to Exclusive versus 117 and Animus versus Kings. Let's talk about it because y'all had the same reaction.
Those first 2 matches are essentially must-win matches for all 4 of those teams if you want to crack into the top 4. Flat out. You got 2 teams at 0-2 playing each other. You got Mon at 0-2, Zidium at 1-1. Those are all the matches that you would circle on the schedule and say, we have to win these if you want to have a chance to make it to playoffs. So those first 2, those are going to be the juiciest ones when it comes to playoff conditions. Obviously, the bottom 2 are going to be real fun to watch, but I think those top 2, do not sleep on those as far as what they mean in terms of placements overall.
I mean, the bottom 2 are just absolute bangers. I think there's nobody who's not excited to see Animus versus Kings.
Yeah.
And I think especially based off the way that we saw Exclusive play so closely up against Kings today, them going up against 117 is going to be a phenomenal one as well.
I'm already expecting that whole day to be very long. Game 5s, Game 4s, bring it on. And we were talking about it before the broadcast, right? We need to have that one day that we're all comfy and that we're all wearing onesies. I feel like this is the day for us to bring out all of those.
Week 2 already.
Yeah, imagine.
We're already there. All right. Well, that means that you all at home definitely need to be following our social media and definitely make sure you are here next week for week 2 of the challenge, because it's going to be an insane day 1, and then we'll have a day immediately after that with even more action. I am already stoked for that. Like I said, we've got other regions coming up as well. There's just so much, so make sure you're on all of our social media, you're hanging out in our Discord, and then you won't miss a single thing. Love that. All right. I think that's it. I think we're done for today. Phenomenal performances across all of our squads. Week number 1 was an absolute blast, and it is now done and dusted in the books with 3 of our teams tied at the top at 2-0 after the first week. Pretty rightfully so. We'll have to see how everybody fares throughout the rest of the challenge, and I cannot wait to see how all of that unfolds. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, and Monster Energy for helping us to put on the entire show. It's time for all of us to go to bed, so we'll see you next week.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind
mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.